I accidentally added my female boss to my ex-girlfriend group. They say a playboy isn't heartless, yes, just a boy whose heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. And each piece fell in love with a different woman. Chen Ya had a WeChat group called the Brokenhearted Boys Shelter Group. The group's supposed purpose was to shelter broken-hearted boys. There were 9 members in total aside from Chen Ya, all of them were women. That's right. This group was actually 8 girls sheltering one broken-hearted boy. Gu Yuching at Chen Ya, I knitted a sweater for you. See if you like it. Photo.jpg. Chen Ya, sis, you should keep it for yourself. Gu Yuching, looking hurt, what, you don't like it? Carefully. Chen Ya, I mean I do like it, but I've never seen a guy wear a backless sweater. The photo showed a black sweater. Everything looked normal except for the gaping hole in the back. Or rather, it had no back at all. Gu Yuching, pouting, it's not backless. I was just too tired to knit the back. Puppy eyes, you really don't want it. Chen Ya, I seriously want to wear it. Gu Yuching, smirking at Chen Ya, then next time you come over, I'll wear it for you. Chen Ya, sure. Be sure to wear it for me. Jiang Shanhai, I know how to knit too, and I've never heard of someone knitting the front before the back. Admit it, you just wanted to wear it yourself. Lu Keek, wow, what a strategy. I'm taking notes. One stone stirred 1,000 ripples. The other girls in the group were all stirred up. The chat instantly exploded with chatter. Chen Ya quietly slipped away, set his phone down on the desk, and looked up at his computer screen. In the office, the clacking of keyboards and clicking of mice filled the air, with the occasional cough breaking the rhythm. As the workday drew to a close, minds began to drift. This was the operations department of Home2 Corporation. Rows upon rows of cubicles lined up like factory conveyor belts. Don't choose comfort during the age of struggle. If you don't work hard, no one can give you the life you want. Performance is your dignity. Performance is your value. The bright red motivational banners hung from the ceiling, aiming for passion but radiating the bleak exhaustion of the corporate grind. Home2 was a $1 trillion behemoth and industry titan. Whether those slogans actually made any difference on its path to glory, no one really knew. The setting sun cast a warm glow through the floor-to-ceiling windows, dyeing the edge of Chen Ya's monitor orange. At this time every day, he felt a quiet sense of serenity. If not for the office politics, the scheming, and all the petty nonsense, Chen Ya actually quite enjoyed the rhythm of working life. In front of him, a faint blue system interface hovered silently. Chen Ya. Current achievement progress, office worker, 121-1500. Unlocked titles, great novelist, award-winning screenwriter, renowned director, gold medal composer, immortal poet, philanthropist, ace spy. Chen Ya sipped his tea slowly like a seasoned old bureaucrat. Wherever there are people, there are power plays. Wherever there's work, there's office drama. He just chose not to get involved. Someone came over with a message. Chen Ya, President Qin wants to see you in her office. He stood up immediately. President Qin referred to none other than their esteemed VP, Qin Yunchu. Technically, she was the boss of his boss's boss. Due to recent company restructuring and flattened hierarchy, Chen Ya, as liaison of a new project team, was allowed to interface with leadership directly. They called it breaking down the walls of the office, but to Chen Ya, it felt more like empty formalism. President Qin. He opened the office door, catching sight of Qin Yunchu in the frame. She was seated behind her desk, leaning gracefully back in her leather chair. Her hair was tied in a bun, with loose strands framing her emotionless, sculpted face like frozen waterfalls. Delicate fingers held a fountain pen against her pink lips, as if she were pondering something. Her sheer black stockings extended elegantly beyond the desk edge, her slender waist accentuating the fullness of her chest. Qin Yunchu, Vice President of Home2 Group. 26 years old. Internally, people called her the ice-cold beauty. And rightly so. The nickname hit the mark. She wasn't just cold on the outside, she had a mountain of ice inside, too. When she saw Chen Ya enter, she asked, "Is the project team all assembled?" "Yes," Chen Ya replied. "Create a group chat and add me," she said, pulling out her phone. "Do you have my WeChat?" "No." "Add me." Chen Ya's avatar was pure black, and his nickname was blank. Chen Ya, in contrast, used her real name and a personal photo. Seeing his account made her frown slightly. She hated names and avatars like that, trying too hard to be edgy and hard to recognize. Sometimes, she'd even forget who she was talking to. First impression. Not great. What's your name again? She asked. Chen Ya. Chen as in the character with the ear radical. And Ya like Chen Ya, the edge of the world. Yes. You should change your WeChat name to your real name, and set your photo to your face. This is a work account. You need to be identifiable. Don't try to be so unique. Chen Ya gave a faint smile. I'm used to it. He didn't like explaining. Using a black avatar and no nickname was a habit left over from his days as a spy. Chen Ya frowned again. She never repeated herself. Now that Chen Ya had talked back, she mentally marked him as unreliable. Such marks would affect future staffing decisions, and once someone was labeled unreliable, they would slowly be pushed to the margins. This project is of high importance. Give it your full attention, nothing you do will be too much. Chen Ya nodded. Understood. You may go, she said with a slight tilt of her chin. As Chen Ya left, she added. Wait, remember to add me to the group. Got it. Outside, Chen Ya quickly pulled out his phone and added Chen Ya to the WeChat group. Just as he was finishing, a colleague came running up, flustered. Chen bro. Emergency. Chen Ya looked up. What happened? Hurry. They need you to save the day. I'm adding someone to the group. No time. It's urgent. Just as he finished adding her, the colleague dragged him away. At that moment, in the Brokenhearted Boys Shelter Group, a public system message appeared for all to see. Chen Ya has been invited to join the group by Chen Ya. They had just been discussing makeup, but the moment this popped up, the group went nuts. Lu Keek, what? Brother Chen added another fish to the pond. Shocked.jpg. Lu Ariari, a new lover again. Jiang Shanhai, scumbag. Are we not enough for you? Ase Ruriko, heartbroken.jpg. Messages flew by at lightning speed, the chat exploding. Chen Ya had just opened the group to assess team morale. What she saw blew her mind. It was 10,000 times more active than she'd expected. Lu Keek, don't panic. Let us assess the situation. The new girl is using a real profile pic. Jiu Yuching, not assess the situation, it's stalking the love rival. Jiang Shanhai, let me see shaky voice. Jiang Shanhai, goo, she's so pretty. Sushan Wana Chen Ya, big sis, is that really your photo? You're gorgeous. Though she was being praised for her looks, Chen Ya felt no joy. She had been complimented countless times before. But never in such a bizarre context. She rubbed her eyes and took another look at the group name. Brokenhearted Boys Shelter Group. Her brows furrowed deeply. Just as she was trying to figure out how to restore order to this so-called work group, a new message popped up tagging her directly. At Chen Ya, new girl sis, how far have you and Chen Ya gotten already? Chapter 2, do you all like him? New love interest. Chen Ya? Progress? Chen Ya felt like her brain had turned into a rabbit pen, little bunnies were bouncing everywhere. Her temples throbbed, and her head felt like it was about to explode. It took every ounce of restraint instilled in her by over 2 decades of elite education to stop herself from exploding in rage. As a lifelong anti-marriage advocate who firmly believed that wise people stayed out of love, she had never been troubled by emotional issues. The only thing that ever annoyed her was people nagging her to get married or find a partner. But now? No one was even nagging. This situation was straight up in her face. After years of cold elegance in the workplace, how did she end up embroiled in a ridiculous rumor? And the worst part? The person at the center of the gossip was an employee she couldn't even remember by name. She took a deep breath and calmed her nerves before looking at the group chat again. She watched them chat for another 2 whole screens before she finally realized. Chen Ya had added her to the wrong group. This wasn't the project team's work group. This was Chen Ya's fishpond group. A group chat for all the girls he was juggling. The moment she realized she'd accidentally uncovered an employee's massive secret, Chen Ya's heart pounded like a drum. She desperately tried to recall what he looked like. To be honest, Chen Ya had left no impression. Buzz cut, plain glasses, white shirt, black pants put him on any street, and he'd disappear into the crowd like a drop of water into the ocean. She'd been beautiful since childhood, had received enough love letters to fill 2 suitcases, and had seen all kinds of men. She genuinely didn't believe a guy like that would be so popular. He even had his own fish pond. On what grounds? What qualities? Her finger hovered over the chat box for a long time before finally moving. She typed one sentence. Chin Yunchu, do you all like Chen Ya? The group, which had just been buzzing with excitement, suddenly fell dead silent. Chin Yunchu bit her finger nervously. She was sure why she felt nervous, but if she actually got a bunch of yeses, this whole thing would go from absurd to downright outrageous. She waited for what felt like an eternity before the replies finally came in. And it wasn't just one. Lu Keek likes Chen Ya, the kind of like where I want to marry him. Gu Yuqing, if I'm being honest, it's not like it's love. I love him. Jian Shanhai, Chen Ya. That stinky man, big-headed pig, rotten turnip, but yes, I like him. I like him the most. Ase Ruriko, anti-wash the railroad.jpg meme. Lu Ari, air. How can you say this stuff out loud with a straight face? Su Shenwan, crying meme no fair. We agreed no one would confess first. Back at the office, Chen Ya suddenly sneezed. Old Tang, behind him, uncapped a bottle of disinfectant spray and spritzed the area like crazy. I help you debug code, and this is the thanks I get. Old Tang said stubbornly, this is hygiene, okay? I'm doing it for your sake. But I'm cleaning up your mess, and you treat me like this? Even if you're right, it still sucks. Just then, Sister Zhang's loud voice rang out, time to clock out. You guys still not leaving? Old Tang turned his head. We hit a tricky problem, looks like it's going to be a late night. Need me to stay with you? Old Tang waved her off. No need, no need. Go home, Sister Zhang's school aftercare's almost over by now. Thanks. I'll head out then. Wang Qian poked her head out from behind her monitor. Chen Ya, how long will this take to fix? Chen Ya tossed his mouse on the desk. At least 2 hours. Wang Qian grinned. Then try to stretch it to 3 less than 3 hours, doesn't he count as overtime? Old Tang smirked and said, Xiao Chen, you go order food. I'll fill out the overtime form. We'll earn tonight's supper. Okay. Once we're done, let us go have a feast. Wang Qian skipped off to order takeout. Old Tang happily began filling out the reimbursement form. Only Chen Ya sat there with a dark expression. Strictly speaking, this wasn't even part of his job description, he didn't have to be here at all. But if this issue wasn't solved tonight, it would delay tomorrow's progress and mess up the whole project timeline. The main reason he stepped in was simple. He could help. Old Tang was a pure tech geek, useless outside of code. Wang Qian was a fresh grad, naive and innocent. Sister Zhang was a single mom raising 2 kids alone. Honestly, Chen Ya didn't dislike these people. He had nothing better to do at home anyway, so he might as well rack up some system achievements. His phone kept buzzing on the desk. He glanced at it now and then. It was all messages from the Brokenhearted Boys Shelter Group. Just as he was about to pick it up, Wang Qian pressed his hand down. Don't play with your phone. Zhang Li's right behind you, she whispered. Chen Ya instantly got the picture. Zhang Li was his former department head, his old direct boss. It wasn't that he didn't dare use his phone in front of her, it's just that she was a massive gossip. If she caught even a whiff of misconduct, she'd run her mouth till your ears bled. Well, look who's working overtime. So hardworking tilde. Zhang Li walked in, arms crossed, pretending to stroll casually. Her sharp little eyes scanned the room like radar. Anyone who knew her knew she was hunting for something to criticize. Chen Ya nudged Old Tang under the desk. Old Tang immediately sensed danger and quickly covered the overtime form with a copy of the pragmatic programmer. But it was too late. Zhang Li's sharp voice rang out. Oh wow, independent teams sure live the good life, just filling out overtime forms whenever they please. Chen Ya looked up, eyes bright as he stared at her. Zhang, you're a smart person, why say something so unintelligent? What do you mean whenever they please? Every document goes through proper channels. Har. Procedures. Don't make me laugh. Voluntary overtime isn't eligible for overtime pay. Do you people even care about company policy? According to company policy, overtime was paid at 1.5x. But voluntary overtime wasn't considered official, so it didn't count. Back when Chen Ya worked under Zhang Li, he never officially logged overtime. It was all voluntary. He averaged over 11 hours a day. Zhang Li let out a couple of mocking chuckles and added dramatically, "Sigh, if only I were still leading your team. A seasoned veteran like me would never let you cheat company funds like this." That was a serious accusation. No one could take that lying down. Wang Qian was so disgusted she couldn't even speak. Old Tang's face twisted with frustration. Just then, footsteps echoed in the hallway. Chen Ya caught a glimpse of a familiar pair of high heels outside the door. Suddenly, everything clicked. Zhang Li, who usually dashed home after work, was only here tonight to perform in front of whoever was outside. So he raised his voice and said clearly, "Sister Zhang, the company's policy is to reward and punish fairly. If we're working overtime, then it is overtime. You can't let people doing real work suffer. That's how you motivate people to keep working hard, don't you think? Chapter 3. Are you worthy?" A sarcastic smile appeared on Zhang Li's lips. "She came here just to stir up trouble for President Qin to see. Look, you have no sense of dedication in your words. The company has given you a platform and worked hard to cultivate you, but you are greedy for those few cents of overtime pay. You also say that there are rewards and punishments in order. If you want rewards, then who will reward the company?" Zhang Li deliberately spoke loudly to ensure that people outside the door could hear her, and then continued, "Forget it, why am I saying all this? I can't control you anyway." Chen Ya was about to retort, but was stopped by Old Tang. Old Tang stood up, took out the overtime form, and said, "Sister Zhang, what you said is that we are willing to work overtime, so we don't need to fill out this form." After saying that, with two rip sounds, the overtime list was torn into 4 pieces by Old Tang. Zhang Li nodded, "That's more like it. I think Old Tang is more suitable to be the leader of this project team than you, Chen Ya. Speaking of which, Chen Ya, you are not decent. You never work overtime in my department, but you work overtime when you come here. Do you look down on me?" Chen Ya turned back to his chair and ignored her. "There are some things that I don't think I need to make too clear. Since you know it in your heart, why bother to make trouble with me? You?" Zhang Li raised her eyebrows, twisted them for a long time before lowering them, and said loudly, "Chen Ya. You won't get far in your career like this." After saying that, she walked out the door in her high heels, clacking. As soon as she went out, she heard her exaggerated and flattering voice. "Oh, President Qin. Why are you here?" I'm sorry, I was a little bit out of control when I was educating a few young people just now." Old Tang whispered to Chen Ya, "Brother Ya, you are too impulsive. Boss Qin is outside." Chen Ya said, "I know. You still speak so loudly even though you know it. Isn't this leaving a bad impression on the leader?" Wang Qian also came over and said, "Yes, Brother Ya, although I know you want to seek benefits for everyone, it is better to be low-key in front of the leader." Chen Ya shook his head with disdain. He has more money than he can spend in several lifetimes, so why would he care about the overtime pay? He saw that Lao Tang and Wang Qian were working hard, so he wanted to get them some benefits if he could. Besides, he didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. He has also been awarded the title of entrepreneur. In his own company, he hates labor traitors like Zhang Li the most and would like to kill them all. As long as there is no fraud or corruption, he would like his employees to clamor for overtime pay. People like Zhang Li who turn a virtuous cycle into a vicious cycle are the biggest termites of the company. Therefore, he was not worried at all about leaving a bad impression on Qin Yunchu. If Qin Yunchu really had a bad impression of him, it would only mean that Qin Yunchu was not very capable. Qin Yunchu and Zhang Li walked towards the elevator, one in front and one behind. Zhang Li followed Qin Yunchu with a flattering smile on her face. Entering the elevator, there were only 2 of them. Qin Yunchu asked, "Why, was there a conflict just now?" Zhang Li smiled and said, "It's not a contradiction. I'm just a strict person. I can't stand seeing some employees doing things that damage the company, so I will educate them." Qin Yunchu said, "You really love the company. Zhang Li suddenly became serious and said, "Of course. The company gave me a second life, so I treat the company like my own home." Qin Yunchu nodded. Zhang Li was secretly delighted. She didn't just say these words casually. She had prepared them in her mind countless times, just waiting for this opportunity to speak them to Qin Yunchu. Why did Qin Yunchu become the vice president at such a young age? Because she was the daughter of the company's founder. Therefore, the company belongs to the Qin family. She loves the company, which means she loves the Qin family. She treats the company as her own home, which means she treats the Qin family as her own home. Qin Yun must be happy to hear that. While he was still thinking about what he had just said, Qin Yunchu suddenly asked, "What kind of person do you think Chen Ya is?" "Here we come. This is a godsend." She pretended to be silent, then said, "Boss Qin, you know I have a very straightforward personality and I don't have any tricks. If I say this about my colleagues behind their backs, I'm afraid I'll offend them." Qin Yunchu said, "Don't be afraid of offending others. We are just talking between the two of us, so just tell the truth. Tell us everything you know." Zhang Li looked delighted. Chen Ya is useless. Zhang Li made a comment first, and then continued to discuss. He is stubborn and self-willed, not modest, never studies, and likes to interfere in everything. At work. Zhang Li talked a lot and the elevator door opened, but she hadn't finished yet. The reason why she regards Chen Ya as a thorn in her side is because Chen Ya has touched her core interests. Chen Ya used to be just an ordinary employee in her department, so that was nothing. Now that he has gone out on his own and is leading a team to work on an independent project, there is a direct conflict of interest with his own department. If his performance is good, it will appear that my performance is poor. Therefore, during this period of time, Zhang Li has been trying to target Chen Ya in various ways. Unfortunately, the effects are not very good. This time, President Qin's sudden interest in Chen Ya is a godsend. So Zhang Li pointed out a lot of shortcomings in Chen Ya's work. But Qin Yunchu didn't like any of them. She didn't care at all about disputes between employees at this level. As for the words like loving the company as you love your family, it didn't touch her at all. What is the relationship between the company and your family? In other words, are you worthy? Qin Yunchu didn't want to know what shortcomings Chen Ya had at work. She just wanted to know how Chen Ya had built such a large harem. She had already inquired about the group chat before, and found that the group was full of real girls. Although I don't know what they look like, even if they are all ugly, it is really incredible that he can date 9 girls at one time. That's why Qin Yunchu suddenly became curious about Chen Ya. After hearing Zhang Li's irrelevant remarks, she lost her patience and asked directly, "Does he have any bad behavior or improper conduct in his life? For example, being lustful or something like that? In life?" This question confused Zhang Li. Normally she always urges people to work overtime, how would she know this? Qin Yunchu said bluntly, "Why don't you just tell him directly whether he is lustful or not?" Zhang Li still hesitated. Maybe, there is no man who is not lustful." Qin Yunchu was very disappointed. She originally thought she could find out something from Chen Ya's former leader. After sending Zhang Li away, Qin Yunchu took out his cell phone again. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "Liu Ruyan has accepted your friend request." Liu Ruyan is a girl in the Heartbroken Boys Shelter Group. She spoke less, and Qin Yunchu thought her profile picture looked easy to talk to, so he added her. The friend verification request at that time read, "Can you approve it? I want to talk to you about Chen Ya." Immediately, Liu Ruyan sent a message. "Ruyan Liu, what do you want to know?" "Ruyan Liu, I don't really like chatting on my phone." "Liu Ruyan, I'm on Nanwangqiao East Road. Is it convenient for you to come over? I prefer to talk in person." Chapter 4, Monthly Salary of 5,000. DA. The sound of high heels echoed in the underground garage. Qin Yunchu moved his long legs quickly, took out his car key and pressed the key. A sea blue Porsche 911 next to him flashed its lights. "Yunchu? What a coincidence." Qin Yunchu turned around and saw the owner of the voice. He also showed a surprised expression. "Shiying? Why are you here?" "I just came here to play with my friends. Look, I just finished playing." The woman in a red dress not far away is Qin Yunchu's childhood best friend. A beautiful woman's friend is also a beautiful woman. He Shuing looks as good as Chen Yunchu, but their temperaments are completely different. If Chen Yunchu is a cold beauty, He Shuing is a ball of fire, passionate, carefree, like a hot pepper, and she will have some bad thoughts from time to time. He Shuing said to Chen Yunchu, "Where are you going?" "I." Chen Yunchu suddenly felt his face getting hot when asked this question. Because until just now, her mind was full of a man. Chen Ya. After Chen Ya pulled her into the group, he didn't seem to notice what was happening, so she chatted with the girls in the group for a while as a new love. This conversation was incredible. She used to think that people who had more than 10 or 20 girlfriends at the same time were all fictional characters, but it was not until today that she gained new insights. Those girls also said, "We all like Chen Ya, so we created this group." It can be regarded as a group of people with similar interests. Liking the same person is also considered a hobby? This is really weird. Although Chen Yunchu believes that a wise man should not fall in love, she at least believes that love is exclusive. Whether it's one to many or many to many, she thinks that kind of relationship is disgusting. She couldn't believe that these girls voluntarily liked the same person and were willing to respect each other and not fight. Whether it was to prove his point or to get to know Chen Ya better, the reason was not important. In short, she agreed to Liu Ruyan's interview invitation. To put it simply, she is going to meet her online friend now. Her first intention was to know how Chen Ya was able to pick up so many girls. Secondly, she wanted to see what kind of person was willing to be a woman in someone else's harem. He Shuing hugged Chen Yunchu's arm and said, "Come and play with me. We haven't gone shopping together for a long time since you got promoted." I have an appointment to meet someone," Chen Yunchu said hesitantly. He Shuing's eyes lit up. "Are you in love?" "No way. It's an online friend, a female," Chen Yunchu said. He Shuing frowned. "What other woman is more important than your best friend, this girl? Tell the truth." Chen Yunchu bit her lip, and she suddenly thought, why not tell He Shuing about this and let her discuss it with her? Once this thought came up, it could not be stopped. Everyone has a soft side. Chen Yunchu is a cold beauty outside, but in front of her best friend, she is no different from a little girl who likes gossip. She whispered, "Today, I discovered a big secret of an employee. I'm telling you, don't tell anyone else." "Yeah. Yeah." He Shuing nodded with shining eyes. "Today, I asked an employee to add me to their work group." After telling He Shuing about Chen Ya's story, she was more excited than after drinking 3 tales of Erguitu. Her eyes were bright, and she shook her fists in the air. "Damn it. Isn't this just a scumbag, a stinky sea king?" Chen Yunchu nodded. "I felt so at first, but looking at the performance of those girls, I felt that they were all sincere." "Yunchu, you are so easily deceived." He Shuing shook her head. "Girls are very emotional. Once they fall in love, their IQ drops to 0. Men are all pigs. If they can really coax a girl, she will believe it no matter what you do." Chen Yunchu frowned and asked, "Really?" "Of course. You just have too little experience in love and don't understand this," He Shuing said, shaking her finger. Chen Yunchu held the phone and said, "The girl I just chatted with online said that Chen Ya is a great writer." He Shuing's eyes widened. "Great writer? Is he so capable?" "No, he's just a low-level employee in the company," Chen Yunchu said. "He only gets 5,000 yuan a day and works 996. If he were really a great writer, why would he take this job?" He Shuing's eyes almost popped out of her head, and she said in an exaggerated tone, "A monthly salary of 5,000. Are you kidding me? Are there still people who earn 5,000 a month now?" Chen Yunchu said, "Many ordinary employees are indeed only paid around 5,000 yuan. Not to mention 5,000 yuan, there are even some who are paid 3,000 yuan. Don't be ridiculous, 5,000 yuan is only enough to buy a zipper for my bag." He Shuing shook the Chanel bag in her hand. Chen Yunchu said, "So I think he is bragging." "That's right." He Shuing put on a detective posture and nodded, saying, "That explains it. Your employee pretended to be a famous writer on the internet, deceived ignorant girls, and even opened a harem. Wow, he's really despicable." Chen Yunchu said, "So, I think, should we go meet him?" Yes. He Shuing hugged her arm. "I'll go with you." Chen Yunchu hesitated and said, "Isn't this bad? What's wrong with that? You go to meet your online friend alone, what if something goes wrong?" Also, can you drive in those high heels? You brought a car. Yes, I brought a free driver with me. He Shuyin led Chen Yunchu 2 steps and walked to the front of a Land Rover. A very handsome man poked his head out from the driver's seat and greeted the two of them. Hello. Chen Yunchu asked in surprise, your boyfriend? He Shuyin proudly extended her hand and introduced, Gu Yuanjin, one of my suitors. Whether she can become my boyfriend remains to be seen. Now she can only be a driver. After Chen Yunchu greeted him politely, he suddenly remembered something. You are from the Gu family in Hedong. Gu Yuanjin said calmly, yes, my father has a company, Pengcheng Company. Chen Yunchu said sincerely, so you are the young master of the Gu family, nice to meet you. Like Hongtu Company, Pengcheng Company is one of the Fortune 500 companies, and both are top tier in their respective fields and are huge giants. It can be said that the Gu family is a prominent family that is not inferior to the Qin family. With such a young man from a prominent family driving, Chen Yunchu felt much more at ease, and the two got in the car together. In the car, Chen Yunchu told Gu Yuanjin their destination and what they were going to do, and Gu Yuanjin became interested as soon as he heard it. This sounds interesting. He Shuyin made Superman gestures with her hands. That's what I mean, expose the scumbag's true face, save the ignorant girl, and execute justice. Chen Yunchu said, but I still feel that the girl doesn't seem to be a brainless girl. Gu Yuanjin said, Miss Chen, I'm sorry I was a little blunt, please don't take it as an offense. Chen Yunchu said he would not be surprised. Gu Yuanjin drove while considering his words and said, generally, girls who fall for scams think they are very rational. They usually come from small places, have little knowledge, wear cheap clothes, and try hard to look glamorous, especially because they don't want to be looked down upon. In fact, this kind of girls are the easiest to deceive. Rent a set of clothes, borrow a watch, and go to a nightclub for a day, and you can pick up several girls like this. To put it bluntly, they are vain and shallow-minded. They have never met real upper-class people, so they were deceived by fairy tale-like lies. Chapter 5 Teacher, I miss you. After Gu Yuanjin finished speaking, Chen Yunchu seemed to be thinking about something. It's not that girls are too stupid to be easily deceived. Sometimes we get cheated because we are too smart. After reading too many myths about social class leaps through marriage, coupled with brainwashing from various romance novels and TV dramas, it is hard not to have some unrealistic dreams. Pretending to be a upper-class person and going in and out of high-end places can easily give girls the illusion that he belongs here. Maybe Chen Ya used this method to pick up girls. Chen Yunchu came over and said to Gu Yuanjin, then help me analyze this. Logically speaking, if he lied like this, those girls would naturally expose his lies when they got together. How could he dare to open a group chat? Gu Yuanjin asked, is he handsome? Chen Yunchu thought about it for a moment, then replied, not handsome. Actually, it's not that he is not handsome, it's just that I don't have an impression of him. She can't remember the other person's face. If it was a handsome guy, she would definitely remember it, so she concluded that he was not handsome. Gu Yuanjin frowned. If you are handsome enough, it is not impossible for many girls to fall in love with you. But if he's not handsome, that wouldn't make sense. Could it be that our Miss Chen has high standards and thinks he is not handsome? He Shuying asked with a smile. Chen Yunchu said seriously, it's not that he's not handsome, he's just very ordinary, so ordinary that people don't remember him. It shouldn't be ordinary. It doesn't matter if you're ugly, at least you have to look memorable. Gu Yuanjin thought for a while and said, that might be because of the PUA method. What is PUA? Chen Yunchu asked. PUA literally means the art of chatting up girls. Simply put, boys use hints, mental control, cold violence and other methods to brainwash girls and make them obey. When Chen Yin first heard the words brainwashing and mind control, he shuddered. I couldn't tell at the company. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. Gu Yuanjin smiled, it's just a possibility. I'm usually very serious in the company, and I never make a move on girls in the company. Can you guess why? Why? Chen Yunchu asked. A rabbit doesn't eat grass near its burrow, Gu Yuanjin said. A person has two eyes, and in the company, they see each other every day. First, you can't hide anything, and second, people around you will think you have no halo. He Shuying smiled, oh, so that's how it is. Gu Yuanjin realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly tried to make amends. Of course, I never mess around outside. He Shuing still smiled and said, it's all done in a planned manner according to the methods and principles of PUA, right? I dare not. I dare not. Gu Yuanjin quickly protested. Qin Yunchu chuckled when he heard it. He Shuing thought of something and suddenly said excitedly, hey, tell me, if that girl is really full of fantasies about your employee as Gu Yuanjin said, and we ruthlessly burst her fantasies, will she cry? Qin Yunchu narrowed his eyes, it's possible, but why do you seem to be looking forward to it? He Shuing became excited, of course I'm looking forward to it. To see a girl cry. Isn't that why we're going there? Qin Yunchu smiled, your character is really bad. We went there to expose the true face of the scumbag, have you forgotten? Oh, right. Sitting in the office, Chen Ya sneezed again. I've clearly set my physical fitness to 120 in the system, but why am I still sneezing so much? What's wrong with me today? Just as I was wondering if the cracked system was useless, the phone screen suddenly lit up. Ruyan Liu is calling you. Chen Ya smiled slightly, stood up, and said to Lao Tang and Wang Qian beside him, answer the phone. Old Tang typed the code without even turning his head. What kind of phone call does you need to hide from us to answer? A confidant. Old Tang curled his lips and said, what do you mean by confidant? You're not even as handsome as me. You're lucky to have met a few girls, but how can you have a confidant? Wang Qian frowned and turned around, looking Old Tang up and down, and said with a smile. Where do you get the confidence to think you are more handsome than Chen Ya? Old Tang argued, I am fat, but I have unlimited potential. As long as I lose weight, I will definitely be handsome. But Chen Ya is different. Chen Ya is not fat, but he has no potential to tap. Wang Qian looked at Chen Ya's back as he made a phone call outside the door and said, no way. Chen Ya has such good facial features. He would definitely look handsome if he changed his hairstyle and took off his glasses. Old Tang was surprised, why are you so concerned about him? Do you like him? Wang Qian angrily slapped Old Tang in the face, why are you such a nagging person? Old Tang really hit the nail on the head when it came to Wang Qian's mind. Chen Ya is gentle, knows everything, and does everything with ease. Wang Qian has always had a good impression of him. Moreover, she felt that Chen Ya was the kind of invisible handsome guy who no one noticed, but she felt that he just dressed too casually and looked very ordinary. Judging from his facial features, he would definitely look good if he had some trims. Wang Qian would work overtime with Chen Ya whenever she had the chance, and she was determined to observe him. He doesn't seem to have much contact with girls, so it seems he doesn't have a girlfriend. Outside the door, Chen Ya listened quietly to the phone. Yeah, that's good. Congratulations. After a long while, a tender girl's voice came from the other end of the phone, teacher, I miss you. Yeah. Chen Ya said softly. I missed you. And you? Let's find a chance to meet, Chen Ya said, today or tomorrow, when I'm done with my work, I'll message you. Yeah. A shy voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Yunchu had a smooth journey, and in a blink of an eye, the three of them arrived at the agreed place. This is outside a cafe on Nanwangqiao East Road, next to the Chixing community. A girl wearing a black lace dress and with incredibly fair skin was sitting on the terrace, sipping her coffee slowly. Next to her was a copy of Love in the Time of Cholera, which was bound in hardcover and had a beautiful pattern on the cover. The hand placed beside the book has slender fingers, small joints, and most importantly, is very white. Her skin was so white that it was almost transparent, and had a fragile and fleeting beauty, like a drop of clear dew in the desert that could dissipate into the air at any time. Her skin is already hard to look away from, and if you look at her face, you will be even more attracted to the girl's face. The crystal clear eyes and the small, upturned nose remind people of Mozart's minuet, which is delicate, calm, clear and bright, as if it is the synonym of elegance. Almost all passers-by passing by here would secretly glance at the girl. But I could only look at her secretly. The girl's beauty was like a night cloud, so awe-inspiring that people dared not approach her. When Gu Yuanjin got off the car and saw the girl, he was stunned for a full 3 seconds. He had seen many beautiful women, but such a beautiful girl still captured his heart in an instant. Ahem. He Shuing cleared her throat rudely to show her presence, and only then did Ji Yuenjin come back to her senses. Qin Yunchu raised his head with complicated eyes and looked at the girl. You are Liu Ruyan. Chapter 6 is definitely. You are Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan slowly turned her head, as if she was immersed in her own world, and was suddenly awakened. The girl looked at Qin Yunchu, then looked at He Xing and Ji Yuenjin behind Qin Yunchu, and frowned slightly. I thought you were the only one. Qin Yunchu said apologetically, I'm sorry, I ran into a very good friend, and she insisted on coming with me no matter what. Liu Ruyan was silent, as if she was thinking. Then, as if she had forgiven the other party in her heart, she nodded and said, You are Qin Yunchu. It's me. Ji Yuenjin and He Xing were about to sit down aside, and Liu Ruyan frowned slightly. I don't like it when someone I don't know gets so close to me. Liu Ruyan said it calmly, expressing her likes and dislikes as bluntly as a child. An embarrassed look appeared on Ji Yuenjin's face and she stood there frozen. If another woman spoke to Ji Yuenjin like this, he would just smile evilly and then find something to blame for her. But even though a girl like Liu Ruyan was so rude to him, he didn't get angry at all. Even if he had a bit of temper, it had already been drowned out by the girl's surging charm. Just now in the car, I was saying that girls who can be deceived by men's bragging must be from small places and have never seen the world. But when he really met Liu Ruyan, the inexperienced person became himself. He Xing hugged his arm and said, HMPH, come on, Yuenjin, let's go sit next door. It's cooler over there. She pulled Ji Yuenjin to sit at another booth, just enough to hear the conversation here, but also at a certain distance. Ji Yuenjin's mind was in a mess. He had spent a lot of effort pursuing He Xing before, but now after seeing this girl, the girls around him are no longer attractive to him. He slapped himself in the face twice, trying to calm down. It's okay. This girl is just pretty. There are so many pretty girls. It's nothing. Seeing Ji Yuenjin acting weird, He Xing felt a little jealous. Why, are you attracted to that girl? No. Ji Yuenjin shook his head firmly. He looked at Liu Ruyan from afar, and couldn't help but be fascinated by her again. So beautiful. Like a piece of art. This way. Qin Yunchu hesitated, not knowing whether he should sit down. As if she had seen through her embarrassment, Liu Ruyan said word by word, we are friends, and we don't mind. After a moment's pause, Qin Yunchu finally understood what she meant. What this means is that she also likes Chen Ya and they share the same interest, so she doesn't mind her getting close to her. So what kind of fellowship is this? After sitting down with her skirt pulled up, Qin Yunchu looked at Liu Ruyan. She herself is known as an icy beauty, but compared to Liu Ruyan, she feels that she is quite passionate. The girl sat there, she didn't say anything, and the other party didn't speak actively, but just looked at her with his beautiful eyes. After thinking for a while, Qin Yunchu whispered, well, he and I haven't made our relationship public yet, so don't tell anyone else about our relationship. Liu Ruyan nodded and said sincerely, okay. The he she was referring to was naturally Chen Ya. Qin Yunchu communicated with people in the group under the banner of Chen Ya's new love, so everyone thought that she and Chen Ya were in a relationship. If this gets out, she will probably be laughed at by He Xing for a whole year. Maybe my career at home too will be over. Qin Yunchu spoke a little louder, at a volume that He Xing and the others could hear. Are you and Chen Ya really in that kind of relationship? The girl tilted her head and looked at her with dark eyes. She also looked at the girl nervously. To be honest, when she first saw Liu Ruyan, she was a little bit unbelieving. This girl is as good as herself in appearance, dress and temperament. She is definitely not an ignorant girl from a small place. No matter who this girl stands next to, she is enough to make that person look up to her. She couldn't believe that this girl was a member of Chen Ya's harem. Liu Ruyan seemed to be having a hard time thinking about her question. After a long while, she asked, what kind of relationship? So, they are in a relationship. Qin Yunchu was a little anxious. Liu Ruyan nodded slowly, and Qin Yunchu noticed that her chin was also very beautiful. He and I are not a couple, said Liu Ruyan. Really? Qin Yunchu breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. I felt like a stone had fallen from my heart. Not a couple. This shows that they are just friends of the opposite sex with whom they have a good relationship. Creating such a group seems to be just a joke. When Gu Yuanjin heard Liu Ruyan say, "We are not a couple," she was also touched and found that her palms were sweating. Fortunately, we are not a couple. If a beauty of this level were the harem of a small clerk, his heart would collapse. He Shuying whispered, "If you are not a couple, why do you want to create such a group?" "It's fun," Gu Yuanjin said. "Girls sometimes tease boys, and a few of them will get together to tease them. They can be more naughty than boys." Qin Yunchu spoke faster. "So, what you said in the group were all jokes?" Liu Ruyan's eyes seemed to still be filled with mist. "Joke? No." She paused, then said, "I like him, but I'm not good enough to be his girlfriend." This sharp turn almost caused Gu Yuanjin to sprain his waist. "Since when did you need qualifications to be someone's girlfriend? This is definitely PUA." Qin Yunchu was also surprised. "What do you mean, you have to be qualified to be his girlfriend? Are you talking about that Chen Ya?" Liu Ruyan nodded. "Chen Ya only likes the best girls. He told me so himself. I have always made it my goal to work hard to become better." Qin Yunchu looked Liu Ruyan up and down, re-examining her. In her entire life, she had never met anyone better than Liu Ruyan. He actually dared to say that such a beautiful girl was not good enough? Qin Yunchu couldn't hold back any longer. "Don't listen to him, this is just a PUA method." Liu Ruyan tilted her head. "What is PUA?" Qin Yunchu repeated to Liu Ruyan what Gu Yuanjin had just explained to her, and concluded. "In short, he will ask you to do things that he himself cannot do, in order to attack and belittle you, so as to achieve the purpose of controlling you." After hearing these words, Liu Ruyan became even more confused. "But he can do everything the teacher asks me to do easily." Qin Yunchu keenly caught Liu Ruyan's address, "Teacher." Liu Ruyan nodded and said, "If we have to define the relationship between Chen Ya and me, it's teacher and student. He is the teacher and I am the student." Qin Yunchu frowned deeply. "If it is a teacher-student relationship, it is more like PUA. This kind of hierarchical relationship between teachers and students can easily develop into the teacher unilaterally controlling the students and engaging in mental manipulation. Therefore, teacher-student relationships are generally not in line with teachers' professional ethics." Yanghua and Xiaolongnu lived together till old age. Now it is the 21st century, why is teacher-student love still considered a taboo? Because teacher-student love has led to countless tragedies. If Chen Ya had been Liu Ruyan's teacher, then it would make sense that he successfully PUA'd her. But there is only one problem. Qin Yunchu had never heard that Chen Ya had ever been a teacher. She had read his file and found his resume to be very clean. He was just an ordinary clerk, but there was no record of him having been a teacher. Chapter 7 is already halfway through. When Gu Yuanjin heard Liu Ruyan say that she and Chen Ya were teacher and student, she couldn't help but sneer. He looks down on anyone who has a teacher-student relationship. He had already made up his mind that he would reveal Chen Ya's true identity to Liu Ruyan later. He even prepared a draft for how to comfort the girl after her defenses were broken. At this moment, He Shuying nudged him twice with her elbow, breaking his fantasy. He Shuying whispered, "The bracelet she was wearing was handmade by a master from Jin's Hall. It would cost at least 300,000 yuan on the market, and it might not even be available. So expensive." Gu Yuanjin was a little surprised. "I attended an art salon not long ago, and this chain was brought out for display. Someone offered a price of 300,000 yuan but it didn't sell." Gu Yuanjin was silent. He understood what this meant. Liu Ruyan. The Liu family. Gu Yuanjin frowned. The Liu family's roots aren't here. People have feet, but they can't walk. Gu Yuanjin took out his cell phone and said, "I have a friend, Liu Chenmin, do you know him?" He Shuying glared. "Liu Chenmin, the genius in the IT industry. The one who made $1 billion within 1 year of debut." Gu Yuanjin nodded. "Yes, I'll ask him if he knows this Liu Ruyan." He immediately sent a message to Liu Chenmin on WeChat. "Do you know Ruyan Liu?" As soon as the message was sent, the other party replied immediately. "Yes." "How do you know her? Is she with you? Where are you?" Gu Yuanjin and He Shuying looked at each other. Why is this guy so excited? Gu Yuanjin continued to type. "I met her here." The other party only answered with a few simple words. "Where are you?" "I'm coming to find you." Gu Yuanjin, what is your relationship with her? Liu Chenmin, I have liked her for 12 years. After saying that, the other party stopped replying. After seeing this, both of them were silent for a while. This is such a coincidence. He Shuing exclaimed in a low voice. It's a bit of a coincidence. He Shuing said, does this mean that she does have some relationship with the Liu family? Ji Yuanjin sorted out her thoughts a little and her eyes brightened. If she is really related to the Liu family, then this matter is very interesting, he said. It's big news. He Shuing was silent. Really? Breaking news. The girl from the Liu family fell in love with an ordinary employee with a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, and even became his harem. It was a teacher-student relationship. Given the rigid character of the old man from the Liu family, I wonder what he will do to that junior employee? Ji Yuanjin's expression became very interesting. When did Chen Ya become your teacher? Qin Yunchu asked seriously, in high school or in a tutoring class? Liu Ruyan didn't quite understand why she suddenly became so serious. She shook her head vigorously and said, neither. Then how can you say he is your teacher? What did he teach you? The reason why Qin Yunchu was serious was because she was very angry. If it is really a teacher-student relationship, then Chen Ya's behavior is very bad. She will definitely find a way to fire Chen Ya from the company. He Shuing and Ji Yuanjin also pricked up their ears, wanting to hear Liu Ruyan's answer. Liu Ruyan still looked natural and said, he taught me to write. Writing. Qin Yunchu never expected to hear this answer. Does writing need to be taught? Qin Yunchu asked. In her worldview, writers are wild and can start writing as soon as they pick up a pen, relying purely on their talent. Ji Yuanjin asked, are you an online writer? Is he the kind of person who runs a training course for online novel writing? Liu Ruyan turned her gaze towards him and said, no. That's good, they are all lies. Ji Yuanjin smiled and shrugged, you don't look like someone who writes online novels. The overbearing CEO and the son-in-law of a wealthy family seem a bit vulgar. Liu Ruyan seemed a little angry and said, the teacher said that all creations belong to everyone, and the purpose should be to be appreciated by both the elite and the masses. We should not have a sense of superiority that looks down on others. Ji Yuanjin was speechless. In order to win Liu Ruyan's favor, he chose not to speak. But I was not convinced in my heart. People usually say this about failed online writers. He complained to He Shuing in a low voice. He Shuing was so amused that she burst into laughter. Qin Yunchu had never read any online articles, so he didn't understand what they were talking about. She continued to ask, why do you want to learn writing from him? This time, Liu Ruyan did not answer, but pushed the book, Love in the Time of Cholera, in front of her. Slender fingers flipped open the cover, revealing the title page of the book to her. There was a sentence written on it. Love is an instinct, but creation is not. I am not good at love, and you are not good at writing. We practice separately. If one day your book sales exceed this one, I will tell you sincerely how much I love you. Chen Ya. Qin Yunchu picked up the book and read it according to the words on it. Then she looked up suddenly, he means that if the book you write sells better than this one, he will date you. Liu Ruyan nodded. Qin Yunchu complained in his heart, this is too ridiculous. She really didn't like this condescending and arrogant attitude. Qin Yunchu held up Love in the Time of Cholera and asked, did he write this book? As soon as she said this, Ji Yuanjin behind her burst out laughing. Qin Yunchu turned his head, and Ji Yuanjin said, Boss Qin, don't you study? I haven't seen much, what's wrong? Qin Yunchu asked humbly. Love in the Time of Cholera is a great book. It was very popular back then. Qin Yunchu said he had never heard of it. Ji Yuanjin nodded and said, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. This book was written 15 years ago, and it's not as popular in China as it is abroad. Overseas, it has won many awards. Ji Yuanjin introduced this book in detail. The author of this book, whose pen name is Garcia Borges, has never appeared in person, but everyone speculates that he is not a foreigner, but a Chinese. Because the first editions of his books are all in Chinese. He Shuing frowned, you are obviously Chinese, why do you want to take a foreign name? Ji Yuanjin said, who knows? Famous writers always have some quirks. Anyway, you just need to know that this book is awesome, that's enough. Qin Yunchu was still in a daze, then this book wasn't written by Chen Ya. He Shuing rolled her eyes. Didn't he just say it? It's a magical book. It's awesome. How could it be written by your crappy clerk who earns 5,000 yuan a month? Qin Yunshu covered her mouth. She also felt a little embarrassed. Gu Yuanjin continued, and I remember this book has always been a bestseller. It has been translated into more than 50 languages around the world and reprinted countless times. The sales volume should be tens of millions, right? Liu Ruyan said, the total print run is 32 million copies. Gu Yuanjin pointed casually, such a high request, isn't it a polite way of rejecting you? However, it is also possible that Chen Ya is also an uneducated person. He probably thinks that this book is a niche work and will not sell much. Liu Ruyan said calmly, I have achieved half of my goal. A gust of wind blew by. Everyone was silent. Chapter 8, Poor Writing. The total print run of Love in the Time of Cholera is 32 million copies. Half of it is 16 million copies. Gu Yuanjin choked for a moment when she heard this. Others had little exposure to the book industry and had little idea of the 16 million books. Qin Yunshu and He Shiying only knew that selling 16 million copies was a huge achievement. Because of his family business, Gu Yuanjin had dealings with publishing houses. He knew it very well. What does 16 million copies mean? In the entire Jiangdong, the total reading volume of all people in a year is only 16 million books. If we spread the number of 16 million books across the country, it may not seem like a lot, with only 1 in 100 people having read it. But a shocking fact is, the sales of the four great classics, Journey to the East, Romance of the Seven Kingdoms, Legend of the Mountain, and Love in the Brothel, combined are only 20 million. In other words, 16 million copies have already reached the ceiling of domestic books. It is equivalent to covering the entire reading population. This means that anyone who reads has read this book. Gu Yuanjin asked cautiously, what's the name of your book? Liu Ruyan's voice seemed to float from a very far away place. Offside Living Together. R. He Shiying covered her mouth and screamed slightly. I've read your book. Her face was red and she was a little excited. Although Qin Yunshu appeared to be very calm, she was still shaken in her heart. She has also read this book. Are you the talented female writer Ruyan? He Shiying was very upset. She should have thought of it earlier. Liu is like smoke, like smoke. This pen name is almost explicit. Most importantly, she particularly likes the book, Offside Cohabitation. Ruyan is so beautiful. He Shiying murmured. While reading the book, she had imagined what the author looked like. Since she is named Ruyan, she must be pretty good. How could you know after seeing her in person that she is more than just not ugly? She has now restrained herself quite a bit, otherwise this place would immediately turn into a large-scale star-chasing scene. Gu Yuanjin's hands under the table were trembling slightly. He tried to control his anxiety and said, I heard that Living Offside is going to be made into a movie. Liu Ruyan nodded, yes. The adaptation rights were sold to Double Star Company. Gu Yuanjin puffed out his chest a little. You may not know that Shuangxing Company is a subsidiary of my company. Liu Ruyan raised her eyes and glanced at him. Gu Yuanjin smiled and said, if there is anything in the company that makes you feel embarrassed, you can come to me and I will help you resolve it. Liu Ruyan shook her head, thank you, but no thanks. Compared with the other two people's different star-chasing behaviors, Qin Yunshu's attention is still on Chen Ya. She took the book from Liu Ruyan's hand, glanced at the words on the title page again, and read aloud. Love is an instinct, but creation is not. I am not good at love, and you are not good at writing. She looked up and asked, when did he write this? A trace of resentment appeared on Liu Ruyan's face, a few months ago. A few months ago. He Shiying discovered the problem. Didn't you write Offside Cohabitation a long time ago? Gu Yuanjin also frowned and said, what a joke. After writing such a good book like Offside Cohabitation, can you still be considered a bad writer? The two of them were trying to speak up for Liu Ruyan, but the more they spoke, the more visibly depressed Liu Ruyan became. Compared to the teacher, I am useless. She frowned in annoyance. Qin Yunshu asked in a low voice, your teacher? Chen Ya, what is his pen name? What books has he written? He Shiying and Gu Yuanjin suddenly became so nervous that they held their breath. How powerful must the master be to be able to teach such a powerful apprentice? Liu Ruyan's eyes became hazy again. After a while, a voice floated in from far away. I have no idea. R. This answer surprised everyone. How could you not know? Qin Yunchu said, weren't you there when he was writing? Liu Ruyan said with a little grievance, when I started writing, my teacher had stopped writing for 10 years. Stop writing? Why did he stop writing? He Xuyan asked. He said that he had finished writing all the books in his life and didn't want to write anymore. Wait, Qin Yunchu's eyes widened, isn't Chen Ya only 27 years old this year? He stopped writing for 10 years, so he stopped writing at the age of 17. Phut! Gu Yuanjin burst into laughter. Most writers haven't started writing by the age of 17, but Chen Ya had already stopped writing. Everyone found this statement extremely ridiculous. Gu Yuanjin said loudly, he is not lying to you, is he? In fact, he has never written a book. Liu Ruyan, however, said as if it was a matter of course, teacher stopped writing at the age of 17, is there any problem? Gu Yuanjin sat up straight, of course there is a problem. Generally speaking, the golden age for writers to create is between 25 and 45 years old, and the peak period is usually 35 years old. Because during this period, a person's three views are fully mature, and it is the most creative period. It's well said, if you haven't seen the world, how can you have a worldview? At the age of 17, when you don't know anything, how can you write a work that touches people's hearts? Qin Yunchu and He Xuyin also frowned. After Gu Yuanjin's explanation, they began to realize that something was wrong. Could it be that Liu Ruyan was deceived? Chen Ya said that Liu Ruyan is not good at writing, but what about himself? I don't know his pen name or his works, and I've never seen what he has written. He just talks. No matter how you look at it, this is all bragging. Qin Yunchu asked, is there any writer who was active 10 years ago and then suddenly stopped writing? Gu Yuanjin said with disdain, I've never heard of a writer suddenly stopping writing when he reaches the creative age. Is there no sudden stop of writing? No, Gu Yuanjin said, usually it's because of poor health and poor creative ability that they stop producing works naturally. I've never heard of anyone suddenly stopping writing in their prime. He Xuyin leaned towards Liu Ruyan. Now that she was her idol, she naturally began to worry about her idol. You weren't being deceived, were you? Liu Ruyan still sat there in the same posture, as if she had no doubts at all. She opened her mouth and said slowly. Whenever I thought I had mastered writing, my teacher would give me some pointers. After hearing his advice, I feel like I still don't know anything. He is like a high mountain, and I am standing at the foot of the mountain, and no matter how hard I try, I cannot see the top of the mountain. Everyone looked at each other. Liu Ruyan looked at her phone and suddenly said, oh no, the time is almost up. What's wrong? Liu Ruyan stood up and said, I'm going to pick up my child from the kindergarten. Child. Gu Yuanjin's pupils actually dilated for a moment. Is it your child? Are you married? Qin Yunchu asked. Liu Ruyan shook her head. He's the teacher's child. The teacher asked me to help take care of him. Chapter 9, Burden. Chen Ya has a child. He also asked Liu Ruyan to help take care of the children. What kind of person is this? Qin Yunchu was so angry that he clenched his fists. He Xuyin asked Qin Yunchu with a strange expression, is Chen Ya married? Qin Yunchu said solemnly, he wrote in his profile that he is unmarried. How can a child come from an unmarried woman? Could it be that you are divorced? Qin Yunchu didn't say anything. She wouldn't be surprised no matter what the man does, as he can pull 9 girls who like him into the same group. Whether it was the ex-wife's child or a child conceived unexpectedly, it was too much to leave it to Liu Ruyan, who had nothing to do with the child, to take care of. Qin Yunchu didn't know how Liu Ruyan managed to remain calm. If it were her, she would have flipped the table long ago. Gu Yuanjin whispered, PUA is too serious. Qin Yunchu nodded. Asking a girl who likes you to help raise a child is already the highest level of PUA. There is a kindergarten across the street. As school is about to end, the kindergarten gradually becomes lively and filled with children's laughter. Liu Ruyan walked across the street and came back after a while with a little girl in her arms. The girl was delicate and pretty, with a round face and rosy cheeks. Although she was still young, she was already a beauty. Holding in Liu Ruyan's arms, her little face and Liu Ruyan's face contrasted with each other, which was pleasing to the eye. The moment he saw the child, Qin Yunchu's heart softened a little. No matter how bad adults are, children are always innocent. However, this makes the irresponsible Chen Ya even more hateful. After Liu Ruyan approached, the little girl's eyes kept turning to Qin Yunchu and the others, as if she was examining these strange uncles and aunts. Liu Ruyan held the little girl in her arms and whispered in her ear, "Yingying, what is politeness?" The little girl said loudly, "Hello, uncle and aunt." "Well, that's good." Liu Ruyan stroked the girl's head. Although this child is not her biological child, it can be seen from her expression that she loves this child as much as her own. People's impression of her was originally Snow Lotus on the mountain and flowers in the fog, but she was particularly gentle when she hugged the girl. It was as if the Virgin Mary suddenly descended from the divine realm to the earth and became a mortal full of maternal love. It was this child who dispelled the thick fog that surrounded her. Liu Ruyan put Yingying on the ground. The little girl staggered to Qin Yunchu and hugged her calves. Qin Yunchu was suddenly hugged, his face quickly turned red, and he couldn't help but screamed, "R." She usually has a very cold personality and has never been in such close contact with a child before. Yingying tilted her little face up, looked at me with her watery eyes, and whispered, "Auntie, hug me." She is already a cute and lovely baby, and when she acts like a spoiled child, she can melt you like an ice cream cone. Qin Yunchu was actually a little flattered. Liu Ruyan frowned and said seriously, "Yingying, this is rude." Qin Yunchu quickly comforted the child, "It's okay, the child is very cute, I like him very much." As she said this, she quickly picked up Yingying. The child lay on her shoulder very gently, and his eyes like black grapes looked at the person behind her. Qin Yunchu was a little panicked. She was afraid that her holding posture was wrong and would hurt her. Qin Yunchu felt a little intoxicated by the faint fragrance coming from the little girl. She finally understood why her mother wanted to have a grandson so much. The chubby and soft cute little girl, holding her in your arms, is cuter than cats and dogs, and is worth breathing in like a storm. He Shuing took a step forward and opened her mouth to speak, "Teacher Ruyan, this child." Before she finished speaking, Qin Yunchu shook his head at her. She knew what her best friend wanted to say. However, saying bad things about her father and talking about PUA in front of the child may tarnish the child's innocent heart. Seeing that Qin Yunchu stopped her, He Shuing could only swallow the words in her heart. She was holding her breath and wearing a shirt that exposed her belly button. Her belly was almost bulging out. If Chen Ya appeared on the street, she would definitely kick him. "Who is this?" Yingying turned her head and said to Liu Ruyan, "Let's eat together." Liu Ruyan took out her mother's posture and put her hands on her waist. "No. Together." Yingying looked pleadingly. "No, the aunts are busy." Liu Ruyan came forward and looked at her. "Do you like this aunt so much?" Yingying buried her little head in Qin Yunchu's shoulder. "I miss my mother." Liu Ruyan was speechless. Qin Yunchu looked up in surprise, then turned to ask Liu Ruyan, "What did she say?" Liu Ruyan stared at her for a while before she said seriously, "You look a bit like her mother." "Me?" Qin Yunchu's face turned red. He Shuing asked in a somewhat stiff tone, "Where is her mother?" Liu Ruyan's expression was somewhat gloomy. "Her mother is gone." He Shuing asked, "Where did you go? Did you abandon your children and run away from home?" Liu Ruyan shook her head, "No. Yes, he passed away." He Shuying's eyes widened in disbelief. Sorry." Liu Ruyan looked at Yingying in Qin Yunchu's arms with loving eyes. "She was born and her mother died." The little girl raised her head again and stared into Qin Yunchu's eyes seriously. Together. Qin Yunchu's heart melted instantly. "Teacher Ruyan, please fulfill her wish. Anyway, I have nothing to do next time. I can still go to your house to help cook later." She turned around and asked He Shuing, "Do you have anything else to do today?" "No. I can help with the dishes." He Shuing rolled up her sleeves to show off the non-existent muscles on her snow-white arms. Gu Yuanjin raised her hand, "I'm fine too." Ever since people knew Yingying was an orphan, their feelings towards her changed from a burden to a poor child. However, because of this, she also began to admire Liu Ruyan, who was willing to take care of her. Liu Ruyan is just not good at dealing with people, but she is not the type who keeps people at a distance. She had a good impression of the person in front of her, and since Yingying clung to Qin Yunchu and refused to let go, she agreed to their request. Liu Ruyan's home is in the community, and you will arrive there after walking about 300 meters. To everyone's surprise, Liu Ruyan's family was extremely wealthy. These people are all rich second generations. They have seen countless luxurious decorations, but when they walked into her two-story villa, they were still surprised by the decoration inside. The room is covered with gauze curtains and filled with the scent of agarwood. The entire room is made of antique wooden structures, which gives it an ancient charm without being old-fashioned or depressing. The layout and decoration of some places reflect the designer's ingenuity, and are elegant, dignified and generous. Gu Yuanjin looked at the interior decoration with an expression of approval on her face. This place is great. It costs at least 20 million to buy it, right? Almost. This is obviously the work of a master. The design fee must be no less than 1 million, said He Xiang. After Liu Ruyan changed her shoes, she said calmly, I don't know how much it costs. Gu Yuanjin said enviously, TSK, you are indeed a famous writer. You don't even care about money. After saying this, he became even more jealous of Chen Ya. How could he deserve the favor of a girl like this? Liu Ruyan has a house and money, she is beautiful and talented. If you cling to her, you will never have to worry about anything in your life. But that guy actually asked her to take care of the baby. After hearing Gu Yuanjin's slightly sour words, Liu Ruyan looked up and said in surprise, This is not my house. This is the teacher's house, Liu Ruyan said, he gave it to me. Chapter 10 Impossible, absolutely impossible. Before Gu Yuanjin felt the impact of this sentence, He Xiang called out. Impossible. It would be fine if others didn't know the value of this villa, but there is no way He Xiang didn't know. The real estate in this community was developed by her company. The income from every building sold here went into her company's account. How could she not know the value of this villa? In every real estate project, the best building is called the King of Buildings. This unique villa is the King of Buildings. How long would it take for an ordinary person with a monthly salary of 5,000 to buy this villa? If you do some calculations, you might come to a ridiculous conclusion that it has been around for more than 3,000 years. But that's not the case. It can never be bought. An average person would never be able to buy this property. Chen Ya is not qualified to own this property, and there is no way he can just give it away. He must have rented it, or used some other trick to make Liu Ruyan think that this place belonged to him. He must be taking advantage of other people's money, or making empty promises, and using various methods to deceive Liu Ruyan, a simple-minded young comrade. How could a company employee just give away a villa that is worth tens of millions of dollars? Arabian Nights. So He Xiang blurted out, impossible, absolutely impossible. Liu Ruyan tilted her head cutely. She couldn't understand what He Xiang was so excited about. In her worldview, whatever Chen Ya does is natural. He Xiang didn't have time to think about whether she was being polite, and asked hastily, did he really give it to you, and your name was written on the property certificate? Liu Ruyan blinked her moist eyes and nodded, yes. Can you show me the property deed? Qin Yunchu secretly tugged at her best friend's sleeve, but was ignored. Even if she was rash today, she would get to the bottom of it. Liu Ruyan was about to answer when a woman came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. When she saw Liu Ruyan, she smiled and started talking. Is Ruyan back? Liu Ruyan turned around and walked over, nodding seriously, I'm back, aren't you? I brought some friends here today. Do you mind inviting them to dinner? Aunt Yu took Liu Ruyan's hand and said, Miss Liu, how polite it is to say that. It's just a matter of a few more pairs of chopsticks. No matter how many friends you bring home, I will be happy. Why would I mind? Liu Ruyan nodded, thank you, auntie. Aunt Yu entertained Qin Yunchu and the others, stuffed a bunch of fruit into everyone's hands, and then went into the kitchen to cook. He Xiang was disturbed by this and couldn't ask the questions she wanted to ask just now. She could only sit next to Gu Yuanjin and eat fruit in frustration. Qin Yunchu asked in a low voice, who is she? She is Xiaoyinian's great aunt, and she came here to help take care of Xiaoyinian. Liu Ruyan said. Oh. Qin Yunchu's beautiful eyes moved, and she was thinking about the relationship between her aunt and Chen Ya. Liu Ruyan sat on the classic sofa and said, I'm not very good at housework. I can only accompany Yingying. The one who can really take care of Yingying's life still has to rely on her aunt. Qin Yunchu also sat down and comforted him, the importance of companionship and taking care of life is equally important, and sometimes even more important. She glanced at Yingying, who was playing obediently in the living room in the distance, and said, Xiao Yingyin doesn't have a mother. You can make up for this lack. It's very touching. But Chen Ya needs to reflect on himself. Liu Ruyan asked in surprise, why does the teacher need to reflect? Qin Yunchu raised his eyebrows and said, isn't he at fault? As a father, he never accompanies his children, and even absurdly drags you into this matter when you have nothing to do with him. As she spoke, she became somewhat indignant, and her voice gradually became uncontrollably louder. He is shameless than a city wall. How can he have the nerve to hand over the child to you? He has no name or status, and he has even made a weird sales agreement. Liu Ruyan gradually realized that she had misunderstood something and stretched out her hand, saying, that's not the case. The teacher is. Qin Yunchu became more and more angry as he spoke, and continued angrily. I must finish what I am saying. A great writer like you should spend your time on your creations. Who does he think he is? Why should he arbitrarily control your life? In my opinion, you should resist him. Stop being a slave to PUA. After talking for a while, she felt a little better, and Liu Ruyan finally couldn't help but smile bitterly. That's not the case. In fact, Yingying. At this moment, Xiao Yingying bumped into Liu Ruyan's arms, holding something in her hand and stretched it in front of her. Play. Liu Ruyan stroked Yingying's little head and said lovingly, do you want to go and look at the picture album? Yeah. Yingying nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. Qin Yunchu took a closer look and found that she was holding a key. This is a yellowish-brown, heavy-looking key with mysterious patterns on it. Liu Ruyan took the key and turned back to explain to Qin Yunchu, Yingying wants to go to the teacher's studio to play. Let's go there and I'll explain to you. Qin Yunchu became curious about the words in her words, workshop. Liu Ruyan stood up, took Yingying's hand and said, this house was bought by the teacher and is specially used to store his work supplies. Many of his manuscripts from his previous creations are stored here. Qin Yunchu was stunned. She thought that Chen Ya's creative work was just a character he created to deceive Liu Ruyan. Unexpectedly, he actually has a workshop. Could it be that he is really a creative person? Thinking of this, Qin Yunchu slapped his face. Yunchu, you need to be more sober, otherwise you will be easily PUA. Liu Ruyan looked at her slapping herself in the face and had a strange expression on her face. Qin Yunchu couldn't help but blush and said, then let's go. He Shuying and Gu Yuanjin also stood up and followed behind. If they don't figure out Chen Ya's true identity, they probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Chen Ya's workshop was on the second floor. As Liu Ruyan led them upstairs, she said, do you think Yingying is the teacher's daughter and the teacher left her to me to raise? Qin Yunchu raised his head and asked, isn't it? He Shuying and Gu Yuanjin also looked at Liu Ruyan with the same expression, as if asking, isn't it? Liu Ruyan covered her chest, closed her eyes and said silently, teacher, I'm sorry. Ruyan has tarnished your image out of ignorance. If you look closely, you can see a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Qin Yunchu stared at her. Can Chen Ya's image still be tarnished? Isn't he already pitch black? After letting out a light breath, Liu Ruyan said, where should I start? Do you know about the Longqian earthquake? How could you not know? When the words Longqian earthquake were mentioned, a shadow was cast on everyone's face. As long as you are Chinese, everyone knows about the Longqian earthquake. This earthquake, known as the national martyrdom, caused a huge tragedy. Chapter 11 Miracle Baby. That was 3 years ago. The earthquake exceeded the earthquake resistance of most houses and caused great loss of life and property. At that time, in order to provide disaster relief, more than 20 provinces across the country rushed to Longqian for assistance. Almost everyone in the country, whether they had money or manpower, had helped Longqian. The lives of many people stopped at that moment, and the lives of many rescuers were also forever frozen in Longqian. This earthquake can be said to be the collective memory of this generation. But what does this have to do with Yingying? Liu Ruyan blinked and said, do you still remember the miracle baby? Remember. Gu Yuanjin said firmly. The 3 girls all looked at him. It was raining and the roads were slippery. The mountains were steep and the machinery couldn't get in. The people inside couldn't get out. The search and rescue work was extremely difficult, said Gu Yuanjin. By the 7th day, the golden period for rescue had passed. The hope of survival for those buried under the rubble was very slim. Without food or water, in a cramped and dark ruin, the chances of survival are slim, let alone making it to the 7th day. But on the 7th day, a miracle happened. A baby who was just 1 month old miraculously survived. Having said that, Gu Yuanjun looked at Liu Ruyan with confusion. Could she be trying to say? Liu Ruyan signaled him to continue with her eyes. Gu Yuanjun said, the rescuers found that when the baby's parents were trapped under the rubble, the father used his back to prop up an extremely narrow space, while the mother used her upper body to protect the baby. The father died the next day, but the mother survived and continued to breastfeed her baby. As the days passed, the mother became weaker and weaker, but she still insisted on feeding her child. She almost used her own life to turn into milk to feed the baby. At this point, Qin Yunchu and He Shiying both choked up and tears welled up in their eyes. Girls are more tender-hearted, and when they put themselves into that scene, they are even more moved by the greatness of their mothers. On the 7th day, the search and rescue team finally found the child, but her parents had also left the world forever. People say this is a miracle baby who miraculously survived a situation where it was impossible for him to survive. But people also say that this is not a miracle. This is the great and magnificent love of a father and a mother. In the impossible, they used life to create a glimmer of possibility, and used the spirit of never giving up to pass life to this baby. After saying that, Gu Yuanjun looked up at Liu Ruyan. Qin Yunchu and He Shiying's eyes were already wet. Gu Yuanjun glanced at Yingying and said, could she be? Liu Ruyan said, she is the miracle baby. Qin Yunchu and He Shiying looked at Liu Ruyan with shocked eyes and tears in their eyes. Her teacher brought her back from the Longqian disaster area personally, said Liu Ruyan. Qin Yunchu looked at Yingying with even more fondness. She picked up the child who survived the miracle. Yingying also listened to the story, but she didn't cry at all. Instead, she looked calm. She stretched out her little hand to help Qin Yunchu wipe away the tears on her face, and said, Auntie, don't cry. Everything will be fine. Qin Yunchu's heart moved, and he lowered his head and kissed her on the face. Yingying is awesome. Liu Ruyan said, there is a sequel to this story, which is what will happen to this miracle baby in the future. According to the policy, she should be raised by her relatives or sent to an orphanage, but this was not done. Gu Yuanjun didn't know about this either, so he asked, why? Everyone had gone up to the 2nd floor and walked to a heavy iron door. We're here. Liu Ruyan said. She took out the key and pushed open the iron door. Everyone took a step back. The heavy iron door slowly opened. They had a hunch that the truth to some mystery lay behind this door. The answer will be revealed soon. When I opened the door, I saw a bright scene in front of me. Looking forward, they saw a workshop that was many times larger than they had imagined. Opposite the door is a simple wooden square table. Opposite the square table is a floor-to-ceiling window on the front wall. Bright light falls on the clean floor. Yingying jumped off Qin Yunchu and ran towards the workshop with a dong 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 sound. Then she stood on tiptoe, took a picture album from the bookshelf on the wall, and spread it out on the floor. Then she lay on the ground, supported her chin with her hands, raised her feet, and began to look at the picture album seriously. Liu Ruyan helped her turn on the light, and the room suddenly became bright. At the same time, it also illuminates the bookshelves on the wall. There are too many books. The number of books on the bookshelf can only be described as vast. Once it reaches a certain scale, it will become spectacular. The same is true of these books. Gu Yuanjun was still immersed in the story just now and asked Liu Ruyan, what happened next? Liu Ruyan crossed her arms, avoided Yingying for a moment, and went out and whispered. Don't tell Yingying what happened later. Everyone nodded. According to the policy at the time, Yingying should have been given to relatives to raise. Initially, she was given to her uncle's family for adoption, and the incident was even reported in the newspapers. But it soon became apparent that her uncle and aunt didn't love her as much as they let on. Some careful netizens found out through investigation that in the 10 days after the uncle and his family adopted little Yingying, they took her, who had just escaped death, to more than 30 interviews. And Yingying has become visibly thinner. She was buried under the rubble for so long, but she was still chubby and cute. But after 10 days at my aunt's house, she looked worse than when she was first dug out from under the rubble. It turns out that my uncle and aunt's family have tasted the sweetness brought by Yingying's popularity and are using Yingying's crazy interviews to make money. They know that once their hype is over, they won't be able to make any money, so they would rather risk Yingying getting sick and take care of the interview program with a sick Yingying. This incident made netizens very angry and caused an uproar. Gu Yuanjin nodded. I think I have this impression. I was very angry at the time, but after a long time, I forgot about it. Qin Yunchu looked at Yingying with sympathy. Poor Yingying, when her mother was alive, she was taken care of like a treasure even under the ruins. Now that her mother is gone, even if she is in heaven, she is just like a floating duckweed. He Shuyin clenched her fist and shook it in front of her face. We are all relatives, how can there be such a big difference in how we behave? They should be brought to justice. Gu Yuanjin asked Liu Ruyan anxiously, what happened next? Later, people from all walks of life called for Yingying to be found a family that truly loved her. But, I encountered a problem. Her uncle and aunt are unwilling to give up her custody. Chapter 12 Legal Adoption. There are many obstacles in changing Yingying's guardian. First, apart from her uncle and aunt, there are very few people who are closely related to her, still alive, and capable of raising her. Second, if her uncle and aunt do not agree to change the guardian, it will take a long and almost impossible to win legal process to change her guardian. Third, uncles and aunts are not the only ones in society who covet Yingying's popularity. Perhaps among those who call for a change of guardians, there are people who are worse than them and are just pretending to be righteous. Finally, Liu Ruyan concluded, taking all these factors into consideration, it is almost impossible to save Xiao Yingying by depriving her uncle and aunt of their custody. He Shuyin stamped her feet anxiously, as if what they were talking about was something that was happening right now. What should we do then? Don't be impatient. Qin Yunchu pulled her impatient best friend. Then how did you deal with it? Liu Ruyan said, under pressure from all walks of life, Yingying's uncle and aunt have restrained themselves a little and paid more attention to taking care of Yingying. After a while, as other news happened, people's attention gradually shifted away from Yingying. However, when everyone gradually forgot about Yingying, there was one person who did not forget her, and that person was teacher Chen Ya. Qin Yunchu remained silent. She wanted to hear how Chen Ya, who seemed ordinary in her impression, got involved in this incident. Liu Ruyan continued, at that time, teacher Chen Ya was assisting Longqian as a disaster relief volunteer. Volunteer? Qin Yunchu frowned slightly, it's not written in his file. He Shuyin said disapprovingly, I didn't help much, so I'm naturally embarrassed to write it. Qin Yunchu said, that's not the case. According to the policy, anyone with disaster relief experience will be given priority when it comes to awards and evaluations. Yes, Gu Yuanjin nodded. It was because of this policy that many disaster relief volunteers at the time went there to freeload on the disaster, punching in, taking a photo, and that was it. Qin Yunchu was a little confused. It is unlikely that Chen Ya went there to take advantage of the disaster, otherwise why didn't he write it in the file? Liu Ruyan said, teachers are different from those who take advantage of disasters. Not only did they really rescue people, they also established friendships with many soldiers and firefighters who went to support them. Many of them are still in contact with them now. After hearing this, Qin Yunchu's impression of Chen Ya changed slightly. And then, Liu Ruyan continued, because he heard about Xiao Yingying's situation, he went to visit her in person and learned about the situation of her uncle and aunt's family. I don't know the process, but the result was that the teacher was very angry. After discovering that traffic could not be monetized, Xiao Yingying's uncle and aunt took a 180-degree turn in their enthusiasm for her. I used to pretend to love her in front of the camera, but after I realized I couldn't make money from her, I completely regarded her as a burden. According to the teacher, one night, he heard Xiao Yingying wake up from hunger because she had no milk to drink, and her aunt actually yelled at the little baby and even strangled her. After this incident, the teacher vowed to deprive her uncle and aunt of their custody rights and save little Yingying. The teacher decided to become Xiao Yingying's guardian. While listening to this story, Qin Yunchu held his breath. Her heart was completely attracted by Xiao Yingying's fate, and she let this story touch her heartstrings. When she heard that Chen Ya planned to become Xiao Yingying's guardian himself, she understood everything. I had indeed misunderstood before. Xiao Yingying is not the product of Chen Ya's fooling around with any girl, nor is she the result of his irresponsibility. On the contrary, Xiao Yingying is still living healthily in this world both physically and mentally, which is proof of Chen Ya's kindness. Raising a child is not as simple as just talking. Breastfeeding, caring for, and accompanying a child are not your biological children, so no one will take care of the child so attentively. The fact that Xiao Yingying can act like a little princess today really shows that Chen Ya takes good care of her. Although Chen Ya is a scumbag and a sea king, at least he did the right thing in this matter. Gu Yuanjin frowned and said, no, this matter is almost impossible to resolve through legal means. He Shuyin pushed him and said, do you have any humanity? Didn't you hear that Xiao Yingying was abused by her aunt? Gu Yuanjin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's not that I'm inhumane, it's just the truth. The law can't easily deprive her relatives of their custody rights and give them to a stranger. He Shuyin was still indignant, but Qin Yunchu was still rational. Speaking objectively and calmly, it is indeed impossible for Chen Ya to rescue Yingying through legal means. They are in a god's perspective and can say in hindsight that Chen Ya took good care of Yingying. But at that time, who could prove that a stranger like him could be truly kind to Yingying? How can he prove that he is not trying to make a profit through Yingying? The identity of a single stepfather is sensitive. How can he prove that he will not molest a girl? Put yourself in their shoes. If Qin Yunchu and the others were placed a few years ago, as bystanders, they would not have awarded Yingying to Chen Ya so easily. If it wasn't through legal means, how did he successfully adopt Yingying? Gu Yuanjin murmured to herself. Asking this question is equivalent to automatically getting the answer. Since we can't adopt through legal means, we can only resort to illegal means. Could it be? Qin Yunchu asked Liu Ruyan with his eyes wide open. The words, human trafficking, were stuck in her mouth and she couldn't utter them. Liu Ruyan shook her head. The teacher adopted Yingying legally. Everyone looked at each other. As if she already knew that people would not believe her easily, she took them to a room. After searching in a drawer for a while, he finally took out a file bag. The documents were taken out of the file bag and spread out on the table, showing them to everyone. Certificate of transfer of guardianship, certificate of adoption, certificate of guardianship. Gu Yuanjin looked at the documents carefully one by one, signing and stamping them. There are even handprints of Chen Ya and Yingying's uncle and aunt. It is indeed a good thing to adopt legally. How did you do that? Gu Yuanjin stared at Liu Ruyan with eyes wide open. Liu Ruyan shook her head, I don't know. Liu Ruyan said, I met the teacher very late, much later than other girls, so I don't know as much about the teacher's past as they do. Qin Yunchu said, does it mean that I have to ask them to get the answer? Liu Ruyan pulled up her sideburns and said, yeah. Qin Yunchu was anxious. It feels like when you are halfway through writing a favorite novel and the author suddenly stops writing. How come you don't know when it comes to the most crucial part? She finally understood why some people would resort to the abnormal method of sending razor blades to urge for updates. This feeling is so uncomfortable. It would be better not to listen in the first place. Liu Ruyan seemed to feel that something was wrong with her, which was rare. She tucked her hair again and said calmly, there is another way. What is the solution? In fact, the teacher left some personal belongings in his workshop. Liu Ruyan said, go take a look at those items, maybe we can understand the teacher's past. He Shuyan's eyes lit up, yes. Didn't he brag that he was a great writer? Let's go and see if he has ever written a book, and see what kind of vest he is wearing. Gu Yuanjin smiled and said, perhaps his book sales are not as high as yours. Everyone walked into the workshop together. Liu Ruyan squatted down and just opened the opaque wooden cabinet door below, and a book fell out. Qin Yunchu picked up the book. The Sentimental Swordsman, Ancient Cage. Chapter 13 Jin Yang and Ji Yu Long. Below the bookshelf is a small storage cabinet, which is full of books. The books are stacked up and are about to fall down. Because there were too many of them, and some of them were even stuffed in, that's why one book fell out just now. Oh, this is a wholesale deal. Gu Yuanjin squatted down and took out a book from inside. She saw that the plastic cover was still there. He blew on it, causing dust to fly, and then patted it with his hands. The gold-plated words on the cover reflected delight. The twins. Hey, this is my favorite book. He Shuing next to her was quick and snatched a copy of The Twins of Heroes. Gu Yuanjin glared, you can read books. He Shuing was angry, why don't I read books? You look down on me, don't you? I got full marks in Chinese when I was a kid. Qin Yunchu pursed his lips and smiled. She knows her best friend very well. Even when she is reading a book, her focus is different from others. Hua Wuqiu is so handsome, and Xiao Yuer is also handsome. He was hostile at the beginning, but the CP feeling in the later period was simply explosive. If it weren't for this book, I wouldn't know that the CP of the twin brothers is so good. As expected. Chen Yunchu smiled even more happily. Gu Yuanjin covered her face. You are still a rotten girl. What do you know? Every boy thinks he's straight until he meets a boy he likes. Gu Yuanjin decided to ignore her and continued to take books out of the cabinet. Border Town Prodigal Son, The Legend of the Heroes, The Twin Dragons, A Step into the Past. As expected, this cabinet is full of Gu Long's novels. Chen Yunchu squatted beside him and asked, Is Gu Long's novel good? Gu Yuanjin nodded. He is a groundbreaking author, and he is the author of half of the martial arts novels. Creation of the World. Chen Yunchu didn't quite understand. There had never been any martial arts novels in China before. Suddenly, 2 authors and 2 books opened the martial arts era. One of the books was Gu Long's The Sentimental Swordsman and the Ruthless Sword, said Gu Yuanjin. Chen Yunchu said, I haven't heard of it. Gu Yuanjin smiled slightly. Boss Chen, you may not have heard of the title, but you must have read this book. This is a national level work. Is it that great? Gu Yuanjin smiled and turned around and said, How about making a bet? I bet that Mr. Chen has heard of the characters in this book. He Shuiying immediately said, I bet I know. Liu Ruyan, who usually has a cold personality, actually joined in this time and said, We'll know by betting. Chen Yunchu was somewhat speechless. How come you are more confident than I am? Are you so sure that I know the answer? Gu Yuanjin said, I will just say one name, Li Xuanhuan. R. Chen Yunchu immediately let out a small cry. She actually knew the name. So she was exposed, and now she couldn't pretend she didn't know. Everyone had a secretive smile on their face. Chen Yunchu covered her mouth with a blush. Is Li Xuanhuan actually from this book? Gu Yuanjin explained, the title of this book is not well known, but the characters in the book are all outstanding, such as Li Xuanhuan, R. Fei, and Lin Xiana. Many books later borrowed from these characters. Liu Ruyan stood at the back and said, There are also Weapon List and Bai Xiaoxin. These settings are also often used. Chen Yunchu was a little shocked, so the weapon list all originated from this book. Yeah, what do you think? Seeing so many books with these settings, I thought they existed in history. Chen Yunchu blushed even more. He Shuiying said with great joy, What they said is too profound. Yunchu, let me tell you, it's super good. The CP of R. Fei and Li Xuanhuan in this book makes me feel itchy every time I read it. I really want to see Li Xuanhuan doubling R. Fei against the wall. Gu Yuanjin ignored her and turned to ask Liu Ruyan, Chen Ya is a fanatical fan of Gu Long? It seems that he also writes martial arts novels. Liu Ruyan shook her head. I've never heard the teacher talk about ancient cages. Gu Yuanjin stared at the books in the cabinet. Why did he collect so many ancient books? Oh, that's right, if he really liked ancient books, he wouldn't have left the plastic covers of some of the books unopened. Chen Yunchu said, It's just a simple desire to collect. I am like this sometimes, too. I buy a lot of books, but I don't read them when I get home. Gu Yuanjin also complained, Buying books is like a mountain, reading books is like pulling a thread. But I read martial arts novels like a mountain, sometimes I even stay up all night to read, I just can't stop. He Shuiying asked, Which book are you most fascinated by? Gu Yuanjin said, The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Chen Yunchu frowned. Is the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber also from Gu Long? Gu Yuanjin smiled, No. It belongs to Jin Yang. He Shuiying's eyes widened, What a good you. We are chatting about Gu Long here, and you dare to mention Jin Yang. Gu Yuanjin glared and said, What's wrong with Jin Yang? Jin Yang's writing is much better than Gu Long's. He Shuiying showed an expression of disbelief. You actually said that Jin Yang is better looking than Gu Long? How is Jin Yang better looking than Gu Long? It's a consensus that the Jin Yang is better looking than the Gulong. What world's consensus is this? How come I don't know about it? This must be the consensus of Earth. Are you from Mars? Alright. Chen Yunchu quickly stopped the two of them. Why are you still arguing? Liu Ruyan covered her mouth and laughed. Fans of these two groups are always like this. He Shuiying was still angry and crossed her arms and said, Gu Yuanjin, you are going to rebel, right? Do you still want to pursue me? Gu Yuanjin's arrogance weakened a little, but he still tried to reason with her. This is a battle of beliefs, not personal feelings. I may pursue you, but Jin Yong is more beautiful than Ji Long. This is an irrefutable truth. I love you, but I love the truth more. He Shuyin pouted, stop making excuses here. I have to make things clear today. I can't accept a boyfriend who thinks Jin Yong is prettier than Ji Long. Even if we are together, we will definitely break up because of this. Qin Yunchu knew that he couldn't let them quarrel any longer, so he quickly changed the subject. Who is Jin Yong? I haven't read many martial arts novels. Can you tell me about him? Seeing an opportunity to promote her idol, Ji Yuanjin immediately started to preach excitedly. If Ji Long as the sentimental swordsman and the ruthless sword fired the first shot in the development of martial arts novels, then The Legend of the Condor Heroes, published just 1 month later, truly laid the foundation for martial arts novels. The martial arts craze sparked by the sentimental swordsman is only a small fire. When The Legend of the Condor Heroes was published, the streets were packed with people. Everyone went crazy. Chapter 14, The Twin Swordsman. Qin Yunchu was relieved when he saw that their attention had been diverted and the two of them could not overtake for the time being. But she immediately became curious, is The Legend of the Condor Heroes also very famous? Ji Yuanjin immediately added, it's more than just famous. This book is simply the leader in the martial arts world. He continued, I saw this book for the first time in a bookstore when I was 15 years old. I picked it up and took a look at it. I was immediately fascinated and read page by page. I read from noon to dusk, and only left when the bookstore owner kicked me out. That was also the first time I skipped a class in my life. Qin Yunchu asked, did you skip class to read? Ji Yuanjin touched his head and said, I didn't want to skip class. When I was at school, I saw a lot of people reading books in the bookstore, so I took a look. Who knew I would be so fascinated by it all of a sudden? After that, he complained again. That day, I was scolded by the bookstore owner, and then my class teacher called home. I was scolded by my mother, and then I was scolded by my father. Their husband and wife played mixed doubles, but when I was beaten, I was still thinking about the plot of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Qin Yunchu smiled, is it really that beautiful? You can't imagine the impact that book had on a 15-year-old boy, Ji Yuanjin said. The 18 Dragons Subduing Palms, the 9 Yin Manual, the Chuanjin Sect, the Beggars Sect, Guojing and Huang Rong. It was so novel and so magnificent. I have read The Legend of the Condor Heroes countless times, but I still want to travel back to before I picked up the book at the age of 15 and read it again in its original form. Qin Yunchu nodded, what you said makes me want to go home and watch The Legend of the Condor Heroes. He Shuyin frowned and said, Yunchu, don't let him lead you astray. Jin Yong's is not good looking at all. Ji Long is the eternal god. Ji Yuanjin waved her hand dismissively, you are so ignorant, I won't argue with you. Ho Ziying said, Jin Yong doesn't know how to write about women. The female characters he writes are all like vassals of the male protagonist. In The Deer and the Cauldron, the protagonist married 8 wives at once. I feel dizzy just thinking about it. Ji Yuanjin said, I want to correct you on 2 points. First, in The Deer and the Cauldron, Wei Xiaoba married 7 wives, not 8. Second, Jin Yong's female characters are all perfect. Huang Rong, Xiaolong Niu, Zhao Minute, which one is not a memorable female character? He Shuyin said, it's not that being impressive doesn't mean it's good. Isn't Huang Rong just an external brain for Guojing? The Condor Heroes is okay, and I like Xiaolong and Yu, but the female characters in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber are not good enough. What's so good about a cowardly man like Zhang Wuji that Zhao Minute likes him? Ji Yuanjin's face flushed red. How is Zhang Wuji cowardly? He possesses the 9 Yang magic skill and the great shift of the universe, as well as Tai Kai. He is a top-notch protagonist. In martial arts novels, he is definitely the strongest one. He Shuyin sneered, har har, being strong in martial arts doesn't mean being strong? He was fickle and indecisive, liking this and hating that. Later, he was sidelined by Zhu Yuanzhang, and he didn't say a word. Anyone dared to bully him. If this isn't cowardice, what is it? Ji Yuanjin got angry when he heard this and shouted. You said Jin Yong's female characters are bad, but Ji Long is the one who is full of malice towards female characters. The female characters he wrote are either perverts or crazy, and there are also green tea bitches. Occasionally there are 1 or 2 normal ones, but in the end they either die or become disabled. He Shuyin retorted, what's wrong with daring to love and hate? The focus of Gulong novels is brotherhood. Even if there are male and female CPS, they are all true love, one-on-one, which is better than Jin Yong's harem. Qin Yunchu was overwhelmed by the quarrel between the two people. She quickly pulled He Shuyin away and said, I can tell. You two, whether it's Jin Yong or Ji Yulong, have read the books even if you don't like them, right? Ji Yuenjin and He Shuyin were a little embarrassed. How do you know? You two seem to know everything about it, and the other party can keep up with whatever you say. You must be familiar with the plot. Qin Yunchu said, if you don't like it, why do you want to watch it? Both of them blushed. Ji Yuenjin said, even if I don't like Ji Yulong as much as Jin Yong, his books are countless times better than others. He Shuyin also said shyly, except for the poor writing of female characters, Jin Yong is very good in other aspects, and the book is indeed good. Are other people's martial arts novels not interesting? Ji Yuenjin said, it would be a bit biased to say that there are no good-looking ones at all. But if we talk about good-looking ones, others are not much better. Ho Shiying said, to put it simply, Jin Yong and Ji Yulong are half of the martial arts world. The two halves together squeeze out everyone in the middle. Ji Yuenjin was amused by her analogy, it is true. There was a writer who imitated Jin Yong and Ji Yulong. He once wailed that Jin Yong and Ji Yulong had already written the best martial arts novels in the world, and others could only pick up some scraps to write. Qin Yunchu put his finger on his chin and said, so, you should read the books of Jin Yong and Ji Yulong. After that, she suddenly said, after talking for so long, I forgot the main thing. Aren't we here to look for Chen Ya's works? Ji Yuenjin said lightly, no need to look for it, the truth has already come out. What? Chen Ya must be one of the martial arts writers who imitated Jin Yong and Ji Yulong, he said. If you don't believe me, look at the cabinet next to it. There must be some novels by Jin Yong. He opened another cabinet next to him and exclaimed, Yo-ho! I was thinking, right? Look, they are all works by Jin Yong. Everyone gathered in front of another cabinet and saw that it was also full of books, just like the previous cabinet. The 3 words, written by Jin Yong, are written on all the book covers. Qin Yunchu turned around and asked him, how did you determine that? Ji Yuenjin acted like a famous detective, it's simple, reasoning. I just discovered something. There are a lot of duplicate books in that cabinet. There are 3 volumes of The Sentimental Swordsman and 5 volumes of The Twins and 2 volumes of Happy Heroes. Ji Yuenjin took out all the books and placed them on the ground, a dazzling array of them. Qin Yunchu shouted, really? Ji Yuenjin pointed at the book on the ground and asked, do you see anything special about it? Qin Yunchu stared at the book for a while, the covers are different. To be precise, it's the versions that are different, said Ji Yuenjin. It's not that I bought the same book, but different versions of the book. Look, this one is the first edition in 2005, this one is the second edition in 2006, and this one is the third edition in 2008. Ji Yuenjin held up the book to show her, each one is a reprinted version in a different period. Qin Yunchu nodded, I see. But why do you think he is a follower of the trend because of this? Chapter 15 What can a 13-year-old do? Thanks to the reward from Lazy Dog Salty Fish Ji Yuenjin said confidently, because he is looking for revisions. Sometimes the writers would adjust their words and sentences of the previous version, and sometimes they would modify the plot, Ji Yuenjin said. He was looking to see if there were any changes in the plots of these books, so he bought a lot of different versions at once for comparison. Nonsense. He Shuyin retorted immediately. Ji Yuenjin looked at her unconvincedly, where did I talk nonsense? He Shuyin pointed at the books on the ground and said, most of these books are unopened. It's obvious that they haven't been read. How could they be looking for comparison? Ji Yuenjin said guiltily, maybe after he bought it, he found that the workload was too heavy and he was too lazy to look at it. You were too lazy to read it once, so you should have learned your lesson. Why are there so many versions of this book? Are you being fooled again and again? Ji Yuenjin also found that his reasoning was a bit untenable. However, he immediately counterattacked, then tell me, what is he writing about? Why did he buy so many versions? He Shuyin was stunned and said, I don't know. Look, you can't explain it, can't you? He Shuyin was a little unconvinced and said, my intuition tells me that Chen Ya should not write martial arts novels. Why? Qin Yunchu asked. Ho Ziying said, he bought a lot of martial arts books but didn't read them, which means he couldn't stand martial arts, so he switched to writing something else. Gu Yuanjun retorted, then why did he buy so many books? Did he follow your instructions and get fooled again and again? He Shuing blushed, then said seriously, he bought it all at once, and only found out he was cheated after he bought it. Why? Is it not okay? Gu Yuanjun picked up two of the books and said, look at the materials of these two books. One is so new and the other is so old. It's obvious that they were not bought at the same time. Besides, if you just want to learn how to write martial arts novels, is it necessary to buy so many different versions? Why do you buy so much? Yeah, why? Both of them fell into silence. After a long silence, the two looked at each other. Maybe Chen Ya is a big fool. Qin Yunchu pressed his forehead. This conclusion is so outrageous. At this time, Liu Ruyan said quietly in the back, every time a new edition is published, the publisher will send a few sample copies. Gu Yuanjun and He Shiying were stunned. You mean, these books were written by Chen Ya? After a moment of silence, the two said in unison. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He Shiying picked up Jin Yong's book on the ground and said, not only is every edition of Ji Yu Long's book available, every edition of Jin Yong's book is also available. Could it be that Ji Yu Long and Jin Yong are both him? It's impossible no matter how you think about it. Liu Ruyan fell silent. But judging from her expression, she seemed to think that was nothing special. Qin Yunchu picked up a copy of Happy Heroes on the ground and said, I think this is easy to explain. Chen Ya is a fanatical fan of Jin Yong and Ji Yu Long, so he bought every book. Gu Yuanjun's eyes lit up, yes, why didn't we think of it? He Shiying said, then why are some books unopened? Because he bought it to collect it, to use it, to collect it, and to preach it. Those senior fans would buy 3 sets at a time. Qin Yunchu opened the first page of Happy Heroes, and a piece of letter paper fell out from it. She picked up the paper, saw the handwritten words on it, and read aloud. Mr. Ji Yu Long, 1 has been published, and 10 samples are given away. I hope you will continue to support our company. If you have new books, please give us priority. GUCI Publishing House, Shiwenjin. After reading it out loud, everyone looked at each other in surprise. At the same time, a thought came to their minds. Maybe Chen Ya is really Ji Yu Long. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gu Yuanjun clenched his fists and stood up. Liu Ruyan seemed to be awakened. What's impossible? Chen Ya can't be Ji Yu Long. Qin Yunchu pinched the paper with his slender white fingers and said, this piece of paper doesn't look like it was forged. I have sufficient evidence, said Gu Yuanjun. Everyone looked at him, waiting for him to produce evidence. Do you know when The Sentimental Swordsman and the Ruthless Sword was published? Qin Yunchu and He Shiying looked at each other and shook their heads. Have no idea. Gu Yuanjun said, the first edition of The Sentimental Swordsman was published in 2007. What was 2007? It was 15 years ago. He turned around and asked Qin Yunchu, how old is Chen Ya this year? Qin Yunchu replied, 28 years old. She had read Chen Ya's file, so she remembered it very clearly. 28 years old, 15 years ago. Gu Yuanjun repeated, and then said loudly, you tell me, Chen Ya wrote The Sentimental Swordsman when he was 13 years old. After hearing what he said, Qin Yunchu and He Shiying understood a little. 13 years old. What were they doing when they were 13 years old? Practice piano, learn ballet, and attend various dances and cocktail parties. For most people, this is already very precocious. Even as talented as they are, they feel that writing a novel of more than 700,000 words at this age is like a fantasy. He Shiying asked, Yunchu, is it possible that Chen Ya's file was forged? Qin Yunchu shook his head. His ID card, household registration booklet, and various resumes all match up, so it's unlikely that they were fake. Moreover, he looks very young, not even 28 years old, but more like 22 or 23 years old. Gu Yuanjun clapped his hands. Look, I said he couldn't be Ji Yu Long, right? Why? A hesitant voice was heard. This time, it was from Liu Ruyan, who was standing behind. Gu Yuanjun turned around, looking a little surprised. Didn't I tell you? Chen Ya couldn't have written The Sentimental Swordsman at the age of 13. Why? Liu Ruyan tilted her head. Gu Yuanjin. Liu Ruyan is good in every way, except that sometimes it feels too difficult to talk to her. He spread out the book and said, "Look, what's in The Sentimental Swordsman. The Jianghu is full of twists and turns, love is ups and downs, Li Xuanhuan and Arfei are trapped in love, upright heroes are sanctimonious, Shangguan Jinhong is a tyrant." How could a 13-year-old child write such rich and colorful content? He Shiying nodded. Indeed, I was fascinated at the time because I felt that the content of the book was too sophisticated, as if it could only be written by someone who had been in the world for many years. I also wondered what the author had experienced. Liu Ruyan seemed to think for a while, and finally said, "The teacher is very precocious." "You shouldn't be this precocious." Qin Yunchu squatted on the ground and said, "If he is really Ji Yulong, there must be some evidence. As long as we look for it, we must be able to find it, huh?" As she spoke, her speech became slower and slower. Because she found something strange in the cupboard. A stack of old, yellowed manuscript paper. She pulled out the stack of manuscript paper, brushed off the dust, and turned to the first page, where she saw the following words. "Ji Yulong, hello. We have received your work, The Sentimental Swordsman and the Ruthless Sword. It is not easy to write such a great work, but after reading it personally, our editor-in-chief found that the writing is absurd, with many outrageous words, the character's behavior is illogical, and the so-called martial arts concept is unheard of. It does not meet the publishing requirements of our company, so please revise it and resubmit it. As for your request for a deposit in advance, our company has no precedent for this and we are sorry that we cannot satisfy your request." Jianghai Publishing House. March 2007. Chapter 16 One Step Away. What is this? Gu Yuanjin snatched the manuscript paper from Qin Yinchu's hand. He Shuying also leaned forward, and the two of them looked at the manuscript together. After looking at it for a while, both of their hands began to tremble. "From what I just read, this is the rejection letter for The Sentimental Swordsman." Qin Yinchu said, "I don't need to read the back to know that this is definitely the manuscript of The Sentimental Swordsman." Although Gu Yuanjin was very unwilling, she was indeed right. After turning over that page, there were a few large characters written in black ink on the yellowed manuscript paper attached to the back. "The Sentimental Swordsman and the Ruthless Sword. Ancient Cage." He Shuying picked up a piece of paper attached to the back and made a new discovery. Look at this." On the manuscript paper in her hand, there was a passage written. "Hello, Jianghai Publishing House. I am a martial arts novel writer, and Ji Yulong is my pen name. Currently, this manuscript is only a quarter of the entire content. I am not very good at using pen and paper to create, so I can only write this much at most. My hands are too tired. I have heard of your great name for a long time. I hope that after reading this manuscript, you can advance the royalties in advance, or pay a deposit of more than 5,000 yuan. If possible, 10,000 is better. I'm in urgent need of money right now, and I'd be very grateful if you could help me." Below the entire paragraph, the two words, Gulong, were written, as well as personal contact address and contact information. What kind of publishing house is Jianghai Publishing House? Why haven't I heard of it? Gu Yuanjin looked up and asked. He Shuying said, "This publishing house is quite famous, right? It seemed to be the industry leader before, but then it gradually declined. Now it only publishes some reference books, teaching supplementary books and the like." Gu Yuanjin took another look at this passage and suddenly burst out laughing. Look, the tone of his voice makes it seem like Jianghai Publishing House is determined to publish his book. He's even thinking about paying a deposit in advance. He's so crazy. Qin Yunchu rolled up his temples and said, "Judging from the subsequent success of The Sentimental Swordsman and the Ruthless Sword, he does have the qualifications to be arrogant." However, his manuscript was rejected. Gu Yuanjin couldn't help but burst into laughter. If this matter were to be spread out, it would definitely become a hot topic. Ji Yulong's dark history. He confidently submitted his manuscript, but it was rejected, and he was also ruthlessly criticized. Har 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 har. He Shuying glared at him and said, "Whose dark history is it? We still don't know. Isn't it that the publishing house is blind?" Indeed. Qin Yunchu took the manuscript and said, "Later, we changed publishers, and the book became an instant hit, setting off a martial arts craze that lasted for 10 years. If Jianghai Publishing House had taken on the book, it wouldn't have fallen to the point where it could only publish teaching supplementary books now. Gu Yuanjin took a deep breath and then sighed heavily. Although I don't want to face it, the crucial evidence has been found and I can't escape it no matter how hard I try. Is this a confirmed fact? Everyone stood there for a moment. Not far away, Xiao Yingying, who was quietly reading a picture book, suddenly closed her book, picked up the book, stepped on the wooden floor with her little feet, and ran to the bookcase with a dong 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 sound. She stood on tiptoe and put the picture book back to its original place. Then, she took out a new picture book, held it in her arms, and ran back to where she had just been lying, just like a lamb on the prairie, nestling back in a warm grass nest, and sighed with contentment. Liu Ruyan turned around and picked up Xiao Yingying, saying, "Don't read all the time. It hurts your eyes. Go out and get some sun." After sending Xiao Yingying out, Liu Ruyan came back and closed the door. She was also very curious about Chen Ya's true identity. The exposure of this manuscript is basically equivalent to proving that Chen Ya is Ji Yulong. Qin Yunchu, He Shuying and others looked at each other. No, that's not right. This doesn't make sense. Gu Yuanjin said firmly, this is not a confirmed case. He Shuying looked at him in surprise, isn't this a confirmed fact? Didn't that person who produced the manuscript before also be suspected of being a ghostwriter? Gu Yuanjin said, the manuscript cannot prove anything because it can be forged. It must be personally acknowledged by the relevant person before it can be considered a complete hammer. He had reasons for not being able to accept it. After all, no one would be able to accept that a 13-year-old kid wrote The Sentimental Swordsman. The most important thing is that he has written more than just The Sentimental Swordsman. If Ji Yulong is really Chen Ya, it means that he wrote The Sentimental Swordsman, The Twins, The Swordsman, The Heroes of the Big Flag, and The Sword Stained with Royal Blood at the age of 13. At the age of 14, he wrote Happy Hero, Meteor, Butterfly, Sword, The End of the World, Bright Moon, Knife, The Legend of Chu Liuxian, and Xiao Shilan. At the age of 15, he wrote The Legend of Lu Xiaofeng, Big Shot, White Jade Tiger, Seven Weapons, and The Prodigal Son of Border Town. At the age of 16, he wrote Seven Swordsmen, The Four, A Step into the Past, and The Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty. Not to mention a child in his teens, even an adult who can have such a high output can be called a living god. Qin Yunchu said, I know someone in the publishing industry. I can ask her and maybe I can find some clues. Gu Yuanjin asked, who? Xiao Qing. Qin Yunchu said. Xiao Qing? He Shuying suddenly shouted, do you still know Xiao Qing? There was a reason why she was so excited. Xiao Qing, a well-known, beautiful girl writer in China, is best at writing romance novels and can be called the romance goddess. Many of her novels have been adapted into movies and TV series, and she is a well-known writer to the Chinese people. Of course, when I called her a beautiful girl writer, that was 10 years ago. Now, this beautiful girl is 35 years old and is already considered a beautiful young woman. She currently lives in Jiangcheng, leading a carefree life with no worries about food and clothing, and rarely writes books anymore. Qin Yunchu dialed the number and said nervously, hello. Hey Yunchu, how come you have time to call me? Sister Xiao, I'm sorry to bother you, Qin Yunchu said politely, I have a question for you. Ask, you are my childhood friend, so let's not be so polite. Qin Yunchu relaxed a little and said, do you know the ancient CI publishing house? Yes, I know. Many of my books are published by Gucci Publishing House. Qin Yunchu was delighted and asked, then do you know Shi Wenjin? A voice came from the other end, hi, Lao Shi, he was my editor back then, and now I heard he's the editor-in-chief. When you mentioned that, I remembered him. I should call him and ask about his recent situation. Qin Yunchu clenched his fists even tighter and said, then do you know Ji Yulong? The voice on the other end paused for a moment, then said, yes, I know him. I met him once. He and I were both writers under Shi Wenjian's supervision. Qin Yunchu looked at He Shuying and Gu Yuanjin excitedly. They held their breath but waved their hands in the air. We are only one step away from finding out the true identity of the ancient cage. Qin Yunchu asked, then, is Ji Yulong very young? Xiao Qing's voice suddenly calmed down, why are you asking him? Qin Yunchu whispered, I just found Ji Yulong's manuscript, and I suspect that one of my current employees is Ji Yulong himself. Xiaoqing immediately asked, Where are you? In Jiangcheng. I know you are in Jiangcheng. Where are you in Jiangcheng? At my friend's house, Nanwangqiao East Road. What a coincidence. I'm also at Nanwang Bridge, Xiaoqing said. Send me your location and I'll come find you. Chapter 17, Wasting Half a Lifetime of Marriage. Xiaoqing is here. This woman is obviously 35 years old, but her eyes and eyebrows have lost all the charm of the beautiful young writer she was in the past. Her pair of dark eyes are surprisingly large and her eyelashes are surprisingly long. But her outfit surprised Qin Yunchu and the others. Her hair was golden and wavy, she wore a pair of shiny sunglasses on her hair, and her lip gloss was smooth and attractive, the greasy and seductive kind. A pink one-shoulder lace t-shirt reveals her delicate collarbone and thin belly button, and under the hot pants are black stockings with a very low D degree. If she were dressed like this in a nightclub, she would be the center of attention, but in the eyes of people like Qin Yunchu who are used to seeing professional women dressed like this, it can't be said to be unorthodox, but it can also be said to be inappropriate. After being idle at home for a long time, Xiaoqing became free to do whatever she wanted. As a woman, she was mature enough to make people feel itchy just by swinging her waist. This is the great writer Ruyan, right? Xiaoqing looked at Liu Ruyan, who was standing at the end of the crowd, with a smile, and looked her up and down. Liu Ruyan nodded gently and said obediently, Senior. I don't deserve to be called a senior. One of your books sells better than 10 of my books bundled together. Xiaoqing went over and shook her hand. Nice to meet you. Of course, she was being modest, because she has written more than dozens of books. Ji Yuenzhen took out the note stuck in the book and the manuscript of The Sentimental Swordsman and the Ruthless Sword and gave them to Xiaoqing, saying, Can these prove Ji Yulong's true identity? Xiaoqing just glanced at it and said, There is generally no motivation to fake this kind of thing because it is not valuable. No one would have expected you to come and see it and would have gone to such great lengths to make these things in advance. Ji Yuenzhen was immediately hit hard, and He Shuying felt even more complicated. Before, she had said a lot of bad things about Chen Ya, but now the answer is revealed, Chen Ya is Ji Yulong, her idol. She even complained that his idol only earned 5,000 yuan a month. If there weren't so many people around, she might have just run and banged her head against the wall. Xiaoqing flipped through the note, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, Back then, Ji Yulong and I were the two cash cows of Gucci Publishing House. I didn't expect that he would have such a setback after investing in Jianghai. I've never heard of it. It seems that he was hit hard enough, har har. Qin Yunchu said, You have seen Ji Yulong, is his real name Chen Ya? Xiaoqing's expression suddenly became calm, and he said, I don't know. Ji Yulong is a person who never shows up in public. He has never held a book signing event, never went to the premiere of a movie adaptation, and never even attended the publisher's annual meeting. I have only met him halfway, through the car window. Everyone was really surprised when they heard this. As a writer, Ji Yulong is quite low-key. Xiaoqing continued, It was the 5th anniversary of the publishing house, and the publishing house was serious about inviting him to the party. Shi Wenjin drove me to his house to invite him. When we got to his house, Shi Wenjin went upstairs. I sat in the car and waited. I was so bored that I rolled down the window. Ji Yulong and I were both poor at the time. He lived in a tube-shaped building. I saw the two of them coming down the corridor. Ji Yulong is a middle-aged uncle with greasy hair. I used to imagine that Ji Yulong was a handsome guy and had a crush on him, but since then, I no longer believe in online romance. After saying this, she giggled herself, but saw puzzled looks on everyone's faces. What's wrong? That's not right. Qin Yunchu was the first to come to his senses and said, Sister Qing, when you say middle-aged, how old are you talking about? Around 40 years old, what's wrong? Xiaoqing asked. Qin Yunchu took a deep breath and said, The real body of Ji Yulong that we found is only 28 years old this year. He is far from being middle-aged. Xiaoqing stared, How is that possible? He is 28 this year, so Ji Yulong was only about 10 years old back then. Ji Yuenzhen suddenly felt herself standing up again. That's right. Chen Ya is definitely not Ji Yulong. Xiaoqing sat on the sun lounger outside the villa, crossed her legs wrapped in black silk stockings, and said, I was 17 or 18 years old at the time, and was called the youngest beautiful girl writer. If Ji Long was younger than me, the publishing house would have hyped it up. It's confirmed. However, this time it is a reverse confirmation. Ji Yuanjin turned to Liu Ruyan in surprise and asked, "Is it possible that this is not Chen Ya's personal property, but one of his relatives? Chen Ya is just keeping it for safekeeping." Liu Ruyan shook her head and said, "The teacher didn't say that. Just because he didn't say it doesn't mean he didn't have it." He Shuyin said, "Maybe he didn't say it on purpose, just to pretend in front of you." Qin Yunchu also sat down opposite Xiao Qing and said, "Just make a phone call and ask Shi Wenjin, and you'll know, right?" Xiao Qing thought for a moment and said, "Yes, it's time to say hello to the old editor." She took out her cell phone, opened WeChat, and sent a video request directly. After a while, the screen lit up and a kind-looking middle-aged man appeared on the screen. "Great writer Xiao, how come you suddenly have time to chat with me?" Shi Wenjin asked with a smile on his face. Xiao Qing said in a straightforward voice, "Old Shi, you have been doing well recently. You have been promoted to editor-in-chief. Congratulations. Hey, I should have been promoted long ago if I could bring you and Ji Long out." Although he said that, the smile on his face was about to overflow, and he was obviously very proud of this matter. Xiao Qing immediately got to the point and said, "Let me ask you, what is Ji Long's real name?" Shi Wenjin's face changed. "Why are you asking this?" "Nothing, just curious." Shi Wenjin thought for a moment and said, "I don't know." R. This time, it was the turn of the people in front of the screen to be confused. Ji Long is a very strange person. He never shows his face. I have never even seen him. Shi Wenjin said. Everyone looked at each other. Xiao Qing was anxious. "How could you not have seen it? During the 5th anniversary party, you went to invite Ji Long, and I was in your car. I saw you and him go downstairs with my own eyes." Shi Wenjian was stunned for a moment and said, "That's not Ji Long, that's his neighbor." R. Shi Wenjian smiled bitterly. "As an editor, I went to look for the author, but he refused to see me and only asked a neighbor to send me away, saying that he was busy." Xiao Qing looked as if his soul had been shaken out of his body, and he was stunned for a full minute. Xiao Qing, what's wrong with you? Old Shi, do you know?" Xiao Qing came back to his senses after a long while and said, "Just because of this misunderstanding, you made me waste half of my life's good marriage. Is it that serious?" Xiao Qing unfolded the note, placed it in front of the camera, and asked, "Did you write this?" Shi Wenjin pushed his glasses up and said in shock, "I wrote this, where did you get it from?" Xiao Qing recounted the story of how Qin Yunchu and the others discovered Ji Long's true form, and then introduced Liu Ruyan and the others who were present, and greeted them. "This is indeed the note I wrote, absolutely true." Shi Wenjin said, "If there is this note, it means that he really could be Ji Long." Xiao Qing said anxiously, "But if you calculate the age, it's not right. If he is Ji Long, then when he wrote The Sentimental Swordsman and the Ruthless Sword, wasn't he only 13 years old?" Shi Wenjin thought about it and suddenly said, "It's really possible." Everyone was shocked. "Every time I talked to him on the phone, his voice was weird, as if he had deliberately changed his voice," Shi Wenjin said. "I suspected at the time that he was very young, or a girl pretending to be a boy, but then his voice gradually became deeper. Now that I think about it, it's very possible that he was very young and deliberately pretended to have an older voice." Shi Wenjin continued to ask, "Do you have anything else that can prove his identity?" Chapter 18, Q. Liu Ruyan agreed to let all of them into their house. After all, she herself was curious about the teacher's identity. As soon as he entered the workshop, Xiao Qing said, "Oh, I also want to have a workshop like this, it's so comfortable. The environment is quiet and suitable for creation." Shi Wenjian's voice came from the phone. He also saw the interior seen through the camera. If the owner of this place is really Ji Long, he may pick up the pen again in the future. Xiao Qing squatted down with difficulty. Her shorts were too tight, revealing a large part of her fair waist from the back, and after opening the cabinet, she saw various versions of ancient cage works inside and exclaimed, "Ha!" Suddenly, Shi Wenjin said on the phone, "Bring the small box over here and have a look." In the corner of the cabinet, there is an inconspicuous little box. Xiao Qing picked up the box, opened it, and found a stone with words engraved on it. "What's this?" Shi Wenjin said, "This is a writer's peripheral product published by the publishing house. It is inscribed on Taishan stone. The words on the stone are written by Ji Long. Xiao Qing held up a stone with the words, "Study hard and make progress every day," written on it. Qin Yunchu and the others all had strange expressions when they saw this. The phrase, "everyday upward," sounded strange, but also a little reasonable. Xiao Qing played with the stone and said, "Well, the writer wrote the inscription, and then what?" Shi Wenjian said, "We asked Ji Long to write this text and send it to us, and then we made it into peripherals. It is absolutely true that it is his own handwriting. You can compare it with the manuscript to see if the handwriting is the same." Everyone's eyes lit up and they quickly took out the manuscript of The Sentimental Swordsman and the Ruthless Sword. He Shuing took a deep breath and said, "It's really the same handwriting." Shi Wenjin pushed his glasses on the screen and asked seriously, "Do you have any handwriting of the person you suspect, Chen Ya?" Everyone immediately understood his thinking. One thing leads to another. If it has been confirmed that the manuscript is indeed in Ji Long's handwriting, then as long as we determine whether it is the same as Chen Ya's handwriting, we can lock in the suspect. Qin Yunchu looked at Liu Ruyan excitedly and asked, "Is there?" Liu Ruyan lowered her head and was silent for a while, then nodded and said softly, "Yes." Then she turned around and walked out of the house. After a while, she brought over a note. Qin Yunchu took the note and saw that it read, "Baby, I have to go out for something. Breakfast is in the refrigerator, remember to eat it. For lunch, I want to eat spare ribs and make some scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Ya." Qin Yunchu looked at her with a strange expression, "Is this written for you?" Liu Ruyan blushed. We called each other baby at that time, just as a joke. Ji Yuanjin felt jealous. At Shi Wenjian's urging, everyone put the note and the manuscript together. After comparing like this, they are completely consistent. He Shuing put her hands on her head and stood up. "Ah." She ran to the wall, supported herself with both hands, and banged her head against it. Qin Yunchu was shocked. "Shuing, what are you doing? Leave me alone. Let me hit you." When Qin Yunchu rescued her, her forehead was red. Falling into Qin Yunchu's arms, she said with a sense of relief, "Is this enough to atone for my sins?" Qin Yunchu asked in surprise, "What sin do you want to atone for?" "Insulting an idol." Ji Yuanjin fell to the ground, eyes full of shock. It's unbelievable that Ji Long was only 13 years old when he wrote The Sentimental Swordsman and the Ruthless Sword. Shi Wenjian seemed calm on the surface, but the hand pushing up his glasses revealed his nervousness. Some precocious geniuses can indeed do what ordinary people cannot. Ji Yuanjin swallowed hard and said, "Those stories about chivalry and love between young men and women, you said they were written by a 13-year-old kid, and yet I was fascinated by them. I think it's really too outrageous. If he had revealed his age at that time, he would probably be even more popular than he is now." Shi Wenjin sighed, "I don't understand why he didn't want to reveal his identity." Xiao Qing said quietly, "Maybe this is the temper of a great writer. I can become famous with my writing, so why should I rely on other packaging?" Shi Wenjin comforted him, "Xiao Qing, you don't have to feel that way. Everyone is striving to be a writer, but in the end, it all depends on whose book is the best. The reason you can stand shoulder to shoulder with Ji Long is because of your own strength." Xiao Qing said, "No, I just regret why I didn't hook up with him in the first place." Qin Yunchu remained silent, and the ordinary figure of Chen Ya appeared in his mind again. "What's your name?" "Chen Ya." "Erdong Chen, right? Which one?" "The end of the world." If he is really Ji Long, he must have already achieved financial independence. Why would he work in a company with a monthly salary of 5,000? This man is full of mysteries. I can't understand why he wanted to hide his identity, nor can I understand how he adopted Xiao Yingying. Qin Yunchu made up his mind that when he returned to the company, he would make good use of his position as a boss and make him confess. Xiao Qing continued to sigh and groan with great heartache. "Old Shi, you are so mean. If I knew that Ji Long was just a teenage boy, I would have hooked him up earlier. Wouldn't I be single now?" Shi Wenjin smiled and said, "Isn't it okay now? You still have the ties of the ancient poems publishing house. When the time comes, I'll be the matchmaker." "No." A small voice suddenly came from behind. Everyone looked back and found it was Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan said to Xiao Qing word by word, "You have to queue up." Xiao Qing said he wanted to get his hands on the ancient cage, but it was obviously just a joke. She sat on the ground in a carefree manner and said to the people next to her, you too, after seeing so many versions of Gu Long's books, you should have realized his identity. Why bother with so much fuss? Except for the author himself, ordinary people would not buy books like this. Gu Yuanjin said blankly, but, at his house, there are also a lot of Jin Yong's books, right? What? He Xing opened another cabinet, and all the versions of Jin Yong's books inside were revealed to Xiao Qing. I didn't expect Gu Long to be a fan of Jin Yong. Xiao Qing said embarrassedly. She hadn't hung up the phone yet, and Shi Wenjin heard everything they said on the phone. Wait, you said, he has all of Jin Yong's books at home? Shi Wenjin asked. What's wrong? Shi Wenjin frowned and said, in fact, I once suspected that Jin Yong and Gu Long were the same person. What? Gu Yuanjin jumped up first. Xiao Qing's expression also changed. In terms of sales volume, influence, and social evaluation, Jin Yong is generally superior to Gulong. And it's much higher. Deep down in her heart, she always regarded Gu Long as an equally matched opponent, while as for Jin Yong, she could only look up to him. And now Shi Wenjin actually said that Jin Yong and Gu Long are the same person? Is there any evidence? He Xing asked, clenching her fists. Shi Wenjin hesitated for a while, then relaxed his brows and said, it's nothing, just think of it as me being overly suspicious, har. Xiao Qing stood up unconvinced and said to the phone, Old Shi, are you hiding something? Har, no way. Liu Ruyan gathered her skirt, squatted in front of the cabinet full of Jin Yong's works, and reached out to search inside. Before, everyone's main suspicion was still on Gu Long, so Jin Yong's cabinet was not searched carefully. Liu Ruyan searched for a while and took out 2 small boxes. He Xuan was sharp-eyed and noticed Ruyan Liu's action first. What is this? Xiao Qing took the phone and looked over. What is that? When the phone camera was pointed at the boxes, Shi Wenjin's eyes widened and he said hurriedly, bring it here so I can see it. Chapter 19 The World of Genius, Ordinary People Don't Understand. Bring it here so I can see it. After saying this, Shi Wenjin realized that something was wrong with him. This was in someone else's house, and he was so eager to see other people's things and kept urging them, which was of course very rude. So he calmed down a little and said softly, can you open those 2 boxes and let me have a look? This is very important. Everyone looked at Liu Ruyan, who nodded slightly and opened the box with the words, sword fighting, written on it with some difficulty. Lying in the box were a dozen iron badges. This is. Shi Wenjin in front of the screen pushed his glasses higher and squinted his eyes and said. Bring me the one in the middle with the small sword. Yes, the one on the left. Let me see it. After Liu Ruyan took out the badge he mentioned, Shi Wenjin's breathing became noticeably faster. Please bring out the flying knife badge again. The one in the upper left corner. Then there's the one with the parting hook. No, the one with the curved hook. And the 18 dragon subduing palms, the one in the shape of a palm. Shi Wenjin ordered 6 badges in total, and Liu Ruyan placed all the ones he mentioned on the floor, in a row. From left to right, the badge shows a throwing knife, a small sword, a black knife, a fist, a fowel hook and a deer with raised horns. No, that's not the case. Xiao Qing sat on the ground, her long legs wrapped in thin stockings crooked on the floor, her lips trembling and her eyes shaken. Her voluptuous body slumped limply, as if all the strength in her body had been drained away. Obviously, she had realized something. As a writer herself, she knows the meaning of those small badges. But the others didn't understand. Faced with the shock of Shi Wenjin and Xiao Qing, they were a little confused. Gu Yuanjin clenched her fists and said, Teacher Shi, please stop keeping me in suspense. What are these badges used for? Shi Wenjin tried hard to suppress his voice, so that it would not tremble, and said slowly. The reason I asked you to open the box is because I recognize that box. More than a decade ago, the sentimental swordsman and the legend of the Condor heroes came out of nowhere, sparking a craze for martial arts novels and creating a whole new genre of fiction. In order to promote this wave of enthusiasm, several publishing houses and some authoritative magazines have joined forces to hold several swordsmanship conferences. Swordsmanship competition. Qin Yunchu repeated the name. She felt it was somewhat familiar, but her memory was not very clear. Oh. I remember now, Gu Yuanjin clapped his hands. It was sent to a writer of martial arts novels. Shi Wenjin nodded and said, this award is used to honor outstanding martial arts novel writers. It has been held for a total of 7 times. The first award was in 2013. There was a lot of public support for Jin Yong and Ji Long to win the award. In the end, the jury, despite the pressure, gave the award to Ji Long's The Sentimental Swordsman to recognize his pioneering work in martial arts. Ji Yuanjin nodded and said, "I remember. Back then, this award caused a lot of controversy. People on the forum created 30,000 posts just to argue about who was more qualified to win the award, Jin Yong or Ji Long." A look of nostalgia emerged on Shi Wenjin's face, as if he was recalling the golden age of martial arts novels. Then he continued slowly. In the second session, Ji Long had already won the award. If we didn't give the award to Jin Yong, the authority of the award would be lost. So, we gave it to Jin Yong's The Return of the Condor Heroes. In the third session, Ji Long's Meteor, Butterfly, Sword, and End of the World, Bright Moon, Knife were so outstanding, and they were a big breakthrough in the achievement of novels. Fu Hongshua's Knife was especially impressive, so the winner of this session is Ji Long. The fourth session was the year when Jin Yong broke out. Both Swordsmen and Demigods and Semi-Devils were released that year. He became the undisputed winner. In the fifth session, Ji Long announced that he would stop writing. Out of commemoration of him, everyone unanimously agreed to give the award to him. The badge was engraved with a parting hook, which implied the intention to keep him although he left. Everyone wanted to hook him back. Who would have thought that by the sixth award ceremony, Jin Yong would leave behind a copy of The Deer and the Cauldron and disappear? The theme of this year's medal is the deer, and the deer and the cauldron refers to the common people in the world. The more Shi Wenjin spoke, the more shocked the listeners were. They have all realized the problem. Whether Ji Long or Jin Yong won the award, the controversy of that year has only left a faint memory in people's hearts today. The medals that condense all their controversies are laid out side by side on the ground, like history solidified into a solid state. Ji Long, Jin Yong, and their medals are now in the same box, working together in unity and achieving the same goal. Ji Yuanjin said in a trembling voice, "Teacher Shi, these medals, are they real? I have seen and touched every one of them with my own hands, how could they be fake?" said Shi Wenjin. He Shuing and Ji Yuanjin looked at each other, then said together, "Jin Yong is Ji Long. Ji Long is Jin Yong." They suddenly felt powerless. They argued back and forth over who was stronger between the two, and they were so angry that they almost broke their heads. Who would have thought that the two people were the same person? No, Jin Yong is Jin Yong, and Ji Long is Ji Long. Qin Yunchu corrected them, they are all Chen Ya's aliases. The room was silent for a long time, with only the leaves of the sycamore tree outside the window whispering in the wind. "Why?" He Shuing stood up. She looked very unwilling. Why is he using the vest to trick us?" Shi Wenjin sighed. Now it seems that the pseudonym Ji Long is used to explore new writing methods and new realms, while the pseudonym Jin Yong is used to consolidate the position of the number one person, said Shi Wenjin. He is extremely talented, and he has used 2 aliases, and both of them have reached the top. I have never seen such a talented person. Talented and omnipotent, Xiao Qing was speechless after hearing this evaluation. That's what she thought in her heart. If he didn't use 2 aliases but only 1 pen name, wouldn't he be more famous than he is now? But he chose to use 2 aliases to make things more difficult for himself. There is no other explanation other than not being interested in fame or fortune. Xiao Qing has seen many writers say that they are not interested in fame and fortune, but compared with Chen Ya, they are so despicable. From this, Xiao Qing sighed, "We don't understand the world of geniuses." Shi Wenjin also said, "Yes, how can we understand the world of geniuses?" Xiao Qing grabbed Qin Yunchu, with a smile of admiration and ulterior motives on his face, "Ji Long and Jin Yong." "No, Chen Ya, they are in your company now, right?" Yes." Qin Yunchu was asked this question a little unexpectedly. "You must introduce him to me," Xiao Qing said, You must introduce him to me. I want to meet him. This is my lifelong wish." Qin Yunchu wanted to laugh and nodded, "Yes, of course." Shi Wenjin is still reminiscing about the days when martial arts novels were at their peak. He recalled the 6th Sword Fighting Conference, which was also the second to last conference. After Jin Yong wrote The Deer and the Cauldron, a martial arts work that seemed to be free and unrestrained and not at all martial arts, the jury had a headache as to whether to give him the award. Everyone says that the protagonist of The Deer and the Cauldron has no martial arts skills and is vulgar and lustful. He relies on money, flattery, and smooth dealings to accomplish things that even martial arts masters cannot do. This is not martial arts, but anti-martial arts. Giving the award to him would be slapping himself in the face. However, The Deer and the Cauldron is indeed the masterpiece of the entire martial arts novel world, and it would be unreasonable not to give the award to it. Only Shi Wenjin had a different opinion. He believes that in The Deer and the Cauldron, Jin Yong has set his sights on more than just royal relatives and martial arts masters. He began to really turn his attention to those little people who would not be able to leave their names in history. Therefore, he firmly believed that Jin Yong was still young and would write more groundbreaking works that would elevate the entire martial arts novel to the pinnacle. After that, Jin Yong disappeared and he suffered for a long time. Now it seems that Jin Yong has not disappeared, only their vest has disappeared. The person behind the vest has broken through their vest and ascended to another realm. After that, the martial arts world he left behind became dim because it lost its one brightest stars. After that, the sword fighting conference was only held once more before it ended in dismal fashion. Now it seems that it was not the martial arts novels that promoted Jin and Jiu, but Chen Ya who single-handedly created the martial arts novel genre. I can only say that mortals really don't understand the world of geniuses, Shi Wenjin murmured. The teacher mentioned the sword fighting competition. Liu Ruyan said suddenly. Shi Wenjin was delighted when he heard this and asked, "Really? What did he say?" Chapter 20. The box is very useful. How did he evaluate it? Liu Ruyan said, teacher said that the prize money for the sword contest is very small, far less than the naval literature prize. It's not even enough to buy milk powder for Yingying. Shi Wenjin was deeply shocked when he heard this. That's all he said. He didn't mention the influence of our sword fighting competition? He didn't brag about it. Liu Ruyan frowned and looked thoughtful, as if she was trying hard to search her memory. After a long while, she smiled and said, "By the way, the teacher said that the box for the medals in the sword competition is very useful." The box is very useful. Shi Wenjin was so shocked that his entire body turned pale and he couldn't utter a word. He Shuyin complained for him, "They gave you the medal, and you said the box was beautiful. Isn't this a new era of buying the casket and returning the pearl?" Liu Ruyan glanced at the box containing the medals and said, "It is indeed very useful. It contains so many medals." Chen Ya was not present, but everyone felt that he had taken advantage of them out of the blue. Shi Wenjin wanted to cry but had no tears. The box for the sword fighting tournament was made quite large for the sake of grandeur, but it was not empty like it is now. When it was first made, it was padded with sponge and the metal was just a small piece in the middle, which looked very nice. As a result, Chen Ya picked out the sponge inside and threw all kinds of miscellaneous metals into it, making a large pile. All the boxes of the sword fighting conference were utilized in the space. From this perspective alone, this box is quite useful. But Shi Wenjin's heart was bleeding. This is how he used the box that the judges had worked so hard to design. Qin Yunchu pressed his forehead, picked up the box and said. Speaking of which, he just randomly threw these medals around, and we randomly looked at them, and suddenly such a big secret was revealed. Now I am a little panicked. Indeed. Jiu Yuanjin said, Jiu Long and Jin Yong are the same person. If this gets out, it will definitely become the #1 trending search. He Shuyin said, yes, what should we do? Will it make Chen Ya angry? She looked at Liu Ruyan with some worry. He had originally come here with the intention of saving Ruyan Liu and exposing the scumbag, but he had been rummaging around in the workshop and ended up uncovering such a big secret. They didn't expect at first that Chen Ya's identity was so strong. If I had known earlier that Chen Ya was the combination of Jin Yong and Jiu Long, would I still have needed to save Liu Ruyan? You should be thinking about Liu Ruyan and how to keep Chen Ya by her side. The more important question is, will Chen Ya be angry? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but shudder. Chen Ya gave the entire villa to Liu Ruyan out of trust. As for Liu Ruyan, just by looking at her eyes, you can tell that she is hopelessly in love with Chen Ya. If Chen Ya knew that she let them in and rummaged around, and discovered the secret of his identity, would he be furious? What if this ruins his relationship with Ruyan Liu? It was hard to say this, especially looking at Liu Ruyan's expression, which seemed to show no concern. If she realized this, her impression of all of them might become worse. It doesn't matter. Liu Ruyan said, I don't think the teacher cares. Maybe he doesn't even consider it a secret. But, after all, we didn't have his consent. He Xuan's voice became smaller and smaller. Liu Ruyan shook her head and said, when the teacher gave this place to me, he specifically said that this workshop, along with everything inside, was given to me. She looked thoughtful and said, when he gave this place to me, he said there were treasures in this workshop, and maybe one day I would discover them. But the greater treasure is the possibility hidden in me. Instead of following my footsteps and dwelling on past glories, you should look more at yourself, because the treasures in you belong to you alone and can only be discovered by you. This uniqueness is more important than me. That's what he told me. When Qin Yunchu heard these words, he actually felt his heart pounding. No wonder Liu Ruyan likes Chen Ya so much. The treasure in you is more important than me. If someone said this to her, she would probably fall hopelessly. Although he is already at the top, his eyes are so focused on himself who is nothing. Qin Yunchu felt an itch in his heart. Chen Ya is too gentle. You can never see him being so gentle in the company. This feeling made her body wake up. Liu Ruyan smiled slightly and said, so, I think that maybe the teacher never thought of hiding these secrets. Maybe he was just waiting for me to discover this one day, and then inspire me to move forward, and... She blinked her eyes, a rare hint of mischief appeared on her face, and said, also, I want everyone to know that the teacher is very good, very, very good. Although Liu Ruyan is not an ordinary girl, she is not without the little thoughts that are unique to girls. She likes Chen Ya and admires him, so she wants everyone to know that Chen Ya is a very powerful guy. When she sees others admiring Chen Ya, she feels it is sweeter than eating honey. As a best-selling author, she remains unmoved no matter how much praise others give her. But if someone praised Chen Ya, she would be 120% happy. Praising Chen Ya would make her happier than praising her. Hearing her say this, everyone felt relieved. Qin Yunchu felt that it would be a shame to disturb him any further, and was about to leave when He Xuan suddenly asked curiously. Why is Chen Ya so nice to you? How did you two meet? Qin Yunchu stopped the farewell that was about to slip out of his mouth and listened attentively. She was also curious about this question. Liu Ruyan thought about it and was about to answer when the door of the workshop was suddenly pushed open. Miss Ruyan, this is bad, you're on TV. What? The person who pushed the door open was Yingying's aunt, who was wearing an apron and looked anxious. What's wrong? Liu Ruyan asked. My aunt pointed at her phone with her wet hands and said, look, there's a guy confessing his love to you on live broadcast. Everyone looked over in surprise, only to find that the person on the phone screen was Liu Chenmin, who had said he would come. Broken. Gu Yuanjun slapped his head. Liu Chenmin is a genius in the TI world and the most outstanding new generation of the Liu family. He is also Gu Yuanjun's buddy. He was curious about Liu Ruyan's identity before, so he mentioned Liu Ruyan to his buddy. As a result, Liu Chenmin said on the spot that he had liked Liu Ruyan for 12 years and said he would come over. There was no news from him after that. What happened later was so shocking that Gu Yuanjun forgot about it. He never thought that Liu Chenmin would appear unexpectedly under such circumstances. What's going on? What live broadcast? My aunt was holding her phone and said, I was cooking while watching the World Observation Eyes program, and then I heard him talk about Miss Ruyan. Gu Yuanjun took a breath of cold air. Human observation. This can't be compared to the live broadcast I do. This is a national-level TV program that also has a huge influence on online media. Looking at the dense barrage of comments floating across the phone screen, Gu Yuanjun felt a little numb. Chapter 21 Human Observation. High-speed train number 1314 is speeding on the track between Jiangsu and Shanghai. Inside the carriage, there were passengers of all kinds sitting scattered around. The live broadcast crew of Human Observation was busy arranging the filming. Lu Yu sat on the berth with her legs crossed, her white high heels extended into the aisle, while a makeup artist was busy touching up her makeup. In the earphones, the director's prompts are chattering. Row 3, seat A and B, row 6, seat C, and row 11, seat C are our extras. Start from row 3 and move backwards in order. Do you understand? Lu Yu looked reluctant and said, I understand what you mean, but I don't like your tone. The director's voice came from the other end of the earphone monitor. Big host, there was almost an accident during the last interview, so I had to remind you like this. Lu Yu, 31 years old, is the announcer and host of Chanhong radio station and is considered a well-known journalist. The human observation program she is currently preparing is a nationally renowned live broadcast program. The program team went deep into the people, interviewed all kinds of people, listened to their daily lives, connected with well-known guests on the spot, and talked to the people from their hearts. This program is broadcast on both TV stations and online live streaming platforms. Because it is down to earth and interesting, it has high ratings and playback rates. Of course, when we say it goes deep into the people, in fact, in most cases there is a script. Those people were all extras arranged in advance, and what they said were nothing more than the lines they had rehearsed in advance. The show effects were very good in the previous few live broadcasts, but in the most recent episodes, Lu Yu began to feel that something was wrong. It may be that the program frequency is too high and the script director obviously can't keep up. The acting skills of the extras, the level of their dialogues, and the designed plots have all visibly declined in quality. There are even doubts on the internet about whether human observation has a script. So recently, Lu Yu has been trying to abandon the script and actually interview some authentic ordinary people. But the results were not ideal. Her original intention is one thing, and whether others are willing to cooperate is another. Even if others are willing to cooperate, the daily lives of most people are not exciting at all, but rather as bland as boiled water. The director's voice came from the earphone monitor. There are 30 seconds left, the guest talk session will end, we will go to the scene, you should get ready quickly. Lu Yu yawned lazily and stood up. 20 seconds left. Lu Yu adjusted the hem of her skirt. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, go. Hello, audience friends. I am your old friend Lu Yu. As you can see, I am on a high-speed train. Look at the scenery outside the window. It is speeding by. It is so fast. Although he is usually relaxed, Lu Yu is very professional once he gets into work mode. Entering the scene, there are more comments on the internet media. The rain is so beautiful today. Watch while eating. I'm on the high-speed train too, I wonder if I can run into the production crew. So, what kind of experiences do all the passengers on the high-speed train have? Let's interview them randomly and see what stories they have. Lu Yu walked towards the designated carriage with the camera. When he was about to follow the director's instructions and walk to the seats of the extras, he suddenly saw a handsome man. The man was wearing a white suit, had short, shabby hair, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a serene expression. Looking at the watch on his hand, Lu Yu was surprised. It was a watch from Patek Philippe's ultra-complex timepiece series. It was obvious at a glance that it was very valuable, at least millions. Seeing such a person sitting in the second-class carriage, Lu Yu intuitively felt that there must be a story behind him. The adventurous spirit in her suddenly burst out. Lu Yu twisted her body, walked up to the man, lowered her head and said, "Sir, I'm from the Human Observation Program team. Can I ask you a few questions?" "Damn it." The director in charge threw the headphones away. The man looked up and smiled, and the camera just captured this charming smile. A lot of girls suddenly appeared in the barrage. Wow! This passerby is so handsome. Is this a hired actor? I've long suspected that this show has a script. How could the guy in front be an actor? If he was an actor, wouldn't he have been famous with this look? Backstage at the show, the director frowned and asked the person next to him, "Is this the actor we invited?" "No." People answered him one after another. The director relaxed his brows and said, "It's good that we didn't hire him. I'm just afraid that there will be another accident." "How are the data?" "It's growing steadily." The director felt a little relieved. The man said to Lu Yu gently, "Okay, go ahead and ask." Lu Yu sat down in the empty seat in front of him. "Excuse me, sir, are you satisfied with this high-speed rail journey?" "Satisfied, very satisfied." "May I ask what makes you satisfied?" "I am satisfied because it shortens the distance between me and the person I love from being thousands of miles apart to being able to see each other in just 1.5 hours." Hearing this, Lu Yu immediately knew that there was a story. "Haven't you waited so long just for an opportunity like this?" She suppressed her excitement and said in a steady voice, "The one you love. Can you tell me your story?" The man raised his head and looked at the blue sky outside the window. She was a very beautiful girl. I liked her for 12 years, but I hadn't seen her for 3 years. Today, I finally found out where she was, so I immediately took the high-speed train to see her. In addition to the live screen of Liu Yu, there is a small screen dedicated to playing real-time barrage. She could see that the small screen was now flooded with comments, some questioning the script, others marveling at the man's handsomeness. Not afraid of controversy, because controversy brings heat, Liu Yu became bolder. I see you're wearing a $1 million watch, but you're sitting in second class. Why don't you choose first class? The man glanced at his watch and smiled at Liu Yu. I was in such a hurry when I bought the ticket that I didn't pay attention to my seat. After a pause, he continued, actually, I was on a business trip in Shanghai. I had heard about my girl, so I didn't even bring my luggage and got on this high-speed train. Liu Yu said exaggeratedly, wow, that girl is so happy. If I were that girl, I would definitely be moved to tears. By the way, sir, what is your name? My last name is Liu. Can you tell me your occupation? Well, I opened a small IT company. At this time, a comment flashed across the small screen, isn't this Liu Chenmin, the founder of 7 Stars Company? After a brief pause, more comments flashed by. Shit, I checked Liu Chenmin, and it's really him. So Liu Chenmin is so handsome. I always thought that the founders of IT companies were dull programmers, but I didn't expect that he was actually a handsome guy. Opened a small IT company, Mr. Liu pretends to be so cool, but he is really low-key and thoughtful. I admit that I envy him. This is Chixing. Chixing says they are a small company, so what are the other companies? The director sitting backstage also noticed these comments. He had a mouthful of water in his mouth and didn't even have time to swallow it. He waved his hand and said, check it out. Is this really Liu Chenmin? Someone immediately responded, yes. He is Liu Chenmin. An intense voice came from Liu Yu's earphones, Liu Yu. The person in front of you is Liu Chenmin. We've got big news. Keep asking him. Liu Yu had already seen the comments on the screen, and she was confident, but she still had a smile on her face. Mr. Liu, I saw a comment from a netizen saying that you are Liu Chenmin, the founder and chairman of 7 Stars Company. Is that true? Liu Chenmin said casually, yes, it's me. Liu Yu showed a surprised expression, what a coincidence. I also use a 7 Stars phone. President Liu, you are my idol. Liu Chenmin smiled and said, it's the same with you. I'm also watching Renjian Observation. You're also my idol. The two smiled and shook hands again, and a large number of comments floated across. It turns out that Mr. Liu is so humble. I love it. From today on, I declare that Mr. Liu is my new husband, and the last one. Even if Liu Chenmin is handsome, romantic, infatuated, rich and talented, so what? Humph, I am still the woman he can't get. Liu Yu continued to guide the topic, Mr. Liu, I always thought that the love of rich people is different from that of ordinary people. It turns out that people like you can also be trapped by love. Liu Chenmin smiled bitterly, no. Can you tell us your story? Liu Chenmin sat up straight and said, I don't mind telling you this story, as long as you don't find it boring. How come? I'm looking forward to it. Liu Chenmin cleared his throat and said, the girl I like is named Ruyan. Let's call her Yanga. She is my fiancée. Chapter 22 is trending. I really envy Mr. Liu's fiancée. Being loved by a man like this is the highest happiness for a woman. While everyone is still longing for love and eating other people's sweets, the sister named Ruyan has already reached the pinnacle of her life. I'm willing to give up 10 years of my husband's life so that I can become that Ruyan. Auntie in front, please calm down. You are too vicious. The entire internet is searching for Ruyan. I just want to help brother Liu Chenmin fulfill his wish. The barrage of comments floated by, making Qin Yunchu and others' faces stiff. After hearing Yingying's aunt say that something happened in Renjian Observation, they went to the living room on the first floor and turned on the TV. Watching the human observation along with the barrage, several people were so embarrassed that they almost dug their toes through the floor. Qin Yunchu turned to look at Liu Ruyan and asked in a low voice, are you, really Liu Chenmin's fiancé? Liu Ruyan frowned slightly and said in a low voice, he and I are not familiar with each other. Jiu Yuanjin stretched out her hand, wait, he said you are his fiancé, and you said you are not familiar with him, who should I believe? Liu Ruyan said, he is a relative's child. I have met him, a few times. How many? He Shuying asked with eyes wide open. I forgot. Everyone understood. It seems that we are really unfamiliar with each other. Or maybe, Liu Ruyan didn't take the other person seriously at all. Gu Yuanjin began to feel a little sad for his buddy. Then why did he say that you were his fiancé? Qin Yunchu asked. Liu Ruyan said, Mom and Dad, we have a very good relationship. A good relationship. They said, grow up and get married. When we were little. Qin Yunchu helped her organize her words, that is to say, his parents and your parents have a very good relationship. When you were young, they had an arranged marriage. Liu Ruyan nodded. Xiao Qing folded his arms and sat beside him, saying disdainfully, is this considered a fiancé? That Liu Chenmin had the guts to say that. If this is considered a fiancé, I'll go get the marriage certificate with my good friend from kindergarten right now. Liu Ruyan frowned, seeming to be troubled as to why Liu Chenmin lied. Xiao Qing shook her head and sighed. She had long seen that Liu Ruyan was a little bookworm, and apart from writing, she was probably numb to everything around her. It's a pity for Liu Chenmin. They continued to watch the human observation program, and Liu Chenmin was still telling his story. I first met her 12 years ago. At that time, I was 15 and she was 13. Our parents are good friends, and she and I met because of our family relationship. Although our meeting was nothing special, it was just an ordinary afternoon when her parents brought her home. At that moment, I felt a light shining on my face. My parents asked me to play with her. She was very well behaved, like a little sister. At that time, I secretly swore in my heart that I would protect her well. It's funny, I had very poor grades when I was a kid. I jumped up and down every day and refused to obey discipline, but Yang Ya had very good grades and was a model student. One day I suddenly realized that if I wanted to protect her, I had to become strong first. So, I changed my ways and studied hard. My parents said I was like a different person. Maybe I was more talented, and my grades were pretty good. Later, I was admitted to Huiqing University by accident. I was so free in college, and I had nothing to do, so I thought about starting a company for fun. By accident, I created another company. So, if I have achieved anything, it's all thanks to Yang Er. I have only reached my current position by watching her. Liu Yu was so amused that she chuckled, Boss Liu, you have such a sense of humor that you can even create a listed company out of your fun. Liu Chenmin smiled and shook his head, 7 stars is not an outstanding work. It's just that I chose the right industry at the right time. If I didn't do it, someone else would do it. Liu Yu pretended to be surprised. If the 7 stars are not considered outstanding, then what can be considered an outstanding work? Liu Chenmin put his hands together, leaned back in his chair, and said casually, everyone will find their own definition in society. For example, I am defined as a young entrepreneur, and Liu Yu, you are defined as a well-known host. These definitions are like business cards, which make people understand at a glance. Right? Liu Yu nodded, and he continued, but I don't want to be defined like this. I don't like a life that is clear at a glance. The splendor of my life is definitely not tied to the 7 stars. Jobs left Apple and founded Pixar, but Apple became lifeless without Jobs. 7 stars is a part of my life, but it is by no means all of it. I search for myself, and I am myself. God has given me unique colors, and I will paint a unique picture. Liu Yu's eyes sparkled when he heard this, and he asked seriously, then may I ask, what kind of painting do you want to draw? Liu Chenmin put his hands on his temples and said, I can't see too far ahead. I can only see what's in front of me. Now in my mind, there is only Yang's figure. I must find her immediately. Liu Yu crossed her legs and asked with a smile on her face, does your Yang know that you came this far just for her? Liu Chenmin shrugged, I think maybe she doesn't know. She left without saying goodbye 3 years ago, and I didn't have a chance to tell her. Liu Yu looked at the camera with a smile on his face and said, so, Miss Ruyan, are you in front of the screen? If so, you should have heard Mr. Liu Chenmin's confession, right? I don't know what to say, anyway, I wish you all the best. Draw a unique painting. The barrage exploded again. Xiao Qing fumbled with her phone, yelling, oh no. Human observation is trending on the search list. 7-star company, trending search number 17. 7-star company, trending search number 12. Human observation, trending search number 9, Liu Chenmin, trending search number 8. Looking for Ruyan, trending search number 5. Sister Ruyan, you are famous. Liu Ruyan frowned slightly. Xiao Qing said knowingly, but you're talking as if everyone has been popular before. Ruyan, you don't need this kind of popularity at all. Gu Yuanjin also said, this Liu Chenmin is really scheming. He is really good at generating hype. As soon as this human observation program was aired, the stock of his 7 Stars company has risen by several points. He Xuing bit her sleeve with her little white teeth. Why does Liu Chenmin's method feel the same as the one who encouraged all the boys in the class to run downstairs to confess their love to me in college? Among all people, Qin Yunchu was the one Liu Ruyan was most worried about. She took Liu Ruyan's hand and asked, if Liu Chenmin confessed to you, what would you say? Liu Ruyan shook her head and said, no. I only like my teacher, and that will never change in my life. After hearing this answer, Qin Yunchu frowned even deeper. He Xuyin was right. Liu Chenmin was just like those people who confessed their love under the teaching building. His purpose was to incite everyone to make a fuss and make Liu Ruyan agree to him. But he instigated too many people. The internet was flooded with comments and barrages, and tens of millions of netizens were mobilized to urge the two of them to be together. If Liu Chenmin really stood in front of Liu Ruyan and extended his hand to invite her, how would those audiences who were addicted to sugar react? At that time, what Liu Ruyan would reject was not Liu Chenmin, but the overwhelming public opinion. At the same time, Liu Yu had finished listening to the director's report in the earphone monitor. She calmed down, trying not to show her excitement on her face, and turned to Liu Chenmin and said, Mr. Liu, our program team is very curious about the ending of this story, so we decided to temporarily change the itinerary. We will mobilize the power of the program team to help you until you find Miss Yang. Can our program team, the audience, and netizens be witnesses to your reunion with Miss Yang? Liu Chenmin smiled and said, sure, I'd love to. Chapter 23 I Don't Like It. When Xiao Qing and the others heard that the human observation program crew wanted to help Liu Chenmin find someone, they realized the seriousness of the problem. If they really came, Liu Ruyan might be cyberbullied based on her answer. Maybe even Chen Ya's identity will be exposed. It will really become big news then. He Xuyin grabbed Gu Yuanjin by the collar and said viciously, hey, my good friend, you are the one who caused this, you are responsible for driving him back. Gu Yuanjin's forehead was covered with sweat. Do you think I can do this? Won't the netizens eat me alive? Xiao Qing sat cross-legged on the sofa, staring at Gu Yuanjin and said, I just want to ask you one question, do you support Liu Chenmin or Chen Ya? Gu Yuanjin sweated even more. From the perspective of brotherhood, he should support Liu Chenmin, but from the perspective of life and death, he shouldn't do that. Xiao Qing said, I support Chen Ya anyway. What's so great about opening a crappy company? Once Jin Yong Jiu Long's identity is revealed, it will be the #1 trending search in minutes. Qin Yunchu shook his head and said, I don't support Liu Chenmin or Chen Ya. I support Liu Ruyan. She should be free to fall in love according to her own wishes, instead of being swayed by public opinion. That's right. He Xuyin said loudly, and then stared at Gu Yuanjin fiercely. Gu Yuanjin had a surrendering expression. I also support Liu Ruyan. Since we all have the same goal, why don't we do this? Xiao Qing said as he stood up. If the group of people from the human world observation really come over, we will help Ruyan stop them. Qin Yunchu glanced at Liu Ruyan, nodded and said, I agree. Liu Ruyan is too bad at speaking. If she were left to face it alone, there is no telling what she would say. He Xuyin rubbed her hands together. I must put a damper on that kid's arrogance in person. Chen Ya is Jin Yong and Jiu Long himself, he may not be worse than this old guy. Jiu Yuanjin frowned and said, Jin Yong and Jiu Long's status is not higher than that of the president of 7 Star Company. He Xuyin turned around and stared at him angrily. What did you say? Jiu Yuanjin raised his hands and said, I am telling the truth. Jin Yong and Jiu Long have not written for 10 years, but the 7 Stars Company is now on the rise. Xiao Qing nodded and said, yes, the pace of popularity is too fast now. Moreover, even if readers still have feelings for Jin Yong Golong, the size of 7 Stars Company is incomparable to that of a single writer. He Xuyin started biting her fingers. Even if Chen Ya is slightly inferior to Liu Chenmin in reputation, assets and financial resources, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is that Chen Ya also opened a fish pond. Just based on this point, if it is exposed, he will definitely not be able to compete with Liu Chenmin, who is a lovesick person. While everyone was silent, Xiao Yingying came down from upstairs with a few pictures in her hand. She ran over, threw herself into Liu Ruyan's arms, placed the picture on her lap, and looked up and asked, "What's written on it?" Liu Ruyan picked up the two paintings in her hands. The paper material of these two paintings was special and very hard. There was an oil painting on the left side and something was written in unknown words on the right side. Alfred. Nobel? Alfred, Nobel? Where did you find this? Yingying pointed upstairs with her little hand, upstairs. Liu Ruyan gently touched her head and said, "Don't mess around in Dad's workshop." Qin Yunchu looked at the expression on her face, a little stunned. This scene is like an ordinary mother and daughter talking about their father, it is very heartwarming. Yingying pointed at the words on the two paintings and said, "I don't understand." Liu Ruyan touched her head and said, "Auntie can't understand it either. It's not English. What language is that?" "I don't know." Qin Yunchu walked over, picked up Yingying, and said, "Yingying, the uncles and aunts are discussing important things. Let's study your problem later, okay?" Xiao Yingying nodded very obediently. After carrying her away, Qin Yunchu came back here and said with a serious expression, "We can't expose Chen Ya. If he is affected, Xiao Yingying will also be affected." He Shuyin said, "But if we don't expose him, how can we answer Liu Chenmin? Should we just say, 'Your Ruyan already has someone she likes, I can't tell you who it is, but she's better than you anyway'? The audience won't buy that. Why don't we just stay at home without showing up? Can he break into a private house?" The high-speed train has arrived. The human observation crew and Liu Chenmin got out of the car together, and Liu Yujing introduced to the camera. "This is the beautiful Jiang Cheng. We got off the high-speed train with Mr. Liu Chenmin and are now going to look for his girl Yanger. I am very excited now. Let's temporarily hand over the footage to the studio." The live broadcast screen switched, and a guest group composed of celebrities from all walks of life were sitting in the studio waiting. "This is so interesting, but I am a little skeptical. Can they really find the person?" Gao Xiaobai, a celebrity in the cultural circle, said in Beijing dialect, waving a folding fan. Well-known host Jupiter replied, "What's so difficult about this? Not to mention that his parents know the other party's parents. With the connections of our program team, we can find the other party even if he hides underground." Gao Xiaobai waved his folding fan, shook his head and said, "People from all walks of life across the country have worked together to help Liu Chenmin find a partner. This is a good story. Teacher Yu, what do you think?" "Oh, I think, do people really want to meet him?" The famous writer Yu Hua was suddenly addressed and said this casually. He doesn't like variety shows and he came here just to collect the appearance fee, so Gao Xiaobai has been passing messages to him. Gao Xiaobai put away his fan and asked, "Why don't people want to meet him?" Yu Hua chuckled and said, "That's just what I said." Jupiter nodded and said, "What teacher you said makes sense. If a girl wanted to meet someone, she would have gone to meet him 3 years ago." Gao Xiaobai said, "That's because the girl doesn't know that the other person likes her, and she doesn't know that the other person has given so much." Barrages of comments flashed by, discussing the same thing. "It's been 3 years since we last met, Yanger might have forgotten Liu Chenmin. I feel sorry for Liu Chenmin. He has given so much to that girl, but she is indifferent. She is so cold-blooded. That's right, she doesn't deserve Liu Chenmin. I hope Liu Chenmin can wake up one day. Liu Chenmin did so much before, but he didn't tell anyone. Why should she be so moved? I think it might be that Yanger is ashamed of herself. After all, she doesn't know that Liu Chenmin did all that for her." Jupiter looked at the teleprompter for a while and said, "We just received news that we have contacted Liu Ruyan's family and found out her current address. The production crew is heading there as soon as possible." Gao Xiaobai smiled and said, "That's great. I'm really looking forward to the two of us meeting. Maybe we can write a good song together." Jupiter said, "I hope lovers will eventually get married. Of course, it also has to be in line with the girl's own wishes. If she really doesn't like it, you shouldn't force it." As soon as Jupiter finished speaking, several comments popped up. "If you don't like it, give it to me, okay? Don't waste it." That's right. Chapter 24, A Handsome Man and a Beautiful Woman. In the minds of the majority of the audience, the incident involving Liu Chenmin gradually evolved into a story of a devoted man traveling thousands of miles to find his relatives. Many people had different opinions, which caused some anger and led to many outrageous comments. I've liked her for so long, and she's been missing for 3 years. This shouldn't be the case. At least give her a response. That's right, I hate this kind of hanging people the most. Anyway, I feel it's not worth it for Liu Chenmin. 3 years of his youth were completely wasted. He could have found someone better. I think it's okay if the girl doesn't like it. Even if she doesn't like it, she can just ask and leave politely. The one in front, I guess you are also a green tea like this in your life, right? Seeing the angry comments, Jupiter said seriously. Liu Chenmin has his own will. He likes someone because he likes her, not because others like him. If you think that because he likes that girl must respond to him, then you are both underestimating Liu Chenmin and disrespecting that girl. Yu Hua smiled and clapped his hands, well said. Gao Xiaobai waved his fan and said, liking someone is a very personal thing. Besides, haven't we seen it yet? Liu Chenmin called Gu Yuanjun several times and sent many text messages, but Gu Yuanjun was now helpless and could not reply to him. However, even without this clue from him, the Human Observation Program crew had enough connections that they were able to get Liu Ruyan's cell phone number after just a few phone calls. Liu Yu said to the camera, "Dear audience friends, the exciting moment has arrived. Now, Liu Chenmin is going to call his sweetheart for the first time in 3 years." The words, expectation, and tension were floating on the screen, creating a high atmosphere before Liu Chenmin made the call. Beep. 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 As the phone rang, Liu Chenmin felt his heart sink a little more with each ring. On the other end, Liu Ruyan was holding her cell phone with a confused expression. Xiao Qing, who was standing next to him, crossed his arms and said, "Don't answer it. Don't pay attention to him." He Xuyin also said, "That's right, this guy has all kinds of tricks, once you accept it, you will fall into the trap." Liu Ruyan thought for a moment and said, "But I want to make it clear to him. It's hard to explain. Look at the comments now. Liu Chenmin is extremely popular now, and others simply can't accept that you don't like him." Xiao Qing said. Liu Ruyan thought about it again and said, "I still want to make it clear." Qin Yunchu said, "I support Ruyan. This is a straightforward and clear matter. If you don't make it clear, it will complicate things." Xiao Qing grabbed Liu Ruyan's hand and frowned. "Think carefully, your offside cohabitation is currently being adapted into a TV series. If something goes wrong at this time, you may be greatly affected. It is not uncommon for the author's work to be boycotted due to his or her own reputation problems, and eventually the investor demands a huge amount of liquidated damages." Liu Ruyan paused, and finally, before the last ring, she answered the phone. "Hello." After this sound was heard, at this moment, countless people sitting in front of the screen watching the video cheered on the spot. After keeping everyone on suspense for so long, the real owner finally appears after much anticipation. Liu Chenmin's voice trembled with nervousness, and he whispered, "Is it Ruyan? Where are you now?" There was no answer from the other end. After a while, a man's voice interrupted. "Chen Minute, I'm Yuanjun. Many of us are with Liu Ruyan now, and we have seen your show." Liu Chenmin's expression changed. "You were with her. She called just now, why didn't you answer?" The other side replied hesitantly, Of course there is a reason." "What's the reason?" At this time, He Xian grabbed the phone again and said, "Ruyan is not good at expressing herself. Let me say for her that she doesn't like you. She already has someone else she likes. Please don't bother her anymore." Hearing this, even Liu Yu's face changed. Liu Yu was extremely crazy at this moment. How could that woman not like Liu Chenmin? What if she doesn't like Liu Chenmin? What will happen to my show? Is this how it ends? Unexpectedly, Liu Chenmin was very calm. "Give the phone to Ruyan, I will talk to her." "She doesn't want to." "Give her the phone." Liu Chenmin used a commanding tone, and He Xian gave up her seat somewhat embarrassedly. "Hello." Liu Ruyan said into the phone. Liu Chenmin said affectionately, "Ruyan, you've been away from home for 3 years. I often visit your uncle and aunt. They are in good health, but they miss you very much. I want you to reconnect with them and mend the relationship. Are you really so heartless that you won't even show up?" Liu Ruyan was silent, and her relatives and friends behind her were also silent. This move can be said to be a killer move. If Liu Ruyan's parents were brought up, no matter how kind-hearted others were, they would be too embarrassed to stop him. If Liu Ruyan really acted so heartless in front of so many viewers, she would definitely be labeled as unfilial. After a while, Liu Ruyan said calmly, "I'll ask Gu Yuanjin to send you the location. Come over here." Then the phone was hung up. After Liu Chenmin hung up the phone, he closed his eyes slightly, as if he was resting. Liu Yu covered her mouth, her heart still beating wildly. She was even more excited than Liu Chenmin. In her earphones, the director told her at the top of his voice that the program's ratings had broken historical records and asked her to seize this opportunity. Soon, Liu Chenmin and his party arrived at Liu Ruyan's villa. Surrounded by Qin Yunchu, He Xiying, Jiu Yuanjin and Xiao Qing, Liu Ruyan walked out confidently and stood in front of the camera. As soon as she appeared, she triggered a new round of barrage frenzy. "This is so beautiful. I feel I look better than celebrities. No wonder Liu Chenmin has liked her for so long, she's really so pretty. It's over." She just looked directly into the camera and my heart just stopped beating. Liu Chenmin looked at Liu Ruyan with his eyes dull and unable to move. In the studio, Gao Xiaobai waved a fan and commented, "A talented man and a beautiful woman." Jupiter said, "Lang is not only talented, but also good-looking." Gao Xiaobai sighed, "What kind of fairy couple is this?" Jupiter said, "Teacher Gao, can you please write a poem?" Gao Xiaobai tapped his hands with his fan, No, my limited skills are not enough to describe this scene." When the golden wind and jade dew meet, the ancients described all their beauty. Liu Ruyan nodded to Liu Chenmin, "Hello." Liu Chenmin came back to his senses and said, "Ruyan, it's been 3 years. Will you come back to our family with me?" Liu Ruyan stretched out her hand and pointed to their villa behind her, "This is my home." Liu Chenmin took a look. To be honest, Liu Ruyan's current living situation is much better than he imagined. "I already have someone I like. I've never liked you. Please go back to your own life." Liu Ruyan said, "I will contact my parents. Call them." Liu Chenmin smiled with difficulty, very decently, "I didn't know you had someone you liked. Is the person you like good?" Liu Ruyan nodded, "Very good." After a pause, she added, "Better than you." Chapter 25 I want to, but I haven't yet. When Liu Chenmin heard Liu Ruyan say, "Better than you," he smiled. For a young and promising person like him, such words would only make him pretend to be humble. "Of course, the person who is worthy of you must be excellent," Liu Chenmin replied. He Xuying no longer dared to secretly read the comments. She knew that after Liu Ruyan said, "Better than you," there would definitely be a lot of ridicule. After all, in this world, people like Liu Chenmin who are better than him at the same age cannot be said to be rare, but can only be said to be unique. Gu Yuanjin realized that the situation was not going well, so she stepped out to smooth things over, saying, "Chen Minute, let me introduce you to Ms. Xiao Qingxiao, a famous writer of romance novels." The cameraman moved the camera towards Xiao Qing. The former beauty stood aside in a very casual manner. Her curly sideburns hung on her pretty face, and her sunglasses were clipped on her lapel. Her soft wrinkles were covered with tiny beads of sweat that shone brightly. Liu Chenmin was slightly moved. "Xiao Qing? Is it the Xiao Qing who wrote Crystal Romance? Nice to meet you." Xiao Qing was not impressed by Liu Chenmin. He had violated her taboo by coercing a little girl with public opinion. She just nodded to Liu Chenmin perfunctorily to show her greeting. Gu Yuanjin continued to introduce, "This is President Qin Yunchu, she is the Vice President of Hongtu Company." Qin Yunchu was very generous. He shook the hand that Liu Chenmin extended and said, "Hello, our company has in-depth business dealings with Chixing Company. I may contact Mr. Liu again in the future." Liu Chenmin smiled and said, "I've heard that Hongtu has a beautiful strong woman named Boss Qin, and today I finally got to see her." Gu Yuanjin then introduced He Xiying behind her, "This is He Xiying. She is currently a freelancer, but she has a wide range of interests. I am currently pursuing her." Liu Chenmin stretched out his hand towards He Xiying, but He Xiying glared at him fiercely, and he retracted his hand awkwardly. However, he quickly got rid of the embarrassment and turned to Liu Ruyan and said, "Ruyan, I contacted your uncle and aunt before I came here. They are all very worried about you. Now, they are also watching the show Human Observation on TV. Can you talk to them? Just once, just once." "I'll talk to them later," Liu Ruyan said. She didn't want to talk to her parents in front of a large audience. On the screen, several comments passed by. This girl is pretty, but she is so unfilial. She hasn't seen her parents for several years and doesn't even want to call them. Yes, he left home for 3 years and ignored his family, but Mr. Liu still remembered the old times and has been caring for the elderly. Maybe she's a rebellious girl. There are a lot of people like this in society who think they are the best. Liu Chenmin said, "It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. I have been on a video call with my uncle and aunt. You can talk to them. They miss you very much." As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and the screen was facing Liu Ruyan. On the mobile phone screen, Liu Ruyan's parents were sitting upright, staring at Liu Ruyan in front of the screen. The cameraman from Human Observation hurried forward and the camera cut back and forth between the phone screen and Liu Ruyan's expression. After seeing her parents whom she hadn't seen for many years, Liu Ruyan did not experience the emotional fluctuations she had imagined. She looked at them, with an expression full of indescribable weariness and fatigue. "Liu Ruyan, you've been out of touch for so long, cut off from home, and I don't know where you've been. Dad is very disappointed in you." Father Liu looked at his daughter with a serious expression as if he was looking at a failed work. Mother Liu wiped her tears and cried, "My child, what did I do to offend you? You hate me so much that you don't even want to see me." Father Liu and Mother Liu are not as old as the audience imagines. Father Liu has a rosy complexion and Mother Liu has very good skin. Both of them are so well maintained that their age cannot be seen. The background behind them is a carved mahogany background wall. The wooden grids on the wall are filled with artworks such as corals, ingots, and strange stones, which are obviously valuable. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows on one side, you can see the rolling lawn and the azure blue swimming pool. Father Liu placed his hands on the expensive desk with a serious look on his face, as if he was holding a press conference, and he was wearing a Rolex watch on his wrist. Liu Ruyan simply glanced at them twice and said in the same calm voice as before, "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'm doing well now." "Living well? Of course you are living well. You don't attend the classes arranged by your family, nor do you learn etiquette. You don't bear any family responsibilities at all. You feel relaxed, so of course you are living well," Father Liu said sternly. Mother Liu wiped her tears and said, "You are the only daughter in the family. We usually treat you like a good kid. You don't know how to do anything. How can you live like this when you are out in the world by yourself?" After a while, Liu's mother calmed down and asked again, "Child, where have you lived these years?" Liu Ruyan pointed to the villa behind her and said, "I live here." The expressions of Liu Chenmin and his father on the screen changed. Father Liu asked, "Here? Whose house is this? Did you get married secretly without telling us?" The girl shook her head and said, "This is the teacher's house. The teacher gave it to me. Now I live here alone." "Teacher? What teacher? Could he be a bad person in society?" Mother Liu twisted her fingers together, fearing that her daughter had been cheated. Father Liu frowned and said, "Give it away? Can you just give away a villa worth tens of millions of yuan? I'm afraid you're just trying to coax a young girl, right?" Qin Yunshu pressed his forehead. The reactions of Mr. and Mrs. Liu were the same as they had at the beginning. At this time, the netizens' comments were even more exciting. 666, a villa worth tens of millions is just a gift. Today is not April Fool's Day. If giving a villa can help me pick up this girl, I will give her a villa, but I don't have a villa. I really don't understand the world of rich people. Liu Chenmin whispered, "Ruyan, is the original owner of this villa the person you said is better than me?" Liu Ruyan nodded and said, "Yes." Liu Chenmin said nothing. In his mind, he had already imagined Chen Ya as a wealthy nouveau-riche old man who would do anything to deceive an ignorant girl. And Liu's father obviously thought the same. He said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense and come home with me. Also, tell me the truth, have you ever had sex with that person?" Liu Yu reminded awkwardly, "Uncle Liu, we are still filming the program." Father Liu didn't care about the show at all and shouted, "Anyone? We don't allow women who bring bad reputation to our Liu family." He was so furious that even Liu's mother was frightened. Liu Ruyan blushed and said, "Although I really want to, my teacher always treats me like a child, so I haven't." For a moment, Liu Chenmin felt as if he was having a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. He frowned and said, "Ruyan, you have to know that when a man is in his 30s or 40s, he is at the peak of his career. He has wealth and status, and is very attractive to girls. But at this time, his life experience is enough to deceive younger girls. You must not be fooled. Liu Ruyan blinked. The teacher is not that old, he is only 27 years old. Huh? 27 years old? Huh. Liu Chenmin was interrupted in the middle of his words and suddenly felt a little confused. He is 28 years old himself. She is even 1 year younger than him. Father Liu also had a strange expression on his face. The question circling in his mind was, where did his daughter meet this rich second-generation man? The circle is so small, why hasn't this matter reached my ears yet? Liu Ruyan said to the camera, in fact, I have always wanted to tell my parents how I have been living these past 3 years, but I never had the chance to speak. Since this happened today, I will tell them. I am afraid that I will not have the courage to tell them in the future. I will tell you what kind of person the teacher is, how I met the teacher, how I studied with him, how I became a writer, and how I fell in love with him. It was an afternoon 3 years ago, it was spring, the hyacinths were in full bloom, and catkins were floating in the air all day long. That afternoon, I decided to die. Chapter 26, the season when hyacinths are in full bloom, the girl decides. In March, when hyacinths were in full bloom, the girl decided to die. In fact, not only the hyacinths are blooming beautifully, but the daylilies are also blooming beautifully. The trumpet creepers, roses, crabapples, are all blooming in full bloom. Outside the window of her room, she could see a flower bed covered with fresh flowers. The house was filled with the fragrance of flowers, and the various scents of flowers made up this rich season. The hyacinths on the windowsill had been watered, and the suicide note was placed neatly on the table. She didn't suddenly want to die. There was no specific triggering reason for her to want to die. It's just that at a certain stage in life, I suddenly felt like I had hit a wall and couldn't go on. She put on a simple plain pair of white pantyhose followed by a white chiffon suspender. She wore a pink and white Lolita-style dress with lots of lace on the outside. There was also a pleated collar, tied with a red lace at the neck, and the bodice was fastened with brass buttons and tied with a bow on top. She was wearing pink lace-edged leather shoes and a white headband with flowers on it. She wore each piece of clothing very carefully because it was her favorite. Since it's your last day, there's no reason not to wear your favorite clothes. The Persian cat stood on the wardrobe, staring at her with its beautiful eyes. She grabbed the cat's cheek and said, Shamisen, Shamisen, if I die, will you eat me? Shamisen didn't want to answer the question and pulled her face out of her hands like a plug from a water pipe. Miss, it's time to eat. The nanny came over to deliver the message. Liu Ruyan said, I don't want to eat. The nanny had a pleading look on her face. Miss, the master specially invited a professional Japanese chef to make kaiseki cuisine today, and he told you to go and eat it. Liu Ruyan had been feeling extremely relaxed as she was planning to go to the afterlife today, but now she suddenly felt very sad again. Her father never physically punished her, but he would punish her nanny if she disobeyed. Liu Ruyan went downstairs and found her father and mother already sitting at the table. Why are you wearing this again? Don't you have anything to wear? Her father frowned at her. Ruyan, haven't you been in a bad mood recently? Your father specially invited a chef from Japan. How about coming and trying some? The mother looked at Liu Ruyan with a smile on her face. What is this? Liu Ruyan looked down at the pale green and red color in the bowl and felt like she had no appetite at all. Water shield soup, it's good stuff, drink it while it's hot. My father explained to my mother, as if showing off his knowledge, water shield can only grow in the purest water. If there is even a little pollution, it won't grow. This is the purest and most natural good thing. Liu Ruyan took a sip and a sour taste came up, making her want to vomit. But she held it back and forced herself to hold it back. Her parents were still discussing how grand kaiseki cuisine was. The sound of bowls and spoons colliding could be heard, and Liu Ruyan felt that they were very far away from her. After finishing the meal, she felt even hungrier. The nanny was sorting out the clothes, and she went over and asked, Sister, have you ever taken a bus? Yes, what happened? The nanny was still busy. How can I take the bus? Liu Ruyan asked. Wait at the bus stop, and when it comes, get on the bus. Liu Ruyan asked, how does it know you are waiting there? Is there a sensor at the bus stop? The nanny turned around, looked at her with a smile, and then hugged her. My lady, you are so cute. Liu Ruyan pushed her away, you don't know how to take the bus. You're not cute at all. No, it's cute. Liu Ruyan, with the suicide note in her arms, sneaked out the door. Beautiful clothes may not be practical, and she soon began to regret choosing the small leather shoes. My feet hurt from walking on the cement road that was hot from the sun. Fortunately, there was a sunshade at the bus stop. Liu Ruyan walked around the station and did not find any sensor-like device. So she sat obediently on the bench at the station, with her hands on her knees and sitting upright. If the bus sees someone sitting like this at the stop, it will definitely know that she is waiting for it. After 20 minutes, Liu Ruyan felt her back and waist starting to ache. Just when she began to doubt whether her way of waiting for the bus was wrong, the bus finally arrived. After getting on the bus, the driver asked her to insert coins, but she searched her body and found no money. Fortunately, a boy paid for her, so she sat next to him. During the journey, the boy kept looking at her secretly. In fact, many people in the whole car were looking at her secretly. But she sat very still and didn't say anything. When she got off the train at Liyuan Station, she got off. There is a central garden in the Pear Garden. There is a lake in the garden and many benches beside the lake. This is her favorite place, and she plans to end her life here. But the girl started to worry about how to do it. For example, where should her suicide note be placed? The suicide note certainly couldn't be left in her pocket. When they fished her out of the lake, the paper was so wrinkled that it was hard to tell what was written on it. If it was just left on the bench and picked up by a passing child, it might be mistaken for an elementary school student's composition. In addition, there are so many people around. What if I jump down and someone rescues me? Based on her experience of swimming in her own swimming pool, she would not sink if she just jumped in like this. Speaking of swimming pools, Liu Ruyan recalled that when she slipped out, she saw a lot of fallen leaves in the swimming pool at home. At the time, she felt that the picture was not good. She was in a hurry to go out and did not think about why it was not good. Now that I think about it, at the end of The Great Gatsby written by Hemingway Faulkner, Gatsby died in a swimming pool covered with fallen leaves and was shot to death. So she started to worry again. Before leaving, she should at least tell her father and ask him to find a way to clean up the swimming pool. The scorching sun gradually faded, and the color of the sky changed from azure blue to orange and then to purple. There were more and more people walking in the garden, and then fewer and fewer people. March is not a hot season. It was cool at night. A thin mist floated by the lake, passing through the girl's young neck. She looked at the watch. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Besides her, there was another person sitting on the bench next to her. At this time, Liu Ruyan couldn't think of any other purpose for the person sitting here except committing suicide. It was a man, wearing a grey-blue windbreaker with a collar covering his face and a hat on his head. Liu Ruyan felt that this person must be very smart. He wore so many clothes so that he wouldn't feel cold at night, as if he knew that he would sit here until the early morning. She shuddered involuntarily, then she thought that it was time to make up her mind, otherwise she would be frozen to death. Liu Ruyan stood up, walked towards the man, and stood in front of him in a coquettish manner. The man looked up, his face emerging from under his collar. The street light reflected on his face, and Liu Ruyan's first reaction was that he was so handsome. Then, she stretched out her hand and handed over the suicide note. Please help me take this to my parents. The man looked at her for a long moment, then asked, why? I am going to commit suicide. This is my suicide note. I'm not asking that, the man said. I'm asking why I should listen to you. Liu Ruyan looked up and thought about it, and felt that he had a point. You give this to them and they'll give you money, she said. The man rolled his eyes. Since I came into this world, I vowed to be the freest man in the world. This doesn't make sense. When he came into this world, he was still a baby. How could he make such a vow? However, Liu Ruyan kept this sentence in her heart and did not say it out loud. She still wanted to use him to deliver the letter. But a free man also needs money. No one doesn't need money, Liu Ruyan said seriously. The man snatched the suicide note from her hand. Let me read what you wrote. At this point, Qin Yunchu interrupted and said, this person is your teacher, right? She forced herself to hold back the words, Chen Ya. Liu Ruyan nodded, yes. He is the teacher. Chapter 27 How to Evaluate This Suicide Note. On the video call, Liu's father and mother clenched their fists. Only my silly daughter would do such a thing as meeting such a suspicious person in the middle of the night and going up to talk to him. Or maybe they protected her too well. Their family is so rich, I wonder how many people are eyeing Liu Ruyan. Sitting outside in the dead of night like this, isn't it like saying, "Come and rob me," written on your face? If their daughter hadn't been sitting here safely, Mr. and Mrs. Liu would have called the police directly. Liu Chenmin frowned and said, "He sat there so late, is it because he has set his sights on you?" He said this to remind Liu Ruyan not to be deceived. Until now, he still didn't believe that her so-called teacher, who was so young, could just give away a villa. No matter how you look at it, it seems like he is deliberately approaching her and trying to get her family's money. Many comments in the barrage agreed with Liu Chenmin's statement. No normal person would sit in a park until 3 a.m. There must be some ulterior motive. I already know the next script. The ignorant girl jumps into the water and is rescued, and falls in love with the person who rescued her. This girl is so stupid. They were obviously coming for her, but she didn't notice it yet. In the studio, Gao Xiaobai waved his fan and said, "Indeed, sitting next to him late at night is not acceptable." Jupiter said, "I don't understand one thing. Why are people so worried about the girl being cheated out of money? No one is paying attention to why she committed suicide." Gao Xiaobai paused and said, "She didn't explain clearly why she wanted to commit suicide, and this is someone else's family affair." Yu Hur said quietly, "In our era, our focus on money is too distorted, to the point of objectifying ourselves." Gao Xiaobai was a little embarrassed and took a sip of water. What he said just now is a bit inconsistent with his personality. Liu Chenmin stared at Liu Ruyan, trying hard to keep his expression stable. He didn't understand why Liu Ruyan was so close to a stranger, but so distant from him, who had liked her for 12 years. "Is it possible that he can get close to you because he sees that you have an extraordinary background?" he said to Liu Ruyan. Xiao Qing suddenly said coldly, "Is it possible that her teacher saw that Ruyan wanted to commit suicide, so he was watching over her?" He Xuan suddenly had an idea. "Yes, it's very likely." Qin Yunchu also nodded secretly. Liu Chenmin was speechless for a moment, then said, "Then why didn't you call 110 from the beginning? What's the point of calling 110? Ruyan was forced out by the oppressive family environment. Send her back and let her get depressed in a different place." Xiao Qing retorted, "In my opinion, her teacher is saving her in a romantic way." Liu Chenmin curled his lips. No matter how romantic this matter is, an outsider can never replace parents. Xiao Qing said with a dark face, "I can't tell you." He Xuan stretched out her hand and said, "Everyone, stop arguing and listen to her continue." While they were arguing, Liu Ruyan remained silent. When no one spoke anymore, she continued telling the story with an indifferent look. "Hey!" Liu Ruyan's hands were empty, the suicide note had been taken away by Chen Ya. She stretched out her arms to reach it, but Chen Ya moved left and right, causing her to almost fall on him. "What are you doing?" Liu Ruyan stomped her feet in anger. According to her life experience, the other party should usually return the letter to her at this time. But he didn't. Chen Ya pulled the letter out of the envelope and shook it open under the street light. The suicide note was written on printed paper. "That's very girly. What are you doing? I didn't ask you to look. I'm angry." Tears were flying out of Liu Ruyan's eyes. Her anger is a serious matter. For most of her life, Liu Ruyan was as gentle as a sheep and rarely got angry. So her anger meant that the matter was really serious. If Chen Ya returned the letter to her at this time, apologized politely, and touched her head, maybe she would be able to calm down. But it seems that Chen Ya doesn't intend to do so. He was a real joy to be around. In the dim light, Chen Ya said, "Dad, Mom, respectfully. Dear Mom and Dad. By the time you read this letter, I will have passed away. Don't blame yourself. Suicide is my own choice and has nothing to do with others. I once asked myself what the meaning of life was. My father told me that the meaning of life is responsibility. This answer is not interesting. Just like my favorite poems appeared on the Chinese reading comprehension test paper, I answered the questions happily, but the answers were completely different from the standard answers. I was in pain every day when I was alive. I think the meaning of life may be pain. After I leave, remember to water the hyacinths. Shamisen is prone to food accumulation, so don't feed it too many times a day. But maybe it's because I always secretly feed Shamisen to the sashimi for dinner. By the way, Japanese food is not tasty at all. I threw all my clothes on the bed before I left. It was me who threw them, not the nanny who confiscated them. There is a blue one among them, which is my second favorite piece of clothing. Please don't burn it, or give it to someone else. I hope it exists in this world. I said too much without realizing it. That's all. Goodbye. Before Chen Ya finished reading, Liu Ruyan sat on the bench next to him. Angry. When Chen Ya came over with the envelope and sat next to her, she held back her tears and let them flow into her nose. I have finished reading it. I didn't ask you to read it. Liu Ruyan said in a muffled voice. Chen Ya said, let me give you an overall evaluation. It seems that he has great ambitions, but all the excitement is contained in his heart, hanging in the air without being expressed. It cannot be said that he does not have true feelings. What are you talking about? Liu Ruyan's eyelashes were covered with tears, and she stared at him with her beautiful eyes. I'm evaluating your suicide note. From a literary perspective. Liu Ruyan had no idea why he would do such a thing. I didn't ask you to judge. From a literary point of view, it's poorly written. Very poorly written, said Chen Ya. Liu Ruyan was able to remain calm just now, but after hearing his unexpected words, the heat of the moment surged up her head. You didn't say anything about hills and valleys just now. That's just what I saw. I'm stronger than him. Nothing is expressed in the text. Chen Ya said frivolously. Liu Ruyan spent a lot of effort planning today. Although the suicide note was only one part of it, it was also a work of confidence. She had never considered that there would be a chance that someone would comment on her carelessly. She suddenly felt very wronged and cried, I just asked you to send it back for me, but I didn't ask you to read it. Chen Ya said as a matter of course, since it is a suicide note, it must be read by others. Your parents will read it, and they will show it to their relatives and friends. One person will tell 10 people will tell 100 people, and it may even be published in the newspaper. Liu Ruyan was stunned. This was something she had never considered before. Hundreds of years later, archaeologists dug up the letter and put it in a museum. Every day, tourists would come to see it and marvel at it. Liu Ruyan's face turned red. She snatched the suicide note back and crumpled it into a ball. Forget it, I don't want to give it to you. Chen Ya put his hands on the bench and said, actually, I used to be a writer. Your suicide has nothing to do with me, but since it involves the creation of a suicide note, I have some say. Chapter 28 I didn't bring any money. Hey, writer, what have you written? The problem now is not my work, but yours. Chen Ya grabbed her hand and took back the crumpled suicide note. My assessment is that there is still room for redemption. How about it, do you want to learn writing from me? Liu Ruyan didn't want to pay attention to him. She really wanted to ask him, what right do you have to control my life? But because he felt that he could not win the argument, he turned his head and looked at the lake angrily. Chen Ya said, no one has ever tried to understand you, right? Liu Ruyan suddenly turned her head and looked at him in surprise. I can see that even in your suicide note, you deliberately suppressed yourself and didn't reveal your true thoughts, Chen Ya said, because you were worried that no one would understand what you said, right? Liu Ruyan didn't say anything. Even though what he said touched her heart. You didn't like Japanese food, but you put it in your suicide note. How scared are you of your parents? Chen Ya commented, if I'm not mistaken, you're still having Japanese food for dinner today, right? All hits. It was so accurate that even Liu Ruyan felt a little unwilling. Kaiseki, she said, is made by a chef specially invited from Japan. I'm sorry you're not full, said Chen Ya. Liu Ruyan wrinkled her nose, what does it have to do with you? Just tell me if you're full or not. Liu Ruyan blew out air from her nose in a pretentious manner and said, what do you know? Water shield grows in the purest water. It is a truly natural food. I understand, Chen Ya commented as if he had seen it with his own eyes, water shield soup, right? It's quite interesting, just like jelly, but very sour. Liu Ruyan asked in surprise, have you eaten it? Chen Ya glanced at her and said, if I'm not mistaken, the chef who cooked for you is called Zhang Quan. I don't know about that. It should be him, Chen Ya said, he was in Japan, and I was the one who introduced him to Kaiseki cuisine. Liu Ruyan didn't quite believe it. As someone was talking, his stomach started to growl. Liu Ruyan's face suddenly turned red. Fortunately it was night and I couldn't see clearly. Chen Ya laughed. I just said you weren't full, right? Liu Ruyan touched her stomach angrily and stood up. Even if you are not full, you have no right to laugh at me. Chen Ya smiled and said, that's not what I meant. Your parents shouldn't have kaiseki for dinner. Huh. Kaiseki cuisine is derived from tea cakes, which are snacks eaten before the tea ceremony. Chen Ya continued, the matcha used in Japanese tea ceremony will hurt your stomach if you drink it on an empty stomach, so the snacks are just to fill your stomach. If you are full, you won't want to drink tea. Is that so? Liu Ruyan was skeptical. That's it. Chen Ya crossed his legs and leaned back comfortably in his chair. I had tea and snacks at Ikemian in Tokyo once, and the whole experience was very good. But the kaiseki meals in China have nothing but food. But when it comes to food, how can Japanese food compare to Chinese food? So it's better to eat Chinese food. Oh. Liu Ruyan felt like she was about to faint from hunger. So, your parents are wrong. Chen Ya said, why don't you oppose them? Liu Ruyan lowered her head, it's not like I haven't objected before. Chen Ya smiled, as if he had guessed what her family was like. He crossed his legs and continued to read the suicide note in his hand. Do you feel sorry for your nanny? Liu Ruyan looked up suddenly. Chen Ya scratched his head and said, is your nanny very good? Liu Ruyan lost her temper. This person guessed everything after just reading these few lines. Yes, she graduated from a 985 university, knows 3 foreign languages, and is pretty. Her father said that in order to provide her with a role model, he hired a very capable nanny with a high salary, who was said to have worked as a simultaneous interpreter before. Unfortunately, Father Liu's plan backfired. The more she looked at the nanny, the more Liu Ruyan felt that she was a lazy person who couldn't even fold her clothes. Chen Ya was surprised. How much is the monthly salary? I don't know. I never asked. TSK, your family is really wasting the talents that the country has worked so hard to cultivate. Chen Ya shook his head. These words were like a sharp arrow, piercing Liu Ruyan's heart. As soon as the old tears dried up, new tears emerged from the corners of the eyes. Chen Ya looked at the suicide note like an old scholar. Your second favorite piece of clothing is left at home, so this one you are wearing is your favorite. Liu Ruyan blushed and said, yes, what's the matter? It looks good. It would be better if the skirt was shorter. R. She looked down at her skirt, not understanding why someone could so blatantly comment on her clothes in front of her. Because I can see that you have a great leg shape. It would look better if you wore something shorter. The other person spoke confidently. Liu Ruyan's face turned red. She felt more and more that this person was making fun of her. Give it back to me. She reached out for her suicide note. Chen Ya quickly folded the letter and put it in his pocket. Liu Ruyan stared at him with eyes wide open. Give it back to you, and then what? What then? Do you want to use it as a suicide note? Chen Ya asked, if you want to use it as a suicide note, I'll help you give it to your parents. If you don't need it, I'll help you throw it away. Then he stretched out his hand towards the lake and said, please. Liu Ruyan stood there with her fists clenched, her face turning red and white. He had just criticized the suicide note she had written with great difficulty as worthless, and now he wanted her to jump into the lake. To be honest, she no longer had any suicidal mood. She couldn't help but think back on her life, and it felt like every day was marked with failure. It seemed like she never dared to do what she really wanted to do. Even on her last day, she couldn't muster up the courage to die. That would be fine, but the suicide note was also belittled as trash and reminded people of sad memories at the last moment. Liu Ruyan squatted on the ground and cried. Chen Ya stood up, his hands and feet a little flustered. Don't cry. Woo woo. Chen Ya handed over the suicide note. I'll just give it back to you. The girl slapped the letter out of his hand. Woo 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 woo. Chen Ya squatted down. I admit it. I was just trying to dissuade you from jumping into the lake in my own way. It might have been a bit harsh. Now I apologize. I'm sorry. Can you calm down first? Woo 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 war. Liu Ruyan became more unconcealed and cried even harder. Chen Ya turned his head and glanced behind him. Fortunately, it was early in the morning and there were not many people around. If someone passes by, it will be even more difficult to tell. He reached out and stroked the girl's back. This time, apart from shrugging her shoulders, she didn't react violently. It took a long time for the other party to calm down. Liu Ruyan looked up and just happened to see Chen Ya's annoyingly handsome face. "Why are you crying?" Liu Ruyan swallowed her saliva, and her shoulders shook uncontrollably twice. Then, she mustered up all her courage, broke the restraints of her heart for the first time, and expressed her deepest feelings at the moment. "I'm hungry." "Then go eat." "I don't have any money." "I'll treat you to a meal." Chapter 29. I want to eat yours. Thanks to Banksia Zama for the reward. Tilda. Chen Ya took Liu Ruyan to find a 24-hour convenience store. Pointing to the refrigerator where the quick heat bento boxes were placed, Chen Ya said, "Take whichever one you like." Liu Ruyan's eyes darted around, scanning the plastic-wrapped food, and turned back to him and said, "Are these edible?" "What kind of question is that? If you think it's cheap, I won't treat you to a meal." "No." Liu Ruyan picked up a bowl of Sichuan pepper beef rice with her left hand and a bowl of two-color curry omelette rice with her right hand, and said, "I want to eat both." "Are you a pig?" Liu Ruyan hesitated for a long time, and finally, under the urging of her stomach, she reluctantly put down the two-color curry omelette rice. "This one actually tastes better," Chen Ya said, pointing at the two-color curry. After saying that, he went to pick his own midnight snack. Behind him, Liu Ruyan quickly changed the rice in her hand to two-color curry. Finally, the two went to the cashier to pay. Chen Ya's midnight snack was a bowl of bucket noodles. "Do you want it heated up?" The male cashier on night shift was very cool and didn't talk much. "Heat it up and soak the noodles for me. We don't help with seasoning here." "Fine." The cashier put Liu Ruyan's meal into the microwave. She sat at an empty table with no leftover food, holding her chin with her hands and waiting. After a while, Chen Ya came over with a bowl of instant noodles. The bowl was already full of hot water. He first took out the powder packet and tore it open. The brown seasoning powder fell on the golden noodles and was soaked into black by the soup. Then came the sauce packet. As soon as Liu Ruyan tore open the plastic packaging, she smelled a strange fragrance. Finally, there are the vegetable packs. After being dehydrated, the dried vegetables appear small and cute, scattered in the noodle soup, laughing and jumping like naughty children. Chen Ya stirred it with a plastic fork for a while, then inserted it into the instant noodle bowl, fixed the plastic lid on it, and then waited. During this period, Liu Ruyan kept staring at him. It was the first time she saw the entire process of making instant noodles. Chen Ya's movements were smooth and flowing. Watching him cook instant noodles was like watching teppanyaki. However, teppanyaki is a performance in nature and may seem like a deliberate show-off, but he is not like that. Every step he took was of maximum practical nature. Especially the last moment of using a fork to fix the noodle cover on the noodle bowl is really fantastic. If he hadn't demonstrated it in front of her, she would never have thought that a fork could be used in this way. After a long while, she said, "This is the first time I've seen this." Chen Ya said calmly, "Miss, your world is too far away from us mortals. I feel like you and I live on different planets. I don't want that either." "I know, and I don't care. Don't expect me to feel inferior to you," Chen Ya said. "What I mean is that you live in a different world from others. How can others understand you?" Returning to this topic, Liu Ruyan became distressed again. Be it strict parents, an excellent nanny, or even a cat that has indigestion from eating salmon, these are experiences that ordinary people will never have in their lifetime. How can you let others understand your pain? Liu Ruyan didn't say anything, but her expression looked very uncomfortable. Chen Ya didn't say anything either. He was a cool guy, and if others didn't reply, he wouldn't say more than 3 sentences. After a while, Liu Ruyan stared at the braised beef painted on the instant noodle bowl and said, "How can I make others understand?" First, learn to understand everything, at least things that are different from yourself. Liu Ruyan tried very hard to swallow his words and break down what she could understand from them. Chen Ya opened the lid of the instant noodles, and a strange fragrance came out with the hot steam, rising to the ceiling, then spreading and diffusing into the entire space. Liu Ruyan had never smelled such a fragrance before. Neither kaiseki cuisine nor teppanyaki was as fragrant as the smell she smelled now. Chen Ya checked the chewiness of the noodles and put the lid back on. The two-color curry is ready, the waiter at the cashier said. Liu Ruyan stood there in a daze. Only when Chen Ya reminded her to get it did she go over and get her meal back. Putting it on the table, she stared at the intact plastic wrap and pondered. Chen Ya took her meal, helped her open the package, and pushed it in front of her. You can eat now. The girl noticed there was no instant noodles smell. So, for the second time in her life, she mustered up her courage and took a tentative step into the unknown world. I want to eat yours. Chen Ya glared at her. Yours is more expensive than mine. But I just want to eat yours. Chen Ya pushed the instant noodles to her and watched Liu Ruyan pick up a few noodles with the fork he had used. You might as well pick more. You don't need your aristocratic etiquette to eat instant noodles. Liu Ruyan blushed. After a while, she looked up. Just like a long drought finally ending in rain, she felt her whole body swelling up like a balloon that was gradually being filled. It's so delicious. Soon, the sound of slurping noodles leaked out uncontrollably like panting, filling the entire convenience store. This is delicious. While sipping noodles, she raised her head and said something, then immediately lowered her head again. Chen Ya picked up the spoon and moved her rice in front of him. It's a good thing you ordered two-color curry. I don't like Sichuan pepper beef. He was halfway through eating the two-color curry and the diced chicken inside, but Liu Ruyan had already finished her noodles and was looking at him with an unsatisfied look. Is this delicious? Chen Ya looked at her helplessly. Are you not full? Liu Ruyan thought for a moment and said, a little bit. So, you want to try it? Try a little. Liu Ruyan's face was filled with unconcealable greed. Chen Ya pushed the half-eaten omelette rice to her with a look of shock. Just as he was about to get a new pair of disposable chopsticks, Liu Ruyan directly picked up the diced chicken in the bowl with her fork. Yeah, it's delicious, but not as delicious as instant noodles. Chen Ya held his forehead and leaned back in his chair. He had nothing more to say. After finishing their meal, the two men piled the garbage against the wall and Liu Ruyan lay on the table. What are you going to do next? Chen Ya asked while picking up his phone. When are you going to jump into the lake again? Liu Ruyan was too lazy to think and said, I think I should wait a few days before going. Don't want to jump into the lake. No, I want to think about it carefully. She felt her eyelids getting heavier. Planning to go home? No, Liu Ruyan felt that her voice came from far away. If I go back, I'll be beaten to death. That's good. That way I don't have to write a suicide note. Liu Ruyan no longer had the energy to respond to the joke. Her lips moved but no words came out. She fell asleep on the table. She slept very deeply and had a dream of flying in the clouds. The next morning, she opened her eyes and saw an unfamiliar ceiling. Chapter 30, One Day of Drifting. A strange ceiling, a strange quilt, and a strange bed. This is a room full of masculine atmosphere. There is a desk by the window, a bed behind the desk and a small wardrobe not far away. There is a carpet on the floor, and on the carpet there is a small coffee table, on which are placed various books and picture albums. Liu Ruyan lifted the quilt and sat up, and found that she was only wearing a white suspender. She hugged her body and began to feel fear. After a moment of fear, he found that he was not missing any parts. She didn't even take off her white stockings. Because of this, my waist was so painful and turned red. She pulled her pantyhose off, balled them up, and threw them on the floor. Then she found her clothes. After getting dressed, I saw a note on the coffee table. I have to go out for something. Breakfast is in the kitchen, you can leave at will after eating. I looked at the clock and it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Liu Ruyan stretched lazily. This was her first time sleeping in someone else's house, and she unexpectedly slept so soundly. When she got to the kitchen, she found the sandwiches on the counter. It had eggs and tomatoes and a slice of bacon, which was cold but still delicious. When she was done, she left the dirty dishes on the dining table and walked around the room. This is a single apartment. Although small, it has everything. The bedroom and study are combined into one. The living room is very small, but there is a projector and the shelves are filled with various movie discs. Although this house is not large, the decoration is exquisite and the furniture looks comfortable. In short, it is not a place that poor people can afford to live in. It is wrong to rummage through other people's homes, but Liu Ruyan couldn't help her curiosity. She wanted to know where this strange man got his profound knowledge and the ability to see through her at a glance. After searching in the room for a while, Liu Ruyan became even more confused. There are more than a dozen expensive watches placed in a mess in the glass cabinet, suits and work clothes in the closet, and both brushes and special pens for drawing comics on the desk. In the end, she held onto her bottom line and didn't open his computer. Liu Ruyan did not have the ability to see the whole picture from just a few lines of text. After looking through their house, the only information she obtained was, he was single. Just then, the man pushed the door and went home. Chen Ya, who was holding a bag of vegetables, glanced at her, was slightly stunned, and said, "You haven't left yet." Liu Ruyan had already sat on the sofa pretending nothing had happened, and turned her head to look at him and said, "I have nowhere to go. Go home." Chen Ya said, "Your parents must be looking for you like crazy now. He'll be beaten to death." "I won't be beaten to death. It doesn't matter if I'm beaten to death. The main thing is that I'm not the one who will die. Can I stay at your place temporarily?" Liu Ruyan said with a blushing face. Chen Ya looked at her in surprise. "Huh? I will pay the rent." Liu Ruyan said. "Let's not talk about how you pay the rent. I don't plan to share the house with anyone." Liu Ruyan looked at him pitifully. Chen Ya said, "I want to make it clear in advance that the first time I cried I was soft-hearted. Crying again will be useless." "I didn't cry." Liu Ruyan said. Chen Ya went to the kitchen to organize the refrigerator and Liu Ruyan followed behind him. "I can help with the housework." Chen Ya laughed angrily. "You share the roasted crispy sausage." "What is a crispy grilled sausage?" "It doesn't matter," Chen Ya said. "Leave my house before noon and I won't cook for you." "I don't know your name yet." Chen Ya. Chen Ya said. "My name is Liu Ruyan." Liu Ruyan said. After saying that, seeing that Chen Ya didn't react, Liu Ruyan slowly walked away. She walked out the door, got off the elevator, and walked out of the community, and she found the 24-hour convenience store from yesterday. She went in and asked, "Are you hiring here?" The waiter said, "Then you need to talk to the store manager." "Is the store manager here?" "Wait a moment." "Hello, sir. The total is 13.9 yuan. Liu Ruyan sat at the table waiting, with her hand under her chin. Out of boredom, she saw a row of snacks at the bottom of the shelf. She squatted down, picked one up and took a look. The package said, "Roasted crispy sausage." Afternoon, the convenience store clerk changed shifts and a male clerk came. Maybe because she had been sitting here for too long, the male clerk kept looking over here. At 1:30 in the afternoon, there were few people in the store, and the male clerk came over and asked, "Who are you waiting for?" "Wait for the store manager." "What are you waiting for the store manager to do?" "I want to work here." "You need to work." The male clerk looked at her with a smile. "Have you talked to the manager?" "No. I don't know the manager." "Who asked you to wait for him?" "The same clerk from before." The male clerk sat in front of her and said, "The manager was here this morning, but is gone now." "Oh." Liu Ruyan's heart sank. "I have his phone number." "Are you sure you want to work here?" "How much is the salary?" 3,500, it will be a little more for the night shift." "Oh." Liu Ruyan had no idea about this number. "Where do you live?" Liu Ruyan asked. "Go home, my home is here, I live with my parents." The male clerk blushed. Liu Ruyan didn't understand why he blushed. "Can I live in the store?" "No, we don't provide food and lodging." "Where is your home?" "I have no home." "How can you not have a home?" Liu Ruyan did not answer. After a long while, the male clerk said, "Let me ask the store manager for you. There is a small bed for nap in the store, but there is no air conditioning." He ran to make a phone call, and after a while, he came back and said with regret, "The store manager said they are not hiring now." "Oh." Liu Ruyan stood up regretfully and prepared to leave. "Wait a minute," the male clerk said, "my uncle opened a grocery store. I want to ask him if he is hiring." "Yeah." Liu Ruyan sat down again. The male clerk made several phone calls, and the disappointment on his face became more and more obvious. It was not until another female clerk came over and asked him coldly if he was still going to work that he said to Liu Ruyan regretfully that he was afraid it would be difficult to find a job. Before leaving, he told Liu Ruyan that there was an internet cafe nearby where overnight stays were very cheap and he would sometimes spend the night there. Liu Ruyan quickly found the internet cafe. Internet cafe is also a wonderful place for her. This small and narrow space was filled with the sounds of keyboards and mice, and occasional roars. There was a layer of blue cigarette smoke visible to the naked eye above 2 meters. Liu Ruyan covered her nose, found an empty seat and sat down, being careful not to touch the table, which was covered with dandruff and solidified grease. A man soon sat down next to her, turned on the computer and put on headphones with ease, then quickly entered a shooting game, sometimes muttering to himself, sometimes howling angrily. Pig nose, you're fooling yourself by throwing a cigarette. Don't blame others if you're stupid. Yeah, you're right, you're using a crappy shotgun to score 112. Use your pig brain to think about whether I should fill in the position. Okay, you're right, all right. You're saving your money to buy an urn for your mother, why don't you give guns to your teammates? At noon, this person ordered a box lunch and ate it while playing games. The rice became cold and the fat on the meat turned white. I don't know if he felt sick from the food or from playing games, but he got off the plane and left. Looking at the half bowl of rice he left behind, Liu Ruyan swallowed. Out of human dignity, she did not pick it up and eat it. Through observation, she found that there was a profession called network administrator in the internet cafe. Usually they just sit at the front desk with their legs crossed and don't have to do anything. It took Liu Ruyan a long time to determine that this job did not require any technical skills, so she walked over and talked to a middle-aged man leaning against the front desk, asking him if he was recruiting network administrators. The middle-aged man looked her up and down, gave her an obscene smile, and said, "You shouldn't be a network administrator." "Huh?" Liu Ruyan tilted her head. The man said, "I'll recommend a good seat for you, you can earn more by going to a nightclub." "Oh." Liu Ruyan said. The network administrator at the front desk reminded Liu Ruyan that the middle-aged man was not from their internet cafe, but Liu Ruyan still left with the man. "Do you provide food and accommodation? How much is the monthly salary?" Liu Ruyan asked behind him. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "We'll talk about it when we get there." As soon as the two entered an alley, they were stopped by someone. Liu Ruyan looked up and saw that it was Chen Ya. "Where do you want to take my sister?" Chen Ya asked the man with a smile on his face. Chapter 31 Grilled Crispy Sausage. Chen Ya walked in front and Liu Ruyan followed behind obediently, like a child who had done something wrong. Just now she was also following the middle-aged man, but not as obediently as this one, and she changed direction. She didn't know why she had to act like she had done something wrong. But from the pressure Chen Ya's back gave her, she felt that it would be better to behave herself. Chen Ya suddenly stopped, turned around and said with a smile, "You're pretty capable, aren't you? After not seeing you for just one day, you've learned how to work in a nightclub, right?" "I haven't learned it yet." Liu Ruyan raised her face and looked at him. "Oh." Chen Ya laughed, but it seemed like he was laughing out of anger. He turned around and continued walking, and Liu Ruyan followed closely with her hands under her skirt. "What is a nightclub?" "Slaughterhouse," said Chen Ya. Liu Ruyan made a sound like a kitten having its tail stepped on. "Trick you into going there." Guess what will happen?" Liu Ruyan covered her mouth, she felt like vomiting. "That's too much. Why is it so excessive?" She grabbed Chen Ya's arm, tears welling up in her eyes. "We can't let them hurt people like this." Chen Ya looked at her in surprise, then a smile appeared on his face. "Why are you holding me? If I go there alone, won't I be killed?" Liu Ruyan's grip loosened a little, and then she said firmly, "At least go and help call the police." Chen Ya grabbed her cheeks with both hands, just like she usually grabbed the cheeks of the shamisen, and rolled them into a round shape and flattened them, turning them back and forth with his hands a few times, while saying, "You really believe everything I say? With your ability to judge, you're basically done with society." Liu Ruyan finally realized something. Her mouth was pinched into a fish-shaped shape by him and she made a strange sound. "You lied to me. Who made you so gullible?" Liu Ruyan was confused, and it was not until she returned to the gate of the community that she realized she had been tricked. She began to seriously consider whether she should be angry. Seeing the familiar 24-hour convenience store, Chen Ya realized something and turned around to ask, "Are you hungry?" "I'm so hungry," said Liu Ruyan. Why didn't you say you were hungry? Liu Ruyan took a breath, puffed up her belly, touched it and said, I'll try to endure it this way. Chen Ya took a look and said, stop it. You're making me want to punch you. Liu Ruyan quickly tucked in her stomach, but her face puffed up. You have no love. Besides, if you say I have no love, I won't treat you to a meal. The two entered the convenience store, and Liu Ruyan made eye contact with the clerk who helped her during the day. Welcome, to you. Chen Ya walked straight over and asked, what do you want to eat? Liu Ruyan secretly greeted the man with her eyes, and then said politely, instant noodles. Chen Ya looked back at her and said, instant noodles are enough. Liu Ruyan thought for a moment and said, I also want to eat some roasted crispy sausage. With your experience, you can only point out these few things. Liu Ruyan was very unconvinced, but after Chen Ya helped her make the noodles, she felt that he was a very nice person. Instead, the clerk stood there, looking very lost. While she was eating, Chen Ya crossed his arms and asked in an interrogative tone, you have decided not to go back, right? Yeah. Liu Ruyan nodded. You won't even go back after you die outside. There is always a way. Liu Ruyan raised her head, I have already made a plan. Tell me about your plan. Chen Ya had a sarcastic smile on his face, but because he was quite handsome, it was easy for people to be fascinated by him. I can sleep in the internet cafe at night. Liu Ruyan counted on her fingers, I work as a network administrator during the day. I know network administrators can get free instant noodles. Hum. Chen Ya nodded and listened to her. Finally, he opened his narrowed eyes, are you done? That's all for now. My assessment is that you won't survive more than 3 days, Chen Ya said, unless your body is made of iron. Liu Ruyan was not convinced, but she had no way to refute it. He added, for a plan of this magnitude, it would be better to ask the guy I met at the convenience store for help. Her face turned red, and she remembered what happened during the day, and whispered, how did you know? Chen Ya didn't answer, but looked at her with a smile. Are you following me? Liu Ruyan asked again, with a strange feeling in her heart. I guess. Liu Ruyan said, you're afraid something might happen to me, so you've been following me, right? He. Chen Ya laughed it off, and Liu Ruyan looked at him with a squinting eye and a face full of suspicion. She now understands Chen Ya a little bit. 2 of the other person's 3 sentences were jokes, and I don't know which one is true. But the more vague he is, the more likely it is to be true. I'm right. Liu Ruyan stared at him. What's right? Eat yours. Liu Ruyan lowered her head and ate noodles. She didn't know why, but she didn't feel annoyed at all when being followed. Instead, she felt happy. The roasted crispy sausage is actually sweet. You can sleep at my place today, said Chen Ya. The second time she went to Chen Ya's house, Liu Ruyan was a little nervous. It was different from yesterday. Yesterday I was asleep when I was carried here. I came here by myself today. In other words, this was the first time in her life that she followed a strange man to his home. Thinking about how he carried her home yesterday, Liu Ruyan felt her face getting hot again. After entering the room, Chen Ya stretched and said, you sleep on the sofa today. I slept on the sofa all night yesterday and my waist is sore. Chen Ya stared at her face, will you be dissatisfied if I let you sleep on the sofa? No, Liu Ruyan shook her head innocently, I've never slept before. I feel very comfortable. She sat on the sofa and pressed hard, very soft. Chen Ya threw the quilt and sheets next to her and said, then, go wash the socks you threw in my room. Liu Ruyan covered her mouth and ran to his room with a red face. She picked up the white silk stockings she had dropped and threw them into the trash can. You just threw it away like that? Chen Ya looked at her in surprise. Is this thing meant to be worn once and then thrown away? Liu Ruyan tilted her head. Well. Chen Ya hesitated, bare legs look good anyway. Liu Ruyan nervously pulled her skirt up. Chen Ya returned to the room and began to take off her clothes. She had never worn the same clothes 2 days in a row, let alone underwear. Now she feels itchy when she wears her underwear and she wants to throw it away. Chen Ya went out with a set of pajamas in his hand. You can wear my old one first. Before he could finish his words, his eyes met with Liu Ruyan, who had just taken off her clothes. Chen Ya threw his pajamas on her. What are you looking at? I didn't mean to look at it. Besides, I already saw it yesterday. Liu Ruyan pulled down the pants that were hanging on her face, looked at where he left, and her cheeks puffed up. Chapter 32. What book is it about? Lying in bed, Liu Ruyan found that she couldn't sleep at all. The words Chen Ya said before still echoed in my ears like a bell. Anyway, I've already seen it yesterday. I've already seen it. I've already seen it. She buried her head in the quilt, her face so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. I deceived myself yesterday, but I was still seen. If this continues, sooner or later. Thinking of this, the girl made a decision. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Liu Ruyan said to Chen Ya, who had just gotten up and walked out of the bedroom. Thank you. Chen Ya was startled before he finished yawning. What are you thanking me for? Thank you for your care over the past 2 days, Liu Ruyan said. I understand now. You helped me give up the idea of suicide and allowed me to spend 2 nights safely. Chen Ya looked at her. Did you figure this out last night? I've also figured out something else, Liu Ruyan said. The reason I wanted to commit suicide was because of my family, and also because I've never lived on my own. She said seriously, I have never lived on my own, and I don't have a sense of reality in life, so how can I talk about the joy of living? So, I plan to survive on my own for a while, and then go home. Chen Ya nodded. It's good that you have such an ambition, but how do you plan to survive? Liu Ruyan counted on her fingers and said, I can play the piano, arrange flowers, dance, and I can also do a little oil painting. Very good, Chen Ya said. Are you planning to be a tutor? Liu Ruyan's eyes lit up. Yes, I can be a tutor. What did you think at first? Participate in competitions and stuff. But I need some startup capital, Liu Ruyan said, and I need to stay at your house for 2 more days. Chen Ya leaned against the door, looking cheerful. Why do you think I must keep you for 2 days? As you can see, Liu Ruyan stretched out her arms and showed her pajamas. I washed all my clothes, and now I'm wearing your pajamas. Chen Ya's pajamas were a little too big for her, but the loose clothes made her look even more seductive on her body. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and noticed that there was something on Liu Ruyan's chest that was not suitable for specific description. Did you wash your underwear too? Yeah. Liu Ruyan nodded seriously. Chen Ya glanced at the balcony and saw a set of women's underwear fluttering like a flag. So you are in a state of letting go now. I am completely empty-minded now. Liu Ruyan said seriously. Chen Ya slammed the door in front of her. Liu Ruyan knocked on the door for a long time before Chen Ya opened it a crack. I don't talk to perverts. Who is the pervert? Liu Ruyan blocked the crack in the door with her hands. Can you lend me money to buy clothes? I'll pay you back later. Chen Ya looked at her and said, then, try being my babysitter first. Liu Ruyan said, then, I stayed at the teacher's house and worked as a nanny for him. When the teacher goes out, I clean the house and wash the dishes. When the teacher came home, I helped him with the laundry, and he started to lecture me about breaking so many dishes. At first I slept on the sofa, but later he felt bad about it, so we took turns sleeping on the sofa. Later, I would often go to his bed wrapped in a blanket and lie down while he was sleeping. Because I needed to buy groceries, I finally learned how to count money and got to know many of my neighbors. The time I spent at the teacher's house was the happiest time of my life. I finally understood what I wanted to do and who I wanted to be the most. So, I started learning writing from my teacher. When she told the story, she did not go into specific details, but only gave the general idea. Moreover, she never revealed Chen Ya's name and identity from beginning to end, only using teacher instead. Speaking of this, Liu Yu was a little dazed. Just now, I heard the director's voice through the earphone, saying that the number of simultaneous viewers of human observation has exceeded 60 million. What is the concept of 60 million? 1 in every 10 people in the country is now watching their show. This unexpected result has made Liu Yu dizzy. At this time, the army of Barrage also split into 2 factions. Isn't this just a story about a princess falling in love with a poor boy? It's a pity that Mr. Liu has been thinking about him for so long. He may not be a poor boy. Doesn't he have a villa for the princess? The most suspicious thing in this matter is this villa. Didn't he live in a bachelor apartment before? Where did he get the money to buy a villa? It is recommended to conduct a thorough investigation. Listening to her description, I feel that her teacher is a person who looks rough on the outside but is delicate on the inside, and very gentle. How did you hear that in the previous part? I could only tell that the person had bad intentions. If Liu Chenmin really understood Ruyan, would he not know that she wanted to commit suicide? Where was Liu Chenmin when Ruyan wanted to commit suicide? Check Liu Chenmin's status hash. That's enough. Mr. Liu has been working so hard to earn a future for Ruyan, but he is not as good as someone who uses Ruyan as a nanny, right? In the studio, the guests were discussing this matter heatedly. Teacher Gao, if you were Ruyan, with a childhood friend on one side and a stranger on the other, which side would you choose? Jupiter asked. Gao Xiaobai put away the fan and said, I choose my childhood friend. Jupiter raised his eyes slightly. Why? I thought you would pursue true love. What true love? Gao Xiaobai laughed. I don't know if you have noticed that from the time Ruyan talked until now, she has not made clear the true identity of the so-called teacher. Jupiter was startled, indeed. Gao Xiaobai said, so, what does this mean? This means that even Ruyan doesn't know what he does. Jupiter's eyes widened. How can I trust someone who won't even reveal his true identity? Gao Xiaobai said. In my opinion, this is nothing more than a story about a high-level seeking taking advantage of a naive girl. After Gao Xiaobai said this, the tone of the barrage changed, and the voices supporting Liu Chenmin became louder again. That's right. Family friends who have known each other for so many years didn't believe it, but a stranger who came out of nowhere believed it. If you don't understand, just ask, are all girls so easily tempted by other people? I'm beginning to be afraid of marriage and love. I'm a girl, and I don't trust that guy either. If I had to choose, I would definitely choose Liu Chenmin. Liu Yu handed the microphone to Liu Chenmin at the right time and said, Mr. Liu, do you have anything to say about Miss Ruyan's story? Liu Chenmin looked directly at Liu Ruyan and took a deep breath. Ruyan, as your friend, I am happy that you have gotten out of the difficult situation in your life. But, as your friend, I also have some doubts, and I have to ask. You said you learned writing from a teacher. It's not that I look down on writers, but it's difficult for ordinary writers to make a lot of money, unless they are well-known writers. Can you tell me what book he wrote? Chapter 33 Not Good Enough of You. Click, click, click. The keyboard tapping sounds crisp, and the mouse clicking sounds soft. It was already completely dark. In the entire Hongtu office, only Chen Ya's project team had bright lights on, while other places were already plunged into darkness. Chen Ya's cell phone ran out of battery and he was now placing it on the case to charge. On his left and right, Lao Tang was typing code seriously and Wang Qian was watching a variety show. She was watching the variety show while eating potato chips and occasionally typing a comment on the keyboard. Chen Ya rubbed his hair and said, Xiao Qian, you can't help, why don't you go back early? Wang Qian stared at the computer screen. No need. I'm here with you. You don't need to accompany me. Chen Ya said, it's mainly because you are noisy. Wang Qian reached out and handed him the headphones on the table. Use this. Old Tang said at the side, Chen Ya, you should be content. Having a beautiful woman sitting next to you will make you feel more comfortable while working. I don't think so. That's enough, Chen Ya. If you keep doing this, I'll be sitting next to Old Tang, Wang Qian said. Didn't we agree to have a midnight snack together? I'll wait for you to finish. When was the appointment made? Isn't this a convention? Wang Qian said, this is not your business, Chen Ya. Since you are doing this for a good cause, I must treat you to a good meal. I understand this rule. Chen Ya was caught off guard by her unexpected behavior. That's really not necessary. Eating midnight snacks will only make you fat. Yes, I am not afraid of gaining weight. I am willing to sacrifice my life to accompany a gentleman. Shouldn't you go with us? She added, anyway, don't chase me away. Even if I don't have a midnight snack, I will stay here and finish observing the human world. This is the critical time. Old Tang was delighted when he heard this. He looked over at Chen Ya and asked, are you also watching the human world? Chen Ya was confused. What is human observation? A show. Today's episode is super exciting. Chen Ya turned around and looked at Lao Tang. Aren't you fucking typing code? Old Tang moved his chair back, just in time to see a cell phone in the drawer under his desk. with something playing on the screen. Working while slacking off is a must for modern office workers. Chen Ya punched him twice. So, what is this show? Old Tang said with a playful smile. Old Chen, it has nothing to do with you. It's just some romantic stuff. Wang Qian said, it's a very explosive gossip, about a love triangle. Oh. Chen Ya was indeed not interested in gossip. Wang Qian leaned over and asked Old Tang, which side are you on? Are you on the youth party or the teacher party? Green Plum Party and Teacher Party are factions differentiated from the Human Observation Program. Their Green Plum Party represents those who support Liu Chenmin, while their Teacher Party refers to those who support teacher Liu Ruyan. Of course, Chen Ya, the person involved, knew nothing about these jargons. Old Tang said, emotionally, I stand with the teacher. Liu Chenmin is not a good person. Wang Qian nodded excitedly, yeah. I agree. I stand with the teacher too. But I think if it were me, I would definitely choose Liu Chenmin, said Old Tang. Wang Qian's face fell and she said, why? Old Tang said as a matter of course, damn, that's Liu Chenmin, 7 Stars Company, do they need a reason to choose him? Wang Qian was not convinced, that teacher sounds pretty impressive too. No matter how powerful he is there anyone more powerful than Liu Chenmin? Damn, do you know what the market value of 7 Stars Company is now? If you marry him, you can just lie down and relax. Old Tang said. Wang Qian curled her lips, vulgar. You are so noble, you are amazing. Old Tang argued, let me ask you, if it were you, and you were asked to choose a teacher who came from nowhere and suffer with him, while Liu Chenmin pursued him desperately, wouldn't you be tempted? Wang Qian thought about it and felt that what he said actually made some sense. Old Tang asked again, think about it, if you follow Liu Chenmin, your child will be the prince of 7 Stars Company in the future. If you give up on him, and you become a mixed breed in the future, would you be embarrassed to tell your child this? Wang Qian blushed, if I follow Liu Chenmin, I won't be able to give birth to the same child. I'm asking you now, if you put yourself in their shoes and think rationally, who would you choose? Wang Qian hesitated for a long time before saying, I don't know. Maybe I will know the answer only when I really face that choice. Oh, I envy Ruyan so much. Ruyan? Chen Ya asked. It's okay. These people are very far away from us and have nothing to do with you. Just focus on typing your code. Wang Qian touched his head and coaxed him like a child. Old Tang said, I want to be patted on the head, too. Go to hell. Lao Tang's opinion is not uncommon. On the internet, many people are like him and are rational analysis parties. In the forum, there is a post that is rapidly becoming popular. Its content is as follows. On Liu Chenmin's contribution. As we all know, Liu Chenmin is the founder of 7 Stars Company. But to people in the industry, he is more like a living legend. His contributions are numerous, but I will only mention the ones that are closely related to us ordinary people. First, the 7-star mobile phone brand he founded successfully entered the world's high-end mobile phone market, filled the gap in China's high-end mobile phone brands, and reversed the impression of Chinese products overseas. Second, he was in charge of developing the curved screen, which was the original creation of Qixing. From now on, he is at the forefront of the trend. Third, he established the 7-Star Charity Fund, which has accumulated charitable donations of more than 80 million yuan. I am not here to take advantage of the hot topics of Renjian observation. I am just a passerby, neither a teacher's party nor a General Liu's party. I just want people to know the contribution he made. Under the post, many people commented. Thinking about it this way, compared to the average person, Mr. Liu has indeed made a greater contribution. Compared to President Liu, no matter how outstanding you are only outstanding as an individual, just like a student compared to a model worker. The student's excellence is due to his own excellence, while President Liu has truly made contributions to society. I think it's outrageous that there are still people standing up for the teacher. Mr. Liu is someone who will go down in history. No matter how humorous and interesting the others are, can they compare to him? I agree with the above. I feel that many people are just speaking out of emotion. If they really have to choose for themselves, they will definitely choose Mr. Liu. Liu Chenmin asked again, so, what book did he write? Liu Ruyan pursed her lips. Chen Ya would rather use two aliases than reveal his true identity as Jin Yong and Ji Yu Long. He has kept it secret until now, how dare she reveal it casually? Liu Chenmin looked at the people behind Liu Ruyan and said, "Do you know?" His eyes swept over Qin Yunchu, He Shiying, Ji Yu Yuanjin, Xiao Qing. Everyone had a different expression. They all had their own concerns, but the common point was that no one spoke up. Liu Chenmin spread his hands and said, "You don't know, or is he simply unknown?" Liu Yu laughed dryly and said, "Boss Liu, with your status, let alone ordinary writers or those online writers, even best-selling writers would be embarrassed to speak in front of you." "Oh," Liu Chenmin said, "so that means it's the latter, right?" "Forget it, it doesn't matter. Whether it's the former or the latter, I feel that I am not worthy of you, Ruyan." He shrugged. Ji Yu Yuanjin and He Shiyin were furious. Chapter 34 What is this award? Ji Yu Yuanjin and He Shiyin were furious. Jin Yong and Ji Yu Long are their idols. In other words, Chen Ya is now their common idol. Of course they couldn't stand their idol being treated with such contempt. But before they could react, Xiao Qing stamped his feet anxiously, veins popping out on his forehead, and whispered, "I really want to tell him the truth right now in front of everyone." Qin Yunchu held her hand and shook his head gently. "Can't say now. Absolutely can't say that. Chen Ya has been hiding his identity until now, he must have his reasons. It was already very rude of them to come to his house to inquire about the news. Although it was caused by misunderstanding at the beginning, it was still rude after all. If they wanted to vent their anger and exposed Chen Ya in front of the whole country against his will, who knows how angry he would be?" Liu Ruyan said, "The teacher is a writer who is well known throughout the country, no, the world." "Oh." Liu Chenmin said, "Then what is his work?" "I can't say." Liu Ruyan bit her lip. "I can only say that if I reveal his identity, it will definitely become a hot topic." Liu Chenmin smiled. This matter has changed since a teacher came out. He said something like, "Just one look would be enough," but how could it be possible to just take one look? With his status and position, any woman he looked at would end up in his bed. He just didn't expect that someone would show up unexpectedly. Liu Ruyan had been missing for 3 years, and she, who had social phobia, actually lived with a man. Liu Chenmin is a bit of a perfectionist. He wants everything to be the best, even women. Perfection is something that has to be fought for, so he has been fighting for it all his life. If he had not won the fight in this matter, to use a more metaphysical term, his spiritual heart would have been damaged. "Maybe it's been a while since we last met, so I need to introduce myself again," he said proudly. "I'm the founder of 7 Stars Company, the developer of 7 Stars mobile phones, and the organizer of 7 Stars Fund. I can tell everyone about every one of my identities. I've never heard of a writer who couldn't even reveal his works. Could it be that he is a married man and you are concerned about his reputation, so you dare not expose his work?" This sentence hits the nail on the head. Liu Ruyan frowned and said, "That's not the case. He is a writer and not from the entertainment industry. Besides, he is already married. I can't understand why you don't want to expose him," said Liu Chenmin. Father Liu frowned and slammed the table again. "Ruyan, you must explain this matter clearly today." At this moment, the door opened and a tiny figure ran out of the house. Then, Xiao Yingying threw herself into Liu Ruyan's arms. "Aunt, teach me English." She waved a picture in her hand and handed it to Liu Ruyan. "Oh no." Qin Yunchu suddenly thought of something and secretly exclaimed. Liu Ruyan didn't realize it. She held Xiao Yingying in her arms, picked up the painting in her hand as if no one was around, and said with a smile, "This is that Nobel oil painting. Auntie can't understand the words on it." After seeing Xiao Yingying, Liu Chenmin's expression suddenly changed, and he frowned and asked, "Whose child is this?" Qin Yunchu hurriedly answered to help, "This child is an orphan, adopted by her teacher." "Adopt?" Liu Chenmin frowned. At this time, the barrage had already exploded. Combined with the fact that Liu Ruyan refused to reveal their teacher's work and Liu Chenmin's doubts, and now there is another child. No matter how you think about it, it seems that Liu Ruyan was secretly serving as a mistress to a married woman, and the two were having an underground affair. That's the only thing that makes sense. If we say that just now the teacher party and the childhood sweetheart party were still fighting each other, now the screen is completely occupied by barrages supporting Liu Chenmin. Everyone is questioning whether Liu Ruyan is the real culprit. Some netizens even listed all the famous contemporary writers, and speculated one by one to see who might be the heavyweight writer mentioned by Liu Ruyan. Enough! Father Liu said loudly, panting. We had originally agreed to come on this show so that I could see my daughter. Unexpectedly, the Liu family lost face in front of the national audience. If he had known things would turn out like this, he would not have participated in the show at all. If he wasn't still trying to maintain his decency, he would have hung up the video call right now. Liu Ruyan, I'm warning you, Liu's father said, you must come home right now, right now. You are not allowed to contact your teacher again, and you are not allowed to talk about anything that happened in the past 3 years. Otherwise, I will sever the father-daughter relationship with you. When Father Liu said this, even Mother Liu's expression changed. She pushed Father Liu's arm and said, Old man, what are you talking about? Ruyan is our only biological daughter. How can you break off relations with her? I don't care. Father Liu waved his hand, pushed his wife away, and said, Our Liu family cannot have a bad reputation. Even if my family line is extinct, I will never tolerate my daughter being someone's mistress. Father Liu was panting heavily. Mother Liu was beside him and felt distressed. She turned around and said to Liu Ruyan, Child, your father has a bad heart. Don't make him angry like this. Come back soon. Liu Ruyan bit her lip and said, No. What's wrong with that? Don't you care about your parents at all? Liu Ruyan lowered her head. It's impossible for me not to contact the teacher. At this time, you are still calling your teacher. Do you really want to piss your dad off to death? Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Liu Yu quickly tried to smooth things over. Miss Ruyan, if it is true as you said, it will not affect the reputation of that writer. So what's the harm even if you mentioned his name? Liu Ruyan lowered her head and said nothing. Xiao Yingyin was playing with picture cards in her hands. She looked up at Liu Ruyan, stretched out her little hand, and stroked her face. Auntie, don't cry, everything will be fine. Liu Ruyan grabbed her hand and a tear fell on her children's clothes. Xiao Qing turned his back, folded his arms, and faced the wall, gritting his teeth. If it were her personality, she would have called Chen Ya a long time ago and asked him to handle it. But this is Liu Ruyan and Chen Ya's business, she can't interfere. Liu Chenmin sighed. He knew that after he exposed this matter, the situation would be out of control. But he also has a way of winning in chaos. Just as he was considering how to start the conversation, the director's voice appeared in Liu Yu's earphones. In the studio, writer Yu Hua was staring at the screen. Director, tell Liu Yu to listen to me right now. After the headset was switched to Yu Hua's microphone, he said into the microphone. Liu Yu, listen to me. Tell the child in Ruyan's arms to raise the picture in her hand and point it at the camera. Liu Yu looked confused. Teacher Yu, why? This is very important. Please ask that child to hold up the picture and point it at the camera immediately. From the earphone, one could also hear that Yu Hua's voice was very urgent. As a Chinese card writer, Yu Hua has a great influence. Liu Yu dared not disobey his words. She said, Hey, little boy, can you hold up the picture in your hand? A teacher wants to recognize it. Yingyin stared at Liu Yu with her round eyes, then raised the painting in her hand. Yu Hua covered his mouth with his hands and stared at the big screen. The noisy comments just now suddenly became quiet, and even the voices of Liu's father and mother became softer. Yu Hua looked at it for a full half-minute before rubbing his eyes, taking a deep breath, and saying, This is not a picture card, this is an award certificate. Do you know what this award is? Chapter 35. This is so expensive. This is not a picture card, this is an award certificate. Yu Hua said solemnly. After he said this, everyone began to look at their award certificate carefully. Judging from its content, it is no different from ordinary picture books. This is an A3 size paper divided into 2 halves. On the left half, there is a colorful oil painting. The oil painting consists of green blocks and brown lines. The green ones are the lush leaves, and the brown ones are the tall and straight branches. Between the two, the gray mist is like a dividing line, separating the 2 sides. This painting is very expressive. Just by looking at it, you can feel the power coming from the vastness stirring up it. On the right half of the paper, large and small artistic Latin letters are printed. The words composed of these letters seem to be English, but they are definitely not English. Do you know what this award is? Yu Hua asked in a deep voice. Jupiter stared at the screen for a long time, but because of the lighting, he couldn't see the words clearly. Teacher Gao may be more familiar with this kind of cultural affairs. Teacher Gao, do you know? Jupiter asked Gao Xiaobai, who was beside him. Gao Xiaobai waved his fan and said, I can't see clearly what's written on it, but from a vague look, I feel like it's Western European or Northern European writing. It could be Dutch. He turned to look at Yu Hua and said, Teacher Yu, please stop keeping us in suspense. What exactly is this award? Yu Hua said into the microphone, please turn up the volume in the studio. I have something to ask Miss Ruyan. The director did as he was told, and the camera turned the picture to Liu Ruyan at the right time. The live broadcast screen was divided into two halves. One half was Yu Hua in the studio, and the other half was Liu Ruyan holding little Yingying. Qin Yunchu, He Shiying and others looked at each other, confused. They decided to conceal the true identities of Jin Yang and Ji Yulong, but this certificate, it didn't seem like something that would expose the identities of Jin Yang and Ji Yulong. They have never heard that Jin Yang and Ji Yulong's books have won foreign awards. So, what exactly is this award certificate? Liu Chenmin also frowned. Originally, he was only one step away from becoming a general. This sudden uproar choked back what he was about to say. He was a little annoyed now, but he couldn't ignore Yu Hua. Yu Hua is a national-level writer. He may not be as rich as Yu Hua, but if he dares to be rude to Yu Hua, he will be beaten on the head by netizens the next day. No one present recognized this picture card, but Yu Hua said it was some kind of award. He really didn't know what Yu Hua was up to. Yu Hua looked at Liu Ruyan on the screen and asked, Excuse me, Miss Ruyan, is this certificate from your teacher? Liu Ruyan nodded, yes. He then asked, Are you sure and certain that this is his? Liu Ruyan paused and said, Yes. Yu Hua seemed a little excited and said, This is very important. On what basis do you know that this thing is his? The teacher put all his personal belongings in his workshop. They were placed in the bookcase and sandwiched between his books, said Liu Ruyan. It's stuck in the bookcase. Yu Hua looked puzzled. Then he asked, It's not displayed. It's just randomly stuck in the book. Liu Ruyan looked confused, Is there something wrong? Yu Hua looked a little confused and said, Then let's change the question. Did he say that this certificate belongs to him? Liu Ruyan said, Yes, he did. When Xiao Yingying was still little, he would use these pictures to cheer her up. Once Xiao Yingying saw the pictures on them, she would stop crying. He uses this to amuse the child. Yu Hua shouted at the top of his voice, almost breaking. Yeah, Liu Ruyan nodded in confusion. The teacher teased me at the time and said, This is something my dad worked so hard to get. Yingying, take a look. Doesn't it look good? The teacher wouldn't lie about something like this. I think this must be his. Yu Hua looked dazed for a long time. Liu Ruyan added, Oh, by the way, the teacher also said, I don't know how many people have thought about this thing for their entire lives and still couldn't figure it out. Yingying, you can play with it as you like, but it's best not to tear it up. Before Liu Ruyan could finish her words, a loud bang was heard from the studio. It turned out that Yu Hua hit the table with his fist. Then he burst into laughter, har 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 har, and laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Jupiter was standing by, almost dying of anxiety. Teacher Yu, please tell me, what on earth is this? Yu Hua laughed so hard that he was out of breath, waving his hands, and almost crying. Gao Xiaobai waved his fan and said awkwardly, Teacher Yu seems to have laughed so hard that he almost choked. Is there any almighty netizen who can tell me what kind of award this is? At this moment, the lights in thousands of houses are bright, and in front of countless mobile phones, computers, and TV screens, countless pairs of eyes are staring at the painting in Xiao Yingying's hands. What kind of award is this? Can anyone tell me what it is? Don't keep me in suspense. I've been holding my pee in for the entire time, just waiting for the answer to be revealed. I know what this prize is. But I won't tell you. The comments are so chaotic that even if someone is recognized, his speech will be drowned out by the numerous comments. In a university professor's family, a girl was lying barefoot on the sofa, observing everyone. When she saw this scene, she jumped off the sofa, held up the tablet, and stretched it in front of the old professor who was practicing calligraphy nearby. Grandpa, what is this? The old professor stretched out his trembling hand, pushed his eyes, stared at the screen carefully, squinted and said, This is something extraordinary. At the same time, Xi Wenjin had just finished dinner and his wife was cleaning the table. He was sitting at the dining table watching TV and happened to see this scene. When he saw this, he suddenly took a breath and nervously dialed a phone number. Hello? Is this Teacher Zhao? Please turn on the TV and watch the program Human Observation. Yes. Check it out now. Something big has happened. In the studio, Yu Hua finally stopped talking and said to the screen with a cheerful expression, I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now. I'm just very happy for the Chinese literary world. His words mentioned the literary world in a mysterious way, leaving everyone confused. After Yu Hua calmed down, he said, This is the famous Nobel Prize in Literature certificate. After the words were spoken, there was silence. Gao Xiaobai was still fanning himself. If there is only one award in the literary world that is the most authoritative and important, it is the Nobel Prize in Literature. If there is one award that is the most influential in the fields of science and literature around the world, it is the Nobel Prize. Everyone knows what the Nobel Prize in Literature is. Everyone knows what the Nobel Prize in Literature represents. But Yu Hua said that at this time, no one realized what was happening. Yu Hua's words seemed to silence the entire audience. It took Liu Ruyan a full 10 seconds to realize something. R. She let out a small cry, then grabbed the picture card in Yingying's hand. Yingying, don't play with this. It's too expensive. Chapter 36 He taught us to write. After saying this, Liu Ruyan blushed for a long time. What does very expensive mean? Can the certificate of the Nobel Prize in Literature be described as expensive? It's just that she was impatient and said something wrong. However, no one noticed Liu Ruyan's shyness now. Everyone gradually realized what Yu Hua had just said. Nobel Prize in Literature? Ruyan's teacher is a Nobel Prize winner in literature. A variety of strong emotions dissolved in their hearts before they finally and officially absorbed the information. Liu Ruyan just repeatedly emphasized that he is a well-known novelist, famous all over the world, and it immediately coincided with what he is saying now. People used to think she was bragging, but now it seems that to describe a writer who has won the Nobel Prize in Literature simply as famous is an insult. At this moment, the people with the most complicated and shocked emotions were not the audience of the Human Observation Program, but the relatives and friends standing behind Liu Ruyan. Qin Yunchu, He Shuying and others looked at each other. Isn't it said that it is a combination of Jin Yong and Galang? How come there is suddenly a Nobel Prize in Literature? Neither Jin Yong nor Ji Yulong has won the Nobel Prize in Literature. Although Jin Yong and Ji Yulong's works are very popular in China, it is impossible for these two people to win the Nobel Prize in Literature based on their works. Just when everyone was shocked, Liu Chenmin was the first to notice something was wrong. That's not right. Liu Chenmin said in surprise, China has only one Nobel Prize winner in literature, teacher Mo Yu. This is well known. Could it be that your teacher is Mo Yu? When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked again. Teacher Mo Yu is already in his 70s and is now living a small life in Gami Township. How could he be Liu Ruyan's teacher? Besides, the age doesn't match what she said. Liu Chenmin stretched out his hand and said, Bring that over here so I can see it. Is this fake? After hearing what Liu Chenmin said, even Qin Yunchu and others were a little shaken. It is possible to say that Chen Ya is Jin Yong and Ji Yulong, but it is a bit fake to say that he is a Nobel Prize winner in literature. There is only one Nobel Prize winner of native nationality, and this is something everyone on Earth knows. How could Chen Ya win the Nobel Prize in literature? At this time, the comments on the network stream also became noisy. Shit, I almost got fooled. This obviously can't be her teachers. That's right, my heart almost jumped out of my chest just now. If her teacher is really Mo Yu, that would be really eye-catching. It's obviously fake. I can forge a lot of certificates like this. In the studio, Gao Xiaobai waved his fan vigorously. Teacher Yu Hua, you must have seen it wrong. This certificate is probably forged. The only one of its kind in China is in Gami Township. Yu Hua waved his hand and said loudly, It can't be wrong. At this point, even though Yu Hua had an exclusive status, the audience watching the show couldn't help but feel that Yu Hua was being a bit stubborn. Yu Hua said, I have seen Mo Yu's certificate, but this one is not his. Look carefully. The camera once again showed the certificate, and everyone leaned forward to the screen and stared at it carefully. Yu Hua pointed at it and said, "This is Swedish. The blue words on it are Alfred Nobel, the name of the founder of the Nobel Prize." Everyone looked over and found that it was indeed as he said. Liu Chenmin was about to say that this did not mean that the certificate was not forged, and then Yu Hua spoke again. "Look again, the red letter below is the name of the winner. Isn't it written there? Gabriel Garcia Borges. Garcia Borges?" Upon hearing the name, Liu Ruyan took a small breath. She thought of Love in the Time of Cholera, which she had held in her hands just a few minutes ago. At the same time, Ji Yuenjin and Qin Yunchu looked at each other. Garcia Borges. They just mentioned this name. Chen Ya gave Love in the Time of Cholera to Liu Ruyan and wrote a message on the title page. Love is an instinct, but creation is not. I am not good at love, and you are not good at writing. We practice separately. If one day your book sales exceed this one, I will tell you sincerely how much I love you. Chen Ya. When Qin Yun first saw this passage, he asked innocently, "Did Chen Ya write this book?" Ji Yuenjin, on the other hand, was even more naive and looked down on her, talking a lot about how great Garcia Borges and this book were. At this moment, thinking of the previous scene, both of their faces began to turn pale. In the studio, Jupiter frowned and repeated, and asked, "Teacher Yu, who is Garcia Borges?" Yu Hua glared and asked, "Don't you know?" "I don't know." Jupiter shook his head like a rattle. Gao Xiaobai fanned himself quickly and said, "Sister Jupiter, I'm sorry. In the literary world, we all say, not knowing Garcia Borges is the same as being illiterate. I don't mean to offend you, but that's his position in the literary world." Juxing felt that he was being mocked for no reason, so he leaned over to ask Yu Hua, "Teacher Yu, is that so?" Yu Hua said in a deep voice, "Anyway, Borges's novels have a great influence on my writing." "Did it have a great impact on you?" Jupiter was a little speechless for a moment. In everyone's mind, Yu Hua is a national-level veteran writer who has been famous for many years and is one of the supreme gods in the literary world. Yu Hua actually said that Borges had a great influence on him. Is he serious? Yu Hua added, "After reading Borges' novels, I finally understood what true avant-garde, true philosophical literature, and true magical realism are. It was only after reading his novels that I realized, oh, novels can be written in this way." As he spoke more and more mysteriously, Jupiter became even more shocked. At the same time, the barrage has become more polarized. Is it so famous? Why haven't I heard of it? If you haven't heard of it, it just shows that you are uneducated. Our literature history textbooks talk about Garcia Borges in 2 full chapters. The publication of Garcia Borges novels in China has had a huge impact on the entire Chinese literary community. He is amazing. In the forum, someone took the opportunity to popularize Garcia Borges's post, and the number of likes is rising rapidly. A brief introduction to Garcia Borges' representative works. 100 Years of Solitude, Love in the Time of Cholera, A Premeditated Murder, The Evil Hour, The Garden of Forking Paths, The Book of Sand, The Circular Ruins, The Green House. Yu Hua said, "Don't say that I was influenced by him. There are very few writers in our country who are not influenced by him. Mo Yu was also deeply influenced by him. You can ask him yourself. It can be said that Garcia Borges taught many of us how to write. This is true." Jupiter stood there in a daze. Gao Xiaobai stopped fanning himself and said, "I have only one question. Garcia Borges is from South America. I want to ask Miss Ruyan, is your teacher also a foreigner?" After hearing what he said, Father Liu became uneasy again. He couldn't allow his daughter to marry a foreigner. Liu Ruyan shook her head, "The teacher is Chinese." Gao Xiaobai shook his head, "That's not right. Garcia Borges wrote about the local conditions of South America. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a national writer of South America. How could he be Chinese?" Yu Hua clasped his hands together and said, "No, Garcia Borges could really be a Chinese." Chapter 37 Love is an Instinct. Gao Xiaobai smiled. A very tolerant smile. "Teacher Yu, I know there's been a lot of rumors online saying that Garcia Borges might be Chinese. There's a lot of reasons, right? I just have one word, it's impossible." Yu Hua asked him in a flash, "Why is it impossible?" Gao Xiaobai waved his fan, looking calm. There are only two reasons why people say online that he might be Chinese. First, his novels were all published in Chinese first, and then in other languages. Second, he has never shown his face in public, not even to accept an award. He went on to say, but, when we analyze it carefully, we know that these are simply untenable. You who are pretended to listen attentively. Publishing the book in Chinese first only shows that he has a deep love for China. In fact, his Spanish version is more delicate and fluent in terms of writing style. The Nobel Prize in Literature is also based on Spanish, not Chinese. Besides, there are many unique writers who don't show their faces, such as Hemingway, Faulkner and Kawabata Haruki, who are rarely seen and never went to receive the award. This doesn't mean anything. Gao Xiaobai said to the camera, in addition, maybe you are not very clear, let me give you some information about how high the status of Garcia Borges is in Latin America. Macondo appears in many of his novels, including 100 Years of Solitude. Based on the content of the book, it is speculated that this should be a seaside village in Colombia. But in Colombia there is no place called Macondo, only places that are very similar. In order to compete for the title of authentic Macondo, several villages changed their names one after another. Overnight, there were 3 more Macondos in Colombia. These places all claim to be the place where the story of 100 Years of Solitude takes place, or even the hometown of Gabriel Garcia Borges, in order to prove that they are the real Macondo. Another village took out a huge debt and spent a huge amount of money to build a full-length statue of Garcia Borges. Based on the village's previous income, it would take 50 years of the village's financial revenue to pay off the statue. As a result, after the statue was built, the village's tourism industry exploded, and all debts were paid off in just 5 years. The economy is still thriving. Of course, since Garcia Borges never appeared in public, the statue was an imaginary creation, carved from the image of the sculptor. Jupiter covered his mouth and said, "Oh my God, teacher Gao, what you said is so funny." Gao Xiaobai said seriously, "It is a completely true story. There is not a single fabricated element in it. I went to Colombia in my early years and saw the statue with my own eyes. Most tourists who go to Macondo do so on a pilgrimage, and there are many Americans among them. There are many pendant souvenirs on the roadside, such as gypsy magnets and insomnia notes, which sell very well for $5 each." Jupiter asked, "Do Americans like Garcia Borges very much?" Gao Xiaobai said, "Americans like it very much. In the United States, if a rich person doesn't have a book by Garcia Borges at home, he or she is considered a nouveau riche, new money, and is looked down upon." He smiled and said, "Hasn't South America always been regarded as the backyard of Americans?" But in the case of Garcia Borges, the culture was imported in reverse. Jupiter smiled, "The Americans have also suffered this day." Gao Xiaobai waved his fan and said, "This is just the impact in Colombia. In other places, the impact is even greater. In fact, Argentines believe that Garcia Borges belongs to them, that he is Argentine. In Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina, there is an Argentine National Museum. Here is all of Argentina's literature, art, history, and cultural relics, all the essence is gathered here. In the minds of Argentines, this museum symbolizes their country and nation. It is their pride and beacon. And at the entrance of this museum, there are 2.5 sculptures. The one on the left is José Hernández, a well-known poet in Argentina. By analogy, he can be regarded as the Levi of Argentina. The one on the right is Domingo Faustino Sarmiento, the first civilian president in Argentine history, deeply loved by the Argentines, and also a writer. There is no statue standing in the middle, only an empty stone pillar, on which is carved only a name, Garcia Borges. It's empty because Garcia Borges never shows his face. Although he never stated his nationality, his writings seem to boil naturally in the blood of Argentines. Argentines firmly believe that he is Argentine. Once Garcia Borges is officially revealed, they will put his head between the greatest poet and the most famous president in Argentina's history, and let him stand there forever. When Gao Xiaobai said this, everyone watching the show listened. Liu Ruyan also listened. Everyone had different thoughts in their minds, only Liu Ruyan was stunned, recalling the past. Chen Ya said that love is an instinct, but creation is not. This is a paraphrase of a line from Love in the Time of Cholera. In the book, the original words of that sentence are, "Love is an instinct. You either have it from birth or you never have it." If he really believed this, if he really believed that love was an instinct that could not be learned, then why did he say, "We each practice"? Unlike others, Liu Ruyan believed it immediately that Garcia Borges was Chen Ya. Love in the Time of Cholera was written by him. This makes her proud. At the same time, it also made her feel distressed, depressed, and want to cry. Gao Xiaobai continued to speak. Also, there is another country, Chile. Chile was a country where there was a massive movement against dictatorship. And that year, Garcia Borges' The Autumn of the Patriarch happened to be published in Chile. This book happens to be about resistance to dictatorship, and almost all Chileans believe that it is in support of the Chilean resistance movement. That year, many workers took to the streets, holding the book The Autumn of the Patriarch in their hands, and sat in silence. The book became the spiritual totem of the resistance movement, and Garcia Borges became the spiritual mentor of the Chilean people. Also, there is a leader in South America who has great respect for Garcia Borges. The leader's name is Castro. After saying this, Gao Xiaobai took a sip of water and said, I have said so much, on the one hand, to tell you that the status of this man in the hearts of Latin Americans is like the status of Li Bai in our hearts. On the other hand, it is also to show that this person's work is deeply rooted in Latin American blood and Latin American soil. He cannot be from anywhere else. Because for literature, if you don't live in that environment, you can't write something that resonates so well. Teacher Yu Hua must have experienced this. Writings like Death and Zhao Dayong's blood donation are definitely something that people from other countries cannot write. After hearing this, Yu Hua nodded quietly, and then said, So you think Garcia Borges is from Latin America? Gao Xiaobai nodded, That's right. Yu Hua added, Then why did his award certificate appear in China? Gao Xiaobai said firmly, It's fake. I don't think it's forged. Yu Hua shook his head. Why don't we identify whether this is a genuine certificate or a forged one? Gao Xiaobai leaned over and asked, How to identify it? We asked the most authoritative person in China to identify it. Yu Hua said, Teacher Mo Yu, his words must be convincing, right? Chapter 38, That's too much of a joke. Don't speak. The only living known Nobel Prize winner in literature from China. It just so happened that Yu Hua had a good relationship with him. Liu Yu didn't dare to speak. Gao Xiaobai stopped fanning himself, and Jupiter stared at Yu Hua closely. If Mo Yu could unexpectedly appear on the show, it would not be as simple as just becoming a hot topic. Yu Hua called Mo Yu. Mo Yu, are you watching the Human Observation Program? Are you watching it? It's pretty good. Yu Hua turned back to the camera and smiled, It seems I don't need to explain any more. After asking for consent, the director made a video call to Mo Yu, and the screen switched to the video call interface. Immediately, Mo Yu appeared on the screen. Hello, everyone. Mo Yu greeted everyone. Hello, Teacher Mo. Gao Xiaobai and others did not dare to relax and greeted him one after another, causing chaos in the studio. The number of comments also skyrocketed, filling the entire screen. Teacher Mo is shocked. Human observation is really impressive. It's not the human observation that has the cards, it's Garcia Borges that has the cards. It's all hype, and it's very stupid. How could Chinese people choose such foreign names? I won't watch it anymore. The one in front, me too. I've seen it so far and I realize that only by using your brain can you keep up with their pace. How could Garcia Borges be Chinese? The director whispered to Liu Yu in the headset, You must take good care of the scene. Our show has 80 million real-time viewers now. After saying hello, Mo Yu continued, This matter is actually very simple. That is this Nobel Prize certificate genuine? I have never met Garcia Borges, and I don't know him. I can only say what I know. He took out a certificate of the same style and said to the screen, This is my award. It is actually handmade. There are only a few of them every year. They are very beautifully made. Look, here is the signature. This signature is the handwritten signature of the chairman of the Nobel Prize Committee. Here is the red lead print and here is the ribbon. These are all very difficult to imitate. Liu Yu looked at the certificate in Liu Ruyan's hand and said excitedly into the microphone, These are exactly the same as what teacher Mo Yu said. Liu Chenmin was a little absent-minded for a moment. What does this mean? Mo Yu said, This proves that this is true. Liu Chenmin was speechless. The fan in Gao Xiaobai's hand fell to the ground. Mo Yu said, In fact, I saw this when I watched your show before. This is true. And I know that Garcia Borges may indeed be Chinese. Yu Hua actually knows this too. Yu Hua was laughing quietly on the side. Mo Yu pointed at the screen and said, "Look at Yu Hua. He is just mean and evil. He knows it, but he doesn't say it." Jupiter asked, "Teacher Mo, what do you mean? Let Yu Hua speak." Yu Hua laughed and said, "It's not just the vague evidence that the first edition is in Chinese. There is other evidence that proves that Garcia Borges is Chinese." Gao Xiaobai opened his mouth wide for a moment. "You have evidence, why didn't you just tell me? Are you kidding me? Isn't it funny what I just said?" Yu Hua said, "Among the Nobel Prize jury, the one who nominated Mo Yu is called Zhang Yuran. He, Mo Yu and I all know each other. Although his name is Zhang Yuran, he is actually an old foreigner who speaks very good Chinese. When the Nobel Prize was nominated for Garcia Borges, there was a problem, they couldn't find the person. This Garcia Borges is just like a former spy. His identity is hidden very well and has not been exposed at all. Other Nobel Prize staff members contacted the South American publishers, but found nothing. Then Zhang Yuran realized that the first edition was published in China, so he came to contact the Chinese publishers. At this point, Yu Hua cleared his throat and said, "Then, he found our teacher Zhao Taidu." When the name Zhao Taidu is mentioned, some people are confused, while others are excited. Zhao Taidu is a writer of the older generation in China. The old man is not famous, but everyone who has been to school knows his story. He himself is also a groundbreaking leader in the publishing industry. Although he is retired now, he still holds a status comparable to that of a godfather in the publishing industry. Yu Hua continued, "When Mr. Zhao Taidu heard this, he said, 'Okay, you have found the right person, I will help you contact him.' Then, he proved Garcia Borges' true identity to the Nobel Prize jury. Then, the Nobel Prize money and certificate were sent to China. Everyone was confused when they heard this. Jupiter asked, 'So, is Garcia Borges really Chinese?' Yu Hua shrugged and said, 'I don't know, but the Nobel Prize committee believes that Garcia Borges is in China.' Mo Yu finally spoke up, 'You have to ask Zhao Taidu about the real situation.' Then he added, 'But I guess that old stubborn man won't talk.' Yu Hua smiled and said, 'Those of us who are familiar with Zhao Taidu are all aware of this matter within our small circle. He repeatedly asked us to keep it a secret. If it wasn't for such a coincidence today, I wouldn't have mentioned this matter.' Lu Yu excitedly said to the screen, 'Then, teachers, can we ask teacher Zhao Taidu to come out and prove it?' Yu Hua shrugged and said, 'I don't dare to hit him. He will scold me to death.' Everyone looked at Mo Yu again. Mo Yu hung up the phone directly. The studio suddenly fell into silence. Gao Xiaobai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, 'This has become an unsolved case. It's really confusing.' He had just said such a long speech and now he was slapped in the face. He wanted to slap himself now. He hoped that everyone would forget about it as soon as possible. Jupiter sighed, grabbed his chest and said, 'If the clue is cut off here, I will not be willing to accept it.' Lu Yu's eyelashes trembled, and the director told her in the earphone that the real-time number of viewers was approaching 90 million. Qin Yunchu and others were standing like stone sculptures at this time, in a downtime state. They had been shocked once before by the incident involving Jin Yang and Ji Yulong, and knew that Chen Ya liked to use an alias. The small vests make the situation so confusing that it seems like they are playing a joke on everyone. Now, it seems that he might. Is he a Nobel Prize winner in literature? This joke is a bit too big. They can't afford it. At this moment, the person who is under the greatest pressure is not anyone else, but Liu Chenmin. He had a domineering, cool and impressive appearance, had a strong background, and attacked with extreme pressure. Being so outstanding, he could have just ignored everything. But he is not yet qualified to enter the eyes of the Nobel Prize winner in literature. There are company CEOs everywhere, but how many Nobel Prize winners are there in China? To put it in a small way, they can be included in textbooks. To put it in a big way, they represent the face of the nation. The words Gao Xiaobai said before are still fresh in my mind. He is a religious figure in Latin America and a pillar of the literary world. Even if he has a lot of money, what does it matter? Besides, they are not short of money. If this matter were confirmed today, he would have no chance at all. And he would become a laughingstock. Forcing a girl to confess her love, only to produce a Nobel Prize winner in literature. With good luck, he became a national laughingstock. Bad luck, becoming a global laughingstock. So when he heard that Zhao Taidu couldn't be contacted, he felt relieved. At this moment, Xiao Qing's cell phone suddenly rang. She took a peek and saw it was Xi Wenjin. Behind everyone's back, I quietly picked up the phone and heard an old voice coming from the other end. I'm Zhao Taidu. I'm with Xi Wenjin. Give the phone to the production team. I want to talk. Chapter 39. How can we believe what the writer says? I'm Zhao Taidu. I'm with Xi Wenjin. Give the phone to the production team, I want to talk. The voice sounded very old and a bit stubborn, and Xiao Qing was shocked when he heard it. Everyone is looking for Zhao Taidu now, and he actually called me. But on second thought, Xiao Qing was overjoyed again. Now the problem is that no one can prove that Chen Ya is Garcia Borges, and Zhao Taidu is the only one who knows Garcia Borges. If he is willing to speak up, doesn't that confirm Chen Ya's identity? Xiao Qing quickly raised her phone and shouted to Liu Yu, Teacher Zhao Taidu called me. It's Teacher Zhao Taidu. Liu Chenmin and others were shocked when they heard this, while Qin Yunchu and others were delighted when they heard this. Xiao Qing turned on the hands-free mode of the phone, and Zhao Taidu's voice came out clearly from the phone. Give the phone to Liu Yu. I want to talk to the production team directly. Xiao Qing quickly handed the phone over. Liu Yu put the phone to his ear and nodded while saying yeah. Then she turned back to the camera and said, Just now, Mr. Zhao Taidu asked to connect with us via video. He said that he has important clues about Garcia Borges to tell us. Liu Chenmin took 2 steps back, quietly hid in the crowd, and tried hard to reduce his presence. If he was Cao Cao in the Battle of Red Cliffs, who was killed by Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun, now he is Guan Gong standing right in front of him. If Zhao Taidu could immediately prove Garcia Borges' identity, he would have no chance of competing for Liu Ruyan. He is lucky to be reduced to a background board. Sharp-eyed Liu Yu noticed that Liu Chenmin was standing too far back, so he walked over and whispered. Boss Liu, please move forward a little and gaze at Ruyan from a distance. This will make the picture look better. Liu Chenmin said with a fake smile, no need. He cursed in his heart, why is this woman looking for such a scene? It would be better to just gaze at him from afar or stand below and worship the Nobel Prize winner. The Human Observation Program team connected with Zhao Taidu, and a skinny old man with white hair and wrinkled face appeared on the screen. The old man opened his mouth and said bluntly, Hey! Can you hear me? Liu Yu said somewhat embarrassedly, Hey! Teacher Zhao, we can all hear it. Zhao Taidu said, Everyone watching the show can hear me when I say this, right? Yes, the show is being broadcast live now. You can watch it by turning on the TV. Liu Yu was even more embarrassed. Then Yu Hua and Mo Yu can also hear it. Yu Hua sat in the studio and said nervously, Teacher Zhao, I can hear you. Zhao Taidu paused, then immediately started cursing. Yu Hua, Mo Yu, what are you 2 old bastards talking about? Garcia Borges is not Chinese at all. Xiao Qing had been expecting Zhao Taidu to help her prove the truth, but in the end, Zhao Taidu gave her a 180-degree turn. Liu Chenmin was just about to shrink his head and take a few steps back, but as soon as Zhao Taidu finished speaking, he almost burst out laughing. Everyone was shocked. Liu Yu widened his eyes and asked anxiously, Teacher Zhao, are you sure? But this Nobel Prize certificate. Zhao Taidu said, What Nobel Prize certificate? They are all fake. But Teacher Mo Yu said. That old fellow Mo Yu is a novelist. Can we trust what a novelist says? Zhao Taidu puffed his beard and glared. Yu Hua, sitting in the studio, remained silent and looked up at the sky. Gao Xiaobai waved the fan in his hand quickly, revealing his excitement, and whispered. Teacher Zhao, Teacher Mo and Teacher Yu both testified just now. Do you mean that they lied to us? Zhao Taidu smiled sarcastically and said, Don't take writers' words seriously. If you believe them, you will make mistakes. Liu Ruyan stared at the Nobel Prize certificate in her hand and asked softly, Is this fake? Fake. Fake. Of course it's fake. Zhao Taidu waved his hand and said with full energy, The Nobel Prize committee did contact me, but they have already investigated clearly. Garcia Borges is not in China at all. There is someone else. Gao Xiaobai couldn't help laughing when he heard this and said, I said Garcia Borges could only be from South America, and I was right. After saying this, he glanced at Yu Hua sideways, feeling secretly proud. Teacher Yu, millions of people across the country believed your joke. Jupiter said, patting his chest. Yu Hua just laughed awkwardly and said nothing. Qin Yunchu saw that Yu Hua seemed to have something to hide, and suddenly thought of something, and whispered. Is Mr. Zhao hiding something? He Xuyin frowned and said, Mo Yu said it was true, and he said it was false. If only Mo Yu hadn't hung up the phone, the two of them could have confronted each other for a while. Zhao Taidu seemed to have heard the conversation between the two and shouted, Bring Mo Yu back and let him tell me. Let's see if he understands the Nobel Prize certificate better, or I do. Lu Yu asked, What do you mean? I was always present at the Nobel Prize ceremonies in China. Zhao Taidu said, straightening his chest. I was also present at Tu Qing's Nobel Prize ceremony. I was also present at Wang Zhenxing's award ceremony. I touched all those certificates myself. Liu Ruyan stroked the certificate in her hand and looked up and asked, Can you tell at a glance that this is a fake? Zhao Taidu shouted, Fake. Liu Ruyan asked again, Then tell me, if it is a forgery, where are the signs of forgery? She held the certificate in her hand up to the camera for everyone to see. Zhao Taidu's voice paused. His cloudy eyes were looking at the TV screen, but he seemed not to be watching it. Wait a minute, my reading glasses. After a while, he put on his glasses in a hurry, nodded pretentiously, and said, the handwriting of this signature is totally wrong. Liu Ruyan immediately realized that he was lying. Judging from his performance just now, Zhao Taidu's eyesight is clearly failing. He wasn't wearing glasses just now, so how could he be so sure that the certificate was fake? She was just about to organize her words to express the doubts she had discovered, but Ying in her arms stretched out her little hand to reach for the certificate in her hand. Auntie, I need to see it, I need to see it. Liu Ruyan touched little Ying's head and said, Ying, be good. I need it now. Ying's dark eyes rolled around and she said, Do you need it? I have more. I have more. After saying that, she climbed down Liu Ruyan's legs, swung her two short legs, and ran back to the villa crookedly. After a while, she came out with several pictures in her hands. Then, she held the picture cards in front of Liu Ruyan and said, Here. Qin Yunchu and others standing at the back showed a somewhat sour smile. Children do not understand the difference between pictures and think they are all the same. Thinking about the future, if Liu Ruyan was forcibly taken home, there might be no one to accompany Xiao Ying. At this moment, Lu Yu looked at their picture in Ying's hand and suddenly exclaimed. Liu Ruyan picked up their picture card that Ying gave her, but she felt dizzy. What she held in her hands were all certificates for the Nobel Prize in Literature. There are exactly 3 of them. Chapter 40 It's all fake. Their picture card that Xiao Ying brought over turned out to be 3 Nobel Prize certificates. Liu Chenmin quickly stepped forward, looked down at the certificate in Liu Ruyan's hand, took a step back, and said loudly. All of them. All of them. These Nobel Prize certificates are sold in bulk. The Nobel Prize certificates in Liu Ruyan's hand, plus the 3 brought by Xiao Ying, made a total of 4. When stacked together, they all looked quite heavy. The photographer hurriedly pushed the lens, and it was almost hitting the certificate in Liu Ruyan's hand. Seeing so many Nobel Prize certificates appear in front of the camera, the comments went crazy. How come there are so many? This person's family must be a wholesaler of Nobel Prizes. Correction, it's not about wholesale Nobel Prizes, it's about wholesale forged Nobel Prize certificates. Oh no, it's exposed. Let me see who really believed it just now. Seeing this, I wonder how many viewers came back to the past. It turns out that this person is not a Nobel Prize winner, but a person who forged the Nobel Prize certificate to show off. This kid has done a great job. If she hadn't given me so much, I would have believed it. If her father knew that she bought it, he would be so mad, right? Har har har. The child in front is innocent. Yes, it's her father's fault. It has nothing to do with the child. This person actually used such a crude trick to deceive people. I don't know how Ruyan believed it. Big breasts and no brains. This shocking reversal made many commentators really angry. They truly believed it just now, but now it shows how stupid they were before. For a moment, the screen was filled with insults directed at teacher Liu Ruyan. After seeing so many Nobel Prize certificates, Gao Xiaobai couldn't help but swear. Fuck, why are there so many of them? He then turned to Yu Hua and asked, Teacher Yu, what do you think? Yu Hua stared intently at the certificate in Liu Ruyan's hand, muttering to himself, but no one knew what he was doing. Juxing tried to smooth things over for Yu Hua, saying, people can make mistakes, and horses can stumble. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Just ask, who would have thought that someone would forge so many Nobel Prize certificates and keep them at home? Gao Xiaobai shook his head, with an uncontrollable smile on his face, and said, I really want to know what this person's purpose is. I really want to see his mental state. At the scene, He Shiying whispered to Qin Yunchu, what should we do? Qin Yunchu is now very confused, I don't know what to do. She couldn't understand Chen Ya at all now. Even if you say he is worthless, he is indeed the true body of Jin Yang and Ji Yulong. As for saying that he used a forged certificate to show off, he doesn't seem like that kind of person, otherwise why would he hide in Qin Yunchu's company? But why did he forge so many Nobel Prize certificates? Suddenly, Xiao Qing said, I understand. What? Didn't Jin Yang and Ji Yulong both stop writing? Xiao Qing said, oh, she just said that he stopped writing in order to reach a higher level. Everyone nodded, and Xiao Qing continued, maybe he failed in his attack. Ji Yuenjin clapped his hands and said, yes, so he forged some certificates to comfort himself. Xiao Qing nodded, that should be the case. Otherwise, with his identity, why would he forge a certificate? He Shiying bit her finger and said, it's difficult. Now everyone has been deceived and is very angry. Even if we announce the identities of Jin Yang and Ji Yulong, it will be too late to save the situation. Xiao Qing said, yes, it must not be announced. If it is announced, it will bring bad luck to Jin Yang and Ji Yulong. Ji Yuenjin touched his forehead and said, so, it's all a misunderstanding that we've come to this point. It would be better if those Nobel Prize certificates hadn't been seen. Qin Yunchu smiled bitterly, it's useless to say these now. Let's think about how to prevent Liu Ruyan from being taken away. Ji Yuenjin suddenly said, I think it's not a bad thing for her to return to her family. Everyone looked at him. Ji Yuenjin added, isn't Chen Ya also running a harem? She has been obsessed with Chen Ya all the time, what good is that? Besides, she has been away from home for so long, it would not be good if she didn't go back, right? Everyone found it hard to accept, but they didn't know how to refute it. In the forum, netizens quarreled even more fiercely about this matter. Those who believe that Garcia Borges is Chinese are brainless and have never read the original work. I really don't understand why anyone actually believes that Garcia Borges is Chinese. You can tell by just turning a page of his book and looking at his writing style, vision, experience and breadth. He can't be Chinese. Chinese people can't write such a work. Reply to the post and respond. Yes, teacher Gao has explained it very clearly. I don't understand why they are still climaxing. I like climaxes. When I heard that a Chinese could win the Nobel Prize, I wanted to climax right here. There are only a few random people in the Chinese literary world. If there is a Nobel Prize in this environment, just be happy. The above person, let me correct you, it's not just the literary world. That's right. There are 6 Nobel Prizes in total, and China can't win any of them. Below, there were even comments cursing each other. The people who hate China, get out of China. Sorry, I'm already wet. I've already arrived in the United States in the flesh. Are you jealous? Then you should just wash dishes in America instead of cleaning the Chinese internet. What are you barking at, dog? I curse you to be Chinese for the rest of your life. Then I can't thank you enough. I am a very good Chinese. At this time, the biggest winner was not Gao Xiaobai as predicted. But it was Liu Chenmin. Liu Chenmin looked at Liu Ruyan deeply and said, have you seen clearly? The person you like is a faker. Liu Ruyan looked at the certificate in her hand and said calmly, I don't think so. So what do you think? I think the teacher has indeed won many Nobel Prizes. Liu Ruyan unfolded the certificates in her hand. Look, each one is different. Liu Chenmin frowned and said, you are still making excuses for him. I'm not quibbling. There's no need for the teacher to lie. Liu Ruyan blinked twice. Liu Chenmin said with a sullen face, Ruyan, I have endured it for so long, I have endured enough. You may have forgotten that I have a temper too. I'm worth hundreds of millions, and I don't know how many women have thrown themselves at me. I can have as many as I want, but I'm only sincere to you. But what about you? From the beginning to now, you have never even looked me in the eye. I begged you so humbly, but you would rather defend a swindler than listen to me. Am I so cheap in your eyes? I am the founder of the 7 Stars company, am I so cheap? Liu Ruyan showed a confused look in her eyes, but I really don't like you. Father Liu quickly said to Liu Chenmin, don't be angry, blame me for not disciplining her well. Then, he slammed the table and said, have you had enough of your nonsense? Come back here. Stop talking about those weird people all day long. Liu Ruyan was so serious that she was even a little angry. Teacher is not a weird person. Are you trying to piss me off to death? Mother Liu said anxiously, Yang, stop talking back to your father, be obedient, and come back soon. Zhao Taidu watched all this coldly and suddenly interrupted. Liu Chenmin, you're going too far. If a girl doesn't like you, why do you force her? A forced melon is not sweet. Regarding this family dispute, apart from the Liu family, no one else had the right to comment and could only watch. Zhao Taidu suddenly interrupted, surprising everyone. Chapter 41 Nobel Prize. Thanks to Tik and Zimao for the reward, more updates will be added. Liu Chenmin cursed in his heart, but on the surface he was very polite. Teacher Zhao, this matter has nothing to do with you. Zhao Taidu stroked his beard and said anxiously. Why is it okay? Don't use your title to pressure the little girl. Love is not just about material things. Liu Chenmin tried hard to control his temper. I'm not pressuring her, I just don't want her to be deceived. Love is like being fooled. If the other person didn't fall for it in the first place, why would you start over? Liu Yu wanted to laugh when he heard this. Regardless of what he said, it was indeed quite funny to see an old man talking about love. Liu Chenmin waved his hands irritably and said, this is between me and her. I said I would take her away today, so I must take her away. Zhao Taidu blew his beard and glared, slapped his thighs and said, aren't you making it difficult for me, an old man? Don't force me. Liu Chenmin wondered, how did I force you? Xiao Qing's eyes lit up, and he said loudly, Teacher Zhao, is Lao Shi behind you? Are you hiding something? Let Lao Shi come out and speak. Shi Wenjin really came in from outside the camera, looking a little nervous, and tried to smooth things over. Well, this show has been going on for such a long time, why don't we just call it a day? Xiao Qing said loudly, you must be hiding something. Shi Wenjin stamped his feet anxiously, is it really a matter of great importance? This matter cannot be made public. Liu Chenmin said in a deep voice, I don't care about the live broadcast. No matter what the matter is, it has nothing to do with me, but I will definitely take Ruyan away. No. Zhao Taidu suddenly roared loudly, shocking everyone, Liu Chenmin, you, leave her house immediately and don't come to him again, and this matter will be over. Liu Chenmin said, that's impossible. The barrage of comments started to appear. This old man is unreasonable. What does this have to do with him? It feels like he's giving orders to people. He sounds too much like a father. But I think Liu Chenmin is wrong, and people don't like him. Har har, he's worth billions, he can do whatever he wants, why do you need to tell him what to do? Zhao Taidu said with a bitter face, young man, listen to my advice. You really can't afford the consequences. Liu Chenmin laughed out loud after hearing this, I can't afford it. Why can't I afford it? Don't force me to confess the truth. If I tell it to you, you won't be able to cover it up even if you tell 10 of them. Seeing Liu Chenmin's face quickly darken, Liu Yu tried to smooth things over. Teacher Zhao, please calm down. Mr. Liu Chenmin has also been waiting for Miss Ruyan for a long time. Aren't you being unfair to him? Zhao Taidu stamped his feet and said, then is it fair for him to separate the couple? The scene was already very ugly, and Liu Chenmin's expression became even uglier. The cell phone in his trouser pocket vibrated. He took it out and took a look, then calmed down a little. He came from afar to see Liu Ruyan, and saying that he did it purely for love was definitely a lie. If he really wanted to find Liu Ruyan, he would have looked for her 3 years ago. Why did he come here today? He is a very good marketer. Chixing Company is also a company that is very good at marketing. The most important thing in marketing is to take advantage of the situation. Looking at this program on Renjian observation, coupled with the scene today, it means that the heaven and earth have come together to help, and it is a blessing from God. If he can't seize this opportunity, he won't be Liu Chenmin. The strategy of 7 Stars Company has always been to push its leader to the forefront and let Liu Chenmin be the direct spokesperson. Therefore, his image and every move directly affect the company's stock price. Since the influence of Renjian observation began to grow, the company's stock price has jumped several times. If you can bring Ruyan Liu home perfectly on the TV screen, you will get a lot of traffic and popularity. Moreover, the Liu family is a wealthy family. By sending the message to the market that the 7-star company and the Liu family are deeply integrated, his company will take off on the spot. So, he couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept that this matter failed for no apparent reason. Just now, his assistant sent him a message, telling him that investors' sentiment was relatively stable and he could be more aggressive. So Liu Chenmin said, "Mr. Zhao, I respect you very much, but please respect me too. There is no one in this world who can keep me from doing bad things. No one." Liu Chenmin has been the president for a long time, and once he puts on airs, his power is not inferior to that of people like Yu Moyu and Yu Hua. Zhao Taidu was speechless for a while. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, the director frantically reminded him through the earphone, and Liu Yu had no choice but to say, "Then, let's temporarily cut off the connection with teacher Zhao Taidu and let him calm down a little. I can't get through today anyway, I confess." Before Liu Yu finished speaking, Zhao Tai spoke angrily. Shi Wenjin grabbed his hand and said anxiously, "Teacher Zhao, if you confess, then our country's Nobel Prize." Zhao Taidu glared and said, "Nobel Prize is out of the question now. With that kid's temper, if his woman was taken away for this reason, who knows what he would do?" Shi Wenjian was embarrassed for a moment, and the others around him were also very confused. Zhao Taidu stared at Liu Chenmin on TV and said, "Liu Chenmin, if I tell you, don't regret it later." Liu Chenmin straightened his body and said, "Go ahead, just say it. I really want to see who the other person is." Zhao Taidu's cloudy eyes suddenly shone with a gleam of brilliance, and he said, 10 years ago, a young man suddenly found me and told me that he had an incredible book to be published. He asked me to help him contact the publishing house, and at the same time, he arrogantly put forward a condition. His identity cannot be revealed. He said that he only saw me, and would not see publishers, reporters, various awards, or other people. He would not go on stage or show up, and would concentrate on writing books. If I ever reveal his identity, he will stop writing books." At this point, Zhao Taidu smiled and said, "Listen, isn't this kid arrogant?" Before anyone could answer, he said, "I thought he was arrogant at first, but after I read the book he brought over, I no longer thought he was arrogant. The book he brought over is called 100 Years of Solitude." Liu Yu was a little confused and asked, "Teacher Zhao, is the person you are talking about Ruyan's teacher?" Zhao Taidu slapped his thigh and said, "I have never met Liu Ruyan's teacher, but those certificates in her hand were all given to her by me personally." Liu Yu asked in confusion, "You mean, these forged certificates?" Zhao Taidu said, "What fake certificates? These are all genuine Nobel Prize in Literature certificates." Liu Yu smiled awkwardly and said, "Teacher Zhao, you are telling lies one moment and telling the truth the next. I don't know which of your statements are true." Zhao Taidu glared and said, "Don't you understand? What did I agree with that kid?" Xiao Qing said quickly, "Teacher Zhao made an agreement with him that if his identity was exposed, he would never write a book again. That's why Teacher Zhao said at the beginning that the certificate was fake, right, Teacher Zhao?" Zhao Taidu nodded and said, "This boy's talent, if he continues to write, will be a blessing to the Chinese literary world. Tell me, do I dare to expose his identity? If I break the agreement, I will be a sinner in the Chinese literary world." Then, he thought of something and said with a sullen face, "But if I don't tell him, someone will snatch the woman he likes away from him. What if he runs away to America in anger? Wouldn't I become even more of a sinner? He has always been a playboy and protects his women like treasures." Liu Yu asked, "So, you are saying that Garcia Borges is Ruyan's teacher and a Chinese?" Zhao Taidu said, "Garcia Borges. It's more than that." He pointed at Liu Ruyan and said, "Look at the certificate in her hand. Who are the names on it?" Shi Wenjin grabbed his arm and said, "Teacher Zhao, please continue." Zhao Taidu rolled his eyes and glared at him, saying, "Do you think the Nobel Prize Committee is so easy to fool? They have been keeping an eye on me. They should have known it by now." Liu Yu walked up to Liu Ruyan, looked at the certificate in her hand, and identified the name on it. "He, Mingwei." Liu Ruyan said softly, "No need to look at them. These three people are Hemingway Faulkner, Kawabata Haruki, and Tolstoyevsky." Liu Yu looked confused. She had vaguely heard these names, but was not quite sure what they had done. In the studio, Gao Xiaobai's stool fell over and he sat down on the floor. Yu Hua smiled bitterly. This century has captured all the best literature. Chapter 42 shocked the whole United States. Hearing that Zhao Taidu finally told the truth, Shi Wenjin covered his face tiredly. Teacher Zhao, if this happens, our Chinese Nobel Prize. He hesitated to speak. Zhao Taidu patted his shoulder. Everything is implied. The Nobel Prize awarding rules are very strict. In 2 cases, they will not give out awards. First, awards are not given to people who are already dead. Second, people who have already won the Nobel Prize will not win the prize again. For example, Einstein never won an award for his theory of relativity. He won the award for the photoelectric effect. Afterwards, even though the theory of relativity was gradually proven to be correct, he was never awarded the Nobel Prize again. The Nobel Prize is a lifelong honor and it is absolutely impossible to give it to the same person twice. That's why he had been stopping Zhao Taidu from telling the truth. What would be the consequences if the Nobel Prize committee knew the truth? Thinking of this, Shi Wenjin wanted to curse. Liu Chenmin and his gang have no idea how big a mess he has made. In the studio, Gao Xiaobai's fat body just got up from the floor, put the chair in place, and said with sweat on his forehead, "This floor is so slippery." Jupiter asked curiously, Teacher Yu, Teacher Gao, do you know the people on these 3 new Nobel Prize certificates? Yu Hua smiled bitterly. More than knowing each other, have you never read Norwegian Wood? Have you never read The Catcher in the Rye? Jupiter exclaimed, I have read it, but I usually don't read the author's name when I read a book. Yu Hua explained, Norwegian Wood is a work by Haruki Kawabata, while The Catcher in the Rye is a work by Hemingway Faulkner. Jupiter said, now that you mention it, I know what it is. What about the other one? The one called Tolstoyevsky. Yu Hua said, that one is even more important. Yu Hua didn't say much, and seemed to be still immersed in shock. Jupiter turned around and asked Gao Xiaobai. Teacher Gao, could you introduce it to the audience, and to me as well? Gao Xiaobai wiped the sweat off his head and said, okay, I'll just briefly introduce them. In fact, these people are all famous, I'm just giving some knowledge supplements to the audience who don't know them. Who should we start with? Let us start with Hemingway Faulkner, who is related to Garcia Borges. When we talked about Garcia Borges just now, we mentioned that he pioneered magical realism. 100 Years of Solitude is a great book of magical realism. In fact, he had predecessors. This lineage is very obvious. In the history of literature, many literary researchers have discussed where Garcia Borges got his inspiration from. It came from Hemingway Faulkner. 9 years ago, a novel that caused a sensation in the literary world was born. The name of the book was The Sound and the Fury. Jupiter's expression seemed to say that she had not heard of this book. Gao Xiaobai said, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. This book is extremely obscure to most people, but its narrative method shocked all writers around the world. Can it be written like this? This was basically what everyone thought at the time. Jupiter wondered, what's so special about the narrative technique? Gao Xiaobai said, I won't teach you about this. Let teacher Yu Hua talk about it. Jupiter turned his head to Yu Hua, and Yu Hua said slowly. Didn't I tell you before? I have 2 teachers, one of whom is Garcia Borges. The other one is Hemingway Faulkner, asked Jupiter. Yes, Yu Hua said with a smile, the other one is Hemingway Faulkner. He crossed his arms and said, in fact, literature is a spiral that rises by standing on the shoulders of predecessors. No one can write right after birth. They must have learned it by imitating others. First imitate others, then forge your own path, and then try to surpass them. This process of surpassing is like fighting with the teacher. Some people win the fight and make their own way. Some people keep fighting. Yu Hua said, you are like Mo Yu, he has been fighting with Garcia Borges. For example, I have been fighting with Hemingway Faulkner. Jupiter understood and asked, you and teacher Mo are both already top figures in the Chinese literary world. Are you still unable to step out of the shadow of your predecessors? Yu Hua smiled and said, if you don't write a book, you won't understand the fear of being dominated by them. After he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something was wrong and changed his words. Wrong, it's not they, it's he. Jupiter was stunned for a moment. After listening to them talk so much, she couldn't figure out how these many great people could be the same person. Gao Xiaobai opened his fan and said, Hemingway Faulkner, and another book that is very popular among the literary youths, The Great Gatsby. Jupiter nodded, yes, I have heard of it. Was this also written by him? It's him. Many people know this book from Norwegian Wood. I didn't expect it was written by the same person. At this point, he shook his head and continued, he also wrote a book that may be known to junior high school and high school students in recent years, The Old Man and the Sea. Jupiter clapped his hands and said, oh. I know this too. It's in the textbooks. Yuvor interrupted, just this one book is enough for him to win a Nobel Prize. Jupiter glared, is this book so powerful? On the screen, there is a barrage of comments. I cried after watching The Old Man and the Sea. Yes, I think it's very good. When I was in Chinese class, the teacher was talking about other texts, and I turned to the section about The Old Man and the Sea first, and I accidentally finished reading it. I didn't feel anything after watching The Old Man and the Sea, but I cried after watching The Catcher in the Rye. I cried after watching The Catcher in the Rye +1. After sighing, Gao Xiaobai continued to popularize science. As I said earlier, Garcia Borges is a cultural phenomenon in the United States. If you don't know him, you'd be embarrassed to call yourself a cultural figure. It's a bit exaggerated. In the United States, if you don't know Garcia Borges, you can still survive. But if you say you don't know Hemingway Faulkner, then it's a big deal. You may even be stripped of your citizenship right away. For a long time, Hemingway Faulkner was assumed to be an American because most of the stories he told were American. He created a huge wave in the United States, both in the literary world and among the people. I'm not exaggerating, the only word that can describe it is the huge wave. Half of the young people in America hold his copy of The Catcher in the Rye in their hands, imitating the way the protagonist speaks and his attitude toward life. This book has been listed as a must-read for middle school students across the United States. It is recommended by all schools and parents. All American youth know about it and have read it. Okay, half of the young people are holding The Catcher in the Rye, and the other half, they are holding On the Road. After the publication of On the Road, the book boosted the sales of jeans and coffee machines by hundreds of millions, and deceived countless American youths into starting a wandering life, running around the United States. Yes, this book was also written by Hemingway Faulkner. A copy of On the Road and a copy of The Catcher in the Rye together established the hippie culture, which is still popular in the United States today. Yuvor said, he also wrote The Sound and the Fury, As I Lay Dying, The Snows of Kilimanjaro, and Absalom. Absalom. These books are as powerful as nuclear bombs in the literary world. Gao Xiaobai counted on his fingers and concluded, young people admire him, the literary world respects him, and the cultural world venerates him. In the United States, Hemingway Faulkner's status can only be described as unparalleled. After saying that, he wiped his sweat again. According to his thinking, the person who shocked the whole of America could not be a Chinese. But after being slapped in the face so badly by the Garcia Borges incident just now, he no longer dared to jump to conclusions. Jupiter took a deep breath and said, so, what will happen if we reveal that he is actually Chinese? Gao Xiaobai was still smiling awkwardly, and Yuvor showed a sinister smile on his face. Who knows, it will probably shock the whole of America again. Gao Xiaobai didn't want to talk about this topic, so he changed the subject and said, let's not talk about what will happen to the United States. After this incident was exposed today, the Japanese and Russians will definitely be even more devastated. Jupiter asked, how do you say that? Chapter 43 Paying Tribute to You. Gao Xiaobai said, Russia and Japan are both nations with unique personalities. Russia's geographical location is cold and freezing, so it is particularly militant. Japan's land is narrow and there are many volcanoes and earthquakes, so the nation is very delicate and values mono-no-aware. These two nations are very special in art. So special that you can tell at a glance that their works were written by people from their country. And Tolstoyevsky and collaborator Haruki wrote about their national characteristics to the extreme. Jupiter asked, what books have they written? Gao Xiaobai said, collaborator Haruki wrote Snow Country, The Old Capital, Thousand Cranes, Norwegian Wood, Kafka on the Shore, The Strange Bird Chronicle, and more. Yuvor said, there are also The Dancing Girl of Izu Dance. 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 The End of the World and Cold Wonderland. Gao Xiaobai nodded, yes, Teacher Yu still remembers it better. Yuvor continued, Tolstoyevsky, as I said just now, is even more important because he wrote War and Peace, Anna Karenina, Resurrection, Crime and Punishment, The Idiot, Demons, and the Brothers Karamazov. He went on to say, Russian President Pushkin said this, if you don't know Tolstoyevsky, you don't know Russia. His status in Russia is higher than Hemingway Faulkner's status in the United States. Jupiter asked, what about Kawabata Haruki? There are mixed reviews, Yuvor said. Kawabata Haruki's early and later works have completely different styles. Works like Snow Country are very Japanese and extremely traditional, while his later works are more petit bourgeois, more American, and less Japanese. Oh. Jupiter didn't quite understand. Yuvor said, in addition, the reason why he received mixed reviews in Japan was that he was very opposed to Japan's war of aggression. In his novels, he criticized unjust wars many times, which aroused widespread disgust among Japanese right-wingers. Then, he smiled again and said, however, his later novels sold exceptionally well and were bestsellers. Jupiter suddenly realized, no wonder. Because he is Chinese, that's why he criticizes war in his book. Perhaps. Gao Xiaobai put away his fan and said, in fact, I should have thought that these four writers were the same person. Jupiter turned his head and looked at him. You see, Garcia Borges' style is strangely similar to Hemingway Faulkner's, and Kawabata Haruki often mentions Hemingway Faulkner's books in his books, and they all have the shadow of Tolstoyevsky. Jupiter nodded, no wonder. Gao Xiaobai paused, then said, the only thing that is hard to explain is why he created so many pseudonyms. Can't he just write it himself? Jupiter tilted his head and said, yeah. It's impossible that he did it to cheat the Nobel Prize money, har har. Gao Xiaobai joked. After a moment of silence, Yu Hua, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. It's more like a writer constantly breaking through himself and trying new styles. He travels around the world and interprets different civilizations in his own way. He closed his eyes, as if thinking about something, and then he opened his eyes again. This time, there seemed to be something different in his eyes. Jupiter asked, what do you mean? The more national the literature is, the easier it is to go global, Yu Hua said, because every nation is unique, and the geographical location and cultural environment of every place are completely different. Appreciating these cultures that are different from our own will help us to reflect on ourselves. It's just like traveling. People say that traveling means leaving the place where you're tired of living and going to the place where others are tired of living. Often, when you go to a place where others are tired of living and discover the uniqueness of other places, you can better appreciate the uniqueness of your hometown. Jupiter's eyes lit up. So, that writer with many pseudonyms is trying to understand China by observing other civilizations. Yes, Yu Hua nodded. He creates works of other cultures with the ultimate goal of extracting the most unique parts of Chinese culture. He kept changing his identity and using vests to cover himself up because he didn't want to become famous too early and lose the motivation to make progress. He describes the lives of ordinary citizens because he is always walking in the streets and can obtain the freshest materials. Jupiter held his breath. This is crazy. It sounds like he lives just to write. Yu Hua said, to be precise, he lived to create the best Chinese works. Gao Xiaobai was fanning himself beside him, shaking his head and saying, how does that sentence go? For the sake of writing, I will not marry, acquire land, have children, wear a crown, or compete for honors and favors. I am giving up all my fame and fortune, just for writing. Jupiter was shocked. Even the barrage was shocked. The audience who have been watching the Human Observation Program, even if they have received more baptisms that subvert their worldviews today, could not help but fall into deep thought after hearing these words. Compared to this person, more people are thinking, who am I? What am I doing? What is the meaning of my life? I understand now, Yu Hua said. I used to wonder what was wrong with my work. Jupiter sweated, Teacher Yu, your work is not bad. I am still one step away from greatness, Yu Hua said, but I still can't find where I should break through. He suddenly stood up and said, now I know that I have been confined to my own life experience and only see the small piece of land around me. When I read the South America described by Gabriel Garcia Borges, I was fascinated by it. When I read the Japan described by Haruki Kawabata, I also felt that it was unique. Before, I also wanted to emulate them and write about China in a way that only I could write. But how can I say I understand China when I haven't seen other places? He traveled to North and South America, Russia, and Japan in order to find their own unique literature. This spirit is what a novelist who improves day by day should have. Yu Hua's eyes were bright, as if he had realized something. Then he lowered his head and bowed deeply to the camera. Jupiter was shocked. Teacher Yu, what are you doing? Teacher, maybe you are watching this program, Yu Hua said to the camera, so here, I pay my respects to you. I learned something from you again. For a moment, the studio was silent. Qin Yunchu lowered her head and remained silent. When she raised her head, her eyes were sparkling. So, that's how it is. She understood why Chen Ya was willing to be a clerk in her company. He was there to create his best work and experience life in her company. Qin Yunchu began to understand why Zhao Taidu protected him like that. It is an honor for the entire Chinese country and nation to have such a talent. Loss is the world's regret. Thinking of this, Qin Yunchu's hands began to tremble and his face became hot. Knowing this, how should she face Chen Ya in the future? Chapter 44. The consequences are serious. More. Qin Yunchu was a little confused. In order to experience life, Chen Ya changed his identity and worked as a clerk in a company. According to his thinking, she should definitely treat him as usual and not give him any special treatment. However, now that she already knew his identity, how could she not treat him specially? She even felt a little panicked when she thought about how cold she had been to Chen Ya before. I used to think he was useless and suspected him of PUA. Thinking of this, she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Qin Yunchu was not the most uncomfortable person on the field at this moment. Liu Chenmin is the one. When he first came here by high-speed rail, he thought it was a prince marrying princess scene. Unexpectedly, halfway through, it turned into a dragon snatching the princess. At this point, the other party's identity was revealed in a flurry, like a bunch of titles being poured out in a basket, clanging and clattering, shocking people. He couldn't even be a dragon anymore, and became a toad fighting with the prince for the princess. This is different from what we agreed. This is so different from what we agreed. He regrets it now. I shouldn't have come here in the first place. At least before coming here, you should have cleared the road first to make sure nothing like this would happen. Liu Chenmin was really confused. From his perspective, every move he made was correct. From resolutely setting out to look for Ruyan, to seizing the opportunity of the human observation program, to establishing the identity of a lovesick prince. Each one is a magical operation in a positive sense. How did you put it together? You didn't even see the person opposite you, but your face is almost swollen from being slapped. If any normal person were in his shoes, when they heard that the other party was hiding the identity of the so-called teacher, they would never have thought that the truth would be like this. Generally speaking, people use pseudonyms to hide their identities. Isn't it because they have cheated, been banned, or done something illegal? Doesn't that mean their identity must be kept secret? Who would have thought that several Nobel Prize certificates were found in the other party's home, not because he forged a few, but because he really won so many Nobel Prizes? It's outrageous that her mother opened the door for her. It's outrageous to the extreme. Just now, his assistant sent him another text message, telling him that the Seven Stars Company and he personally had fallen to the freezing point due to his magical operation. We should think of a way now, do public relations quickly, and remedy the situation quickly. He suddenly smiled and said, so this is what you have been hiding. It seems that I have done something good. After hearing his words, Xi Wenjian's eyes suddenly shot towards the screen and stared at him closely. He Xuyin took a breath and said, how can you still say such things? You are in big trouble, do you know? Liu Chenmin scratched his temples. What trouble have I gotten myself into? The tutor has made an agreement with Mr. Zhao. If it is exposed, he will stop writing. He Xuyin said in an incredulous tone. Teacher Yu Hua has already said that he is currently brewing the best work in China. If you force us like this, won't you kill our best work in China in its infancy? I don't think so, Liu Chenmin said. From the beginning to the end, did we reveal his identity? No. He spread his hands and said, besides this villa he once owned, what other private information of his has been exposed? Nothing, not even his name is known. So, Teacher Zhao did not violate the agreement. Liu Chenmin concluded. At this point, Xi Wenjin finally couldn't bear it anymore. You know, bullshit. His voice exploded and everyone was shocked. Xiao Qing was even more surprised. Xi Wenjin always seemed like a good guy and never swore. And now he is actually swearing. Do you know what you have done? Do you know how serious the consequences are? Xi Wenjin cursed, just revealing that these for great writers are actually the same person is a serious enough consequence. These people have caused a sensation in their local areas and have always been believed in and revered. As a result, they are all the same person, a Chinese. If they knew about this, what do you think they would think? Also, the Nobel Prize is never awarded to the same person. This behavior of concealing one's identity and accepting the award multiple times is against the rules. The consequences are serious. Lu Yu whispered, Teacher Xi, calm down. What serious consequences will there be? Seeing Xi Wenjin coughing in anger, Lu Yu was also a little scared. What serious consequences? Xi Wenjin's eyes occasionally rolled, blacklisted. Our Chinese literary world has been collectively blacklisted by the Nobel Prize jury. Lu Yu asked anxiously, how could this happen? Xi Wenjin said with saliva flying, how can it not be like this? Let me ask you, can you guarantee that you will not change your vest and accept the award again in the future? We feel very proud to hear about this kind of behavior, but in the eyes of others, it is a naked provocation. Zhao Taidu patted Xi Wenjin on the back and said, Xiao Shi, don't get excited. Xi Wenjin did not stop and continued, and, do you know? The one who paid the most and paid the highest price for this matter was Teacher Zhao. In the end, Zhao Taidu did not stop Xi Wenjin and sighed softly. That great writer has been in contact with Teacher Zhao. Teacher Zhao made great efforts to ensure that the Nobel Prize was awarded to 4 pseudonyms. Now that this matter has been exposed, what do you think will happen to Teacher Zhao? He stared at Liu Chenmin, then said loudly, they will think that Teacher Zhao is cheating. That's enough. After he finished speaking, Xi Wenjin finally calmed down a little. Zhao Taidu slowly picked up the teacup and said, I will take full responsibility for this matter. I don't care about my reputation. He looked at Xi Wenjin, sighed again, and said, I'm already in my 70s or 80s. In a few years, I won't even be able to wear shoes. I should have retired long ago. The world will be yours from now on. The more Xi Wenjin thought about it, the angrier he became. His emotional side came out and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Liu Chenmin said in a deep voice, it is not possible to be completely sure based on just a few certificates. He stopped mid-sentence. But everyone could understand his hidden meaning. After all, the only evidence available so far is a few certificates. Xi Wenjin said faintly. In fact, the Nobel Prize Committee began to suspect that these vests were the same person a long time ago. They already had some evidence, but they just lacked evidence that could be put on the table. Some evidence can be put on the table, while others cannot. It cannot be put on the table and cannot be said out loud, but it is enough to convict the Nobel Prize Committee. It's like if they want to collectively blackmail the Chinese literary world, they won't say it openly. Liu Chenmin said nothing. But he still felt dissatisfied. He still doesn't think these certificates can mean anything. Not only did he disagree, many viewers also didn't believe it. Many people posted on the forum, citing the works of those for pseudonyms as examples. The writing style, the story material, judging from all these, it is impossible that they were written by the same person. Others think that this is all just a hype for the human observation program, and if you believe it, the media will lose. Suddenly, He Xiang held her phone and called out. Hurry up and check Weibo. Hurry up and check. Hurry up and check. Everyone took out their cell phones. What's wrong? Qin Yunchu asked. Check out the hot searches. A Nobel Prize judge posted an important post on Weibo. He Xiang held up her phone for Qin Yunchu to see. A Weibo post by Nobel Prize judge Li Yuran is rapidly gaining popularity. After investigation by the Nobel Prize Committee, it was found that there were several cases of irregularities in receiving the Nobel Prize in Literature. After careful study, the committee decided to disqualify the following Nobel Prize winners in literature. The 44th winner, Tolstoyevsky. The 45th winner, Hemingway Faulkner. The 47th winner, Gabriel Garcia Borges. The 49th winner, Haruki Kuwabata. Chapter 45, Embarrassment Abroad. After reading the Nobel Prize judges' Weibo posts, everyone's expressions became solemn. Xi Wenjin had already said it was a serious matter, but they still didn't expect it to be this serious. Cancelling for Nobel Prizes at once is unprecedented in history. He Xiang shouted in annoyance, there are only 4 people and 1 person, there's no need to cancel all of them. Can't we just keep one award? Chen Yunchu smiled bitterly. This is not who ye shooting down the sun. If one person violates the rules, all the awards will be cancelled. It's not fair. It's not fair. He Xuan protested angrily. China suddenly had 4 more Nobel Prizes, and then suddenly all of them were gone. Who can stand this? When she said this, everyone felt the same way. Gu Yuanjun simply clenched his fists and said, the subsequent impact of this incident is not limited to international disputes. As an outstanding second-generation rich, Gu Yuanjun is particularly sensitive to the trends of the upper class. Usually when it comes to things like this, things end up being very troublesome. Chen Ya, Liu Ruyan and others who were caught in the center of their vortex may be greatly affected. He Xuan grabbed his arm and whispered, we caused this trouble today, don't try to escape. Gu Yuanjun said, what do you think of me? I have never thought of running away. Chen Yunchu whispered, yes, if Chen Ya and Liu Ruyan have any problems, we will help them if we can. After all, if we didn't start this, it wouldn't have turned out like this. While the small team was discussing quietly here, the situation on the other side had already become a mess. The human observation program crew accidentally caused such a mess, and Liu Yu was trembling with fear. There was a lot of noise in the earphones, and in the end, the director even turned off the microphone. The program has been cut off, but it's too late to stop it now. China lost 4 Nobel Prizes in the blink of an eye. If the program crew had not fanned the flames, such a consequence would never have occurred. If anything, she will definitely be blamed. By now, she had already been gnashing her teeth at Liu Chenmin. You said you had nothing to do, why did you have to provoke others? Don't you know that you should leave some room for others? Liu Chenmin was no better off than her. His fingers were moving frantically on the phone as he sent instructions to his assistant. Now, it's like a broken ship about to sink. What he had to think about was not how to save the boat, but how to pretend to be saving the boat and quietly escape in a small boat. In the studio, the director quietly prompted Gao Xiaobai to say a few words to stabilize the situation. Gao Xiaobai waved his fan twice and said, actually, there's no need to panic. Please look at the wording used. It says, proposed decision, rather than already decided, which means the matter is still under discussion. Besides, it's easy to solve this problem. The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. As long as the real teacher shows up, this problem will be easily solved. Jupiter said, isn't this a bad idea? Will it affect his future creations? Gao Xiaobai said, in fact, a writer's golden creative cycle is only more than 10 years. After these 4 pseudonyms won the Nobel Prize, they have not created any more works. Maybe they have stopped creating now. Besides, if the Nobel Prize really pursues the matter, he will have to apologize to them, Gao Xiaobai added. Yu Hua suddenly asked calmly, why do you want to apologize? Gao Xiaobai put away his fan and said, they deliberately created 4 pseudonyms to receive the awards separately. Isn't this nonsense? It undermines the solemnity of the Nobel Prize. Yu Hua was speechless for a long time. After a while, he asked back, what do you think is more important, the Nobel Prize or the author who won the Nobel Prize? Gao Xiaobai thought for a moment and said, is there any comparison? Yu Hua shook his head and said, if you think that in order to maintain the so-called dignity of the award, you have to make the winning author bow his head, don't you think it's a bit like buying the casket and returning the pearl? Gao Xiaobai defended himself by saying, the Nobel Prize has indeed introduced many unpopular authors. If the authority of the Nobel Prize is destroyed, many good unpopular authors will not be able to enter our field of vision in the future. Yu Hua whispered, the reason why great works are great is not because of the Nobel Prize. It is not the Nobel Prize that enhances the value of the works, but those literary works that give the Nobel Prize value. Not everyone understood what Yu Hua said. There are many bullet screens floating by. Teacher Gao is right. These awards have been cancelled. It's only right that they are cancelled. Yeah, you lied to them first, so you can't blame them for cancelling your account. It's outrageous to use so many sock puppets to create mystery. Others can receive awards normally, why can't you? Do you have to prove that you are capable? Only Chinese people would do such a thing. This is really embarrassing for the whole country. Brought shame abroad +1. I only care about whether the prize money should be returned after the award is cancelled. Xiao Qing's brows were twisted like a knot. He was flipping through his phone and suddenly saw a video. Then, she patted the people around her and said, "Look, look, look at this video." Everyone gathered around and saw a female anchor in the video introducing the news about the cancellation of the Nobel Prize. Everyone should know about China's Nobel Prize winning and losing. Xiaowei will explain to you that there is actually no problem with the Nobel Prize judge's decision. The number of Nobel Prizes is limited, and there are many well-known writers who have not won a Nobel Prize. It may seem cool to accept the award under a pseudonym, but isn't it taking up the already precious Nobel Prize quota? Xiaowei, give me an example. There is another famous writer in South America named Paulo Quiroga. He had a good chance of winning the Nobel Prize, but it had already been awarded to Garcia Borges. The Nobel Prize awarding principles generally take geographical factors into consideration. Because of the conflict with Garcia Borges, he never received the Nobel Prize that should have belonged to him until his death. Fortunately, Paulo's books are famous enough, so people can still buy his books, but what about those unknown writers? Will they be robbed of their rights by fake accounts? So, this kind of thing is extremely bad, and the Nobel Prize Committee must punish it, and punish it severely. Looking at the comments below the video, they are all supportive. Among them, a large proportion of them felt that they had brought shame abroad. He Xuan stared and said, "Do these people still have any patriotism? How come the Chinese people got the award based on their own abilities, but in their mouths, it's like they stole it? Why is it so embarrassing?" Xiao Qing looked disgusted as if a fly had been eaten, and said, "I was led astray. This is the current trend. Some people think that Chinese people are inherently inferior." Gu Yuanjin said angrily, "I really want to scold these comments. What kind of brains are they? They got the award based on their own ability, but they talk as if it was awarded by a foreign master." Qin Yunchu raised his hand and said, "Calm down. We need to think about what impact this may have and what to do next." Gu Yuanjin asked, "Should we just expose Jin Yang and Gu Long as well?" Xiao Qing said, "No, the current conflict is no longer about identity. Exposing the vest will only make people more disgusted." He Xuan said with a serious expression, "Right now, I am most worried about Liu Ruyan. Her identity has been exposed, and it is only a matter of time before the novel is discovered." Qin Yunchu was shocked and said, "Yes, we must not let anyone take advantage of this opportunity to influence the adaptation of her novel. Yes, if her adaptation goes well, she can legitimately prove her ability to her parents, but if it fails, she may really have to go back." "Ruyan, what do you think?" They all looked at Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan came back to her senses, as if awakening from a dream, took a deep breath, and said, "I think the teacher is really amazing. I may never be able to catch up with him in my lifetime." Liu Chenmin breathed a sigh of relief. The assistant is pretty good. The Navy was hired just in time. Although a lot of money was spent, the effect was immediate. He relaxed a little. As long as the blame is directed at that teacher who is nowhere to be found, he will not be blamed.